You know, you'd think this would be a pretty simple ranking, but then you start looking into it and realize that this actual goldfish is significantly more dangerous than about 90% of the Pokemon on this list, and you can probably start to realize how out of hand this is gonna get. I mean, hell, if toads were able to take over a whole continent island, then it's so over, bros. But worry not. I know just enough about Pokemon to talk about it correctly enough, but not enough to get most things right. So all the Pokemon nerds out there can rest easy knowing that they'll have plenty to correct me on. I know you guys love to do that, so don't say I'm not accommodating. But hey, either way, most of that knowledge isn't even going to apply here. Sure, we all know the IV yield of a Pidgey is 1 attack, but I'm willing to bet you don't know how to go outside. A thing that's going to be pretty important for this video because you're about to learn just how much of a living hell our world would be if birds actually existed. You're able to tell when you've gotten a good bit older if you go to the national dex list, scroll to the bottom, and have that thought we all have had at some point and think, wow, there's way more than I remember. Pokemon used to be so much better. Yeah, because we all know the best Pokemon game objectively is whichever one came out when you were 13. Okay, I'm being weirdly salty for like no reason right now. To drop the overly sarcastic tune for a moment, I am a genuine big fan of Pokemon, which is why I like to make fun of it so much. I was never that big into the series, but I started with Pokemon White as a kid and since have played at least some of one game from about half the generations, I'd say. So I make fun of the series a lot, but it comes from a place of wanting to see it improve. But who cares about all that? I'm not here to discuss the quality of the games or any of that cringe game design stuff I'm actually interested in. We're here to debate if a Bellsprout could take an angry New York pizza rat in a fight or not, much less if a crocodile could beat an angry middle-aged Florida man with his Ruger 1022 in a sandal. I mean, you might think the hyper-aggressive bipedal crocodile would win that no problem, but I think that would be a pretty standard scenario for the average Florida man. You don't want to go and underestimate that kind of anger. And if you scroll through the national decks, you'll notice that as the games go on, they start to get more and more crazy with the designs. Meaning Gen 1 has mostly mons that look kinda similar to real-life animal with some extra cool design choices to spice it up a bit, so you can almost conceivably imagine if they were real. Now compare that to all the Paradox Pokemon we've gotten in Gen 9, and I think you get a clear idea of how much this is going to spiral out of control. Like, yes, I think the damn steel building is going to devastate the ecosystem more than a rat. It's a miracle the world of Pokemon has a functioning ecosystem at all, given how powerful so many of them are. It seems to be kept all in check though by the existence of other equally powerful predators, so naturally we just have to figure out what would happen if they weren't there. We look at each individual Pokemon, spawn a small population of them in whatever ecosystem they're adapted to most, and figure out just how badly they would devastate Earth's ecosystem. Now, with a question as stupid as this, there are an absurd amount of factors to consider with so little brain power left up here to consider them, so I'll do my best to explain the ground rules we're operating under for each Pokemon. The basic scenario is taking whichever mon we're talking about and just essentially spawning in a small population of them on Earth in whatever ecosystem they're most well adapted to. So if we're talking about Bulbasaur, then it's a scenario where like 20 to 30 Bulbasaur just suddenly appear in the forest on Earth. But it's not just Bulbasaurs in that case, because for every Pokemon with at least one evolution, we're treating it as if the entire line is spawned in as well. I wasn't sure if I wanted to consider it like that since we're ranking them individually, but I think you kind of have to, given that there are a lot of Pokemon that are super weak in their first form and rely on the protection of their fully evolved parents to protect them. You can't talk about a Pokemon like Dreepy without also considering Dragapult, and if we want equal ground rules for all of them, then it only makes sense to have the entire line spawn in. So if we're talking about Bulbasaur, not only are Bulbasaurs going to spawn, there's also a handful of Ivysaurs and Venusaurs to protect the little ones, but not as many. They're still being ranked individually though, so a lot of the first stage baby Pokemon don't go in the lowest tier because they have their parents' protection. And as a byproduct of that, I'm also treating it like the first stage evolution gradually grows up into their later stages as they age instead of a rapid sudden evolution into their next stage like they do in the games. If those Pokemon are coming to Earth, then they better abide by Earth's rules, damn it. I can tolerate Pokemon bending the laws of reality with all their special powers, but suddenly turning into a bigger version of yourself is an instant no-go, okay? Legendaries are kind of an exception to this rule though, since a lot of them are only one of a kind and not necessarily a whole species, so for most legendaries, it is just one that we're considering, unless it makes more sense to treat it like a species. I'll also not be considering any Pokemon's learn sets because that would overcomplicate things way more than they already are. My main source for each ranking came from their biology section on Bulbapedia, and any notable feats listed on their page from either the games or the anime. Like, I may not be considering that Execute learns the move Confusion at level 20, which it could could use to fight back or if something's trying to eat it, but I am still considering that it is a psychic type and would have general psychic abilities to defend itself. And as a final addendum to confuse you even more, I'm treating it as if there is no human intervention to regulate or protect Pokemon. They are out in their wild ecosystem fending for themselves against the predators of Earth. That does present a bit of a conundrum, however, because quite a few Pokemon only live around humans and in cities. I said Pokemon would be put in whatever ecosystem they're best adapted to, which to a lot of them is cities. So for the ones that exclusively reside with humans in cities, they'll be put in cities with human intervention, and that will be considered. Pretty much meaning that they will have a free pass from going extinct, because if something is cute, humans will do everything possible to preserve them, even if they're so shit at evolution, they probably deserve to go extinct. Those are the basic ground rules we're operating under for each ranking. If there are any exceptions, I'll bring them up as we go along, but that's the very basics of what you'll need to know. Now, for the actual ranking system I'll be using to determine the danger this fucking thing poses to Earth, I created a 7-level scale to categorize them under, with each one being more of a threat than the last. Think of it like the scales they use to measure the danger of a hurricane or an earthquake or something, which, putting it like that, might seem like overkill, but I assure you it is warranted. A Pidgeot seems fine until you realize it can break the sound barrier when it flies, but it still has the intelligence of a normal bird. So when it accidentally flies straight into your window, as birds love to do, I'm sure you'll be fine. The 7 circles of hell on the system go: Level 1, this little shit would probably go extinct. Level 2, fits into the ecosystem just fine. Level 3, dominates the ecosystem. Level 4, destroys the ecosystem. Level 5, destroys all the surrounding ecosystems. Level 6, global threat. And finally, level 7, apocalyptic. Most of these are pretty self-explanatory, I feel, but this is me we're talking about, so of course I found a way to make it overcomplicated with my own criteria for each level. For a Pokemon to be in level 1, it has to be something with pretty much no self-defense mechanisms or anything that's likely protecting it. As you would imagine, it mostly consists of stage 1 Babymons whose literal whole thing is that they're just cute. Ones that can't move fast enough to escape, have no claws to fight back, have no camouflage to stay hidden, or whatever else. They're just tiny little useless creatures that will often have something that draws predators to them or is actively detrimental to their survival. Now, I'd also like to bring up fossil Pokemon here because they are the ones that have actually gone extinct in the past, so does that automatically place them in this category? I decided with no, because it seems like a lot of them were just done dirty by that meteor like it says with Aerodactyl. Like, come on, you have to be trying pretty damn hard to go extinct when you're built like this. Some of them don't go extinct because of that though, and it actively gives you a reason as to why it probably did go extinct. So ones like that were more likely to go in this category. Level 2 is pretty simple and by far the largest here. Whatever would have natural predators to keep them in check, but enough self-defense mechanisms to keep them alive with a stable population. Level 3 is also pretty simple, anything that would still fit into their ecosystem but would probably become the new dominant species. My general rule of thumb for putting something here is, could it kill whatever is already the apex predator for that ecosystem? So like bears, lions, sharks, etc. If it could stand toe-to-toe with those kind of animals, then it goes in level 3. There is another way that Pokemon could get up there though, if it's one that's not really killed by any predator on Earth and is able to just grow unchecked. Mostly what I mean by this is ghost Pokemon, because no animal could actually hit them since normal attacks can't hit ghosts. And also as a side note, I'm not considering, oh, a bear would know bite because it can bite things in the real world and bite is a dark type move. Ugh. No, I'm not getting into the weeds of that, okay? I already have enough to consider. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop you right there past me, because I'm talking now. And who am I? Well, I'm the omnipotent god of this video, editing Andrew. Did I mention my name's Andrew? I probably should have mentioned that earlier to make this more dramatic. Now it's kind of being bogged down by me having to explain that's my name. Anyway, I am here, as you can see now, in post, getting ready to release this video. Because, and I'm doing this unscripted, as I'm sure you can tell, because I said a couple things in this video that maybe weren't the smartest, and I'm way too far in to go back and change it all now in a natural way that doesn't disrupt the flow of the video. So here I am now. You'll see me pop in from time to time when I say something probably kind of weird, so I can give further explanation, so kind of like how I did just now. So basically, I just want to elaborate a little what I meant on the ghost type thing and give a little more clarification, because I've thought about it some more, and it probably is worth a little consideration, not just me waving it off like that, because there's a lot more moves that normal animals would have than just bite, you know? Like peck, for instance, you know? I feel like every single bird ever on Earth, if they were using Pokemon movesets, would know the move peck, and if that would be able to attack ghosts. That's not a normal type move. So while like 90% of normal animals attacks, if you want to put them like that, would not be able to hit ghost type Pokemon, there would be some, and I think it was worth a little more consideration than I initially said here, but not enough for me to, it doesn't make enough of a difference to really go back and change a lot of it. You know, I've gone through this whole video and I don't think there's any one that would drastically change if I consider the fact that, I don't know, I guess a grizzly bear or a bird could eat it. There's a couple that you'll be hearing from me again when we get to those, but just wanted to throw that in here real quick. It's worth considering, but it doesn't change much. Without anything that's really able to kill them, they could grow rapidly and take over the entire ecosystem. So basically, if it has destructive power or could not be conceivably killed in the wild. Level 4 can then be considered anything that has both destructive power and could not be conceivably killed in the wild. Their simple existence is not just killing all the other animals, but also the plants and probably damaging the land itself. The exception for that, though, is pretty much any fully evolved fire type that lives in the forest. Not only is this the unstoppable murder machine tier, it's also the forest fire tier, because I can't think of any faster way to destroy an ecosystem than a baby Charmander using Ember for the first time. Level 5 is for anything that's going to probably go all Devil Joe mode, so when it's done reducing an entire ancient forest to practically the glowing sea from Fallout 4, it moseys on over to the Wildspire Waste and does the next thing all over again. Level 6 and 7 are roughly the same, with the difference being whether or not a united military could kill it before it destroys most of the world. So even if we could kill the ones in level 7, they would destroy the world far before the military forces could even mobilize. But of course, what would this delicious fast food menu of Pokemon be without a secret menu to go along with it? Level 0 is made up of all the Pokemon that do have the potential to cause mass destruction or potentially the apocalypse even, but they're chill, so it's fine. That might sound hyper specific, but I'll give you a sneak peek and tell you that it is far from the smallest category. See, I told you I'd find a way to explain something so simple in an overly complex way. Remember, it's not a flaw if it's your trademark style. I figured the best way to go through the list would be to go one generation at a time and explain any anomalies in the list as I go, but don't worry, this whole video isn't going to be my unfunny self going through what's essentially a PowerPoint presentation where I get progressively more tired and done with Pokemon. Rather, it's going to be two unfunny people going through what's essentially a PowerPoint presentation where we get progressively more tired and done with Pokemon. That's right, I am far from an expert on Pokemon, so that's why I asked my best friend Eric to help me out with this list, because Pokemon has practically been his entire personality since I met him like 7 years ago. So, it is with great fear and concern that I ask Mr. Eric Sir to please introduce himself to the class. Wow, what a great introduction. I totally knew what you were going to say there before writing and recording this. Anyway, don't get used to him, because he's going straight back in the void after we're done here. Since he knows pretty much everything that I don't know about Pokemon, I can entrust all the difficult decisions and their consequences for this dumb and completely subjective tier list ranking to him, and not worry about a thing. So starting with Gen 1, I'm going to go through every tier from the bottom to the top and explain some of my decisions that might warrant further explanations. With level 1 though, I don't think most of them will need clarification because, I mean, just take one look at these guys. You probably understand instantly what I mean, right? Slowpoke and Galarian Slowpoke are so dumb that they literally take 5 seconds to even register they're in pain, and they lose their tails a lot because of that apparently. It literally says when they try to hunt, they often get hunted instead. There's a reason why sloths hang out in trees instead of by rivers where everything is trying to kill you. Also, as a clarification, I'm going to be including regional forms, but not stuff like Mega Evolved or Gigantamax forms. We already have enough to worry about with the base forms. Trying to fit in a literal skyscraper with legs, it might be a little unfair to a shrew. We also have Execute in this level because, just look at it. I know it's a psychic type and it can use psychokinesis to defend itself, but literally that's all it has. How the hell is it moving? It literally says if there are less than 6, they panic and just don't know what to do. What is it eating? I'm sure as hell it can't hunt like that, and I don't buy that it can just photosynthesize all the energy it needs for literal psychokinesis. I'm just gonna throw this out there now. This gets really exhausting after a while. Like, okay, I know some of you are going to be out there and see this and think, hey, this Pokemon should actually go higher than this because it actually defeated this one above it, or when it also, and I get it, okay? But when you're looking at a list like this, after the first 15, you kind of just have to look at it and go, yeah, I think those eggs would go extinct. Next, please. Jinx is also here because I think the only self-defense mechanism mentioned on its Bulbapedia page is kissing its opponent. Okay, I know you could probably argue for it to be level 2, but I'm just so done with this thing, and it's only the 3rd Pokemon. Hi, it's me again, back so soon, I know, crazy. what you just saw there with the last 3 Pokemon in level 1, I'm just going to say something now. Yes, the entire video is just going to be edited like that, like a glorified PowerPoint presentation, because this video is over 3 hours long. I can't just put unique footage for everyone. So yes, this video is basically edited like a PowerPoint presentation. And that was something I wasn't really worried about, because I knew most people would probably understand my situation and not expect a whole ton of editing for every single Pokemon. That was until I remembered the fact that, oh god, this video is just going to be watched by Zoomers. I say as a Zoomer myself, but you see, I'm one of the older Zoomers. I don't know what this TikTok thing is. I'm old school, I guess, now, apparently. You hit 20 and suddenly you're dust and bones on the internet. So I put my good old thinking cap on a little bit, and I just was wondering, what could I do to spice this up and make it more visually interesting other than just a PowerPoint presentation? And, oh boy, I got quite the idea. You know all those memes about, like, Subway Surfers on the side of the video? And how you always see that on TikTok, or like Minecraft parkour or something like that, just because, God forbid, you don't have 10 different things to look at all at once, because Lord knows what would happen if you're left alone with your thoughts for a single goddamn second. Well, I decided to take a little bit of inspiration from that. So, throughout the entire rest of this video, enjoy a run of Pokérogue going in the corner of the video, somewhere, I don't know what corner. It's just gonna be there, sitting in the corner, just like, you know, not very intrusive, just sitting there. And I guess you can just look at that if you're bored at looking at the same text. I'm being genuinely serious. You think I'm joking here. Scrub through the video, and you'll see in the previews that it's still there. I'm genuinely just gonna have that in the corner the entire time, because why not? Anyway, enjoy the video. Moving up to level 2, we see a majority of Gen 1. I figured all the first 2 evolutions of the starters belonged here because, I mean, they're basically just real-life animals but red, green, and blue. Pikachu and Raichu are here because, even though they do have quite potent electricity abilities, I just can't imagine them standing toe-to-toe with a grizzly bear and coming out on top every time. Raichu I could definitely see being in level 3, but I don't know, there's just not enough bloodlust in those eyes to convince me, you know? Clefairy and Clefable are here, despite their marshmallow-looking appearance, because they at least have claws and legs, which goes a long way in this list. Plus, this image on the Bulbapedia page, I mean, this really just tells you all you need to know, doesn't it? Loom was almost a sleeper hit that could have gone to level 3 due to its apparent ability to smell so bad that it can cause fainting from over a mile away. Gloom, yeah, about the same, I'd say.
Gloom is, I feel like, just a little bit more, just because its pastils exude, sorry.
Are you
okay? Incredibly foul. I think it's supposed to mean like, when it talks about pastils, I think it means like the little brown things on top of it.
Oh, I thought you were just trying to say distills.
No, exude an incredibly foul odor. The horrid stench can cause fainting at a distance of 1.25 miles.
Okay, skunks exist? Oh wait, 1.25 miles?
Do you know how long that is? Imagine a radius of maybe diameter. Each direction. If we're talking each direction, then yeah, 1.25 mile radius. That.
But I don't see it. Like, what's it gonna do when everything faints?
I would probably move. I know we're going in order, but I would probably move that just like above Bulbasaur. Like that one would. I
guess maybe. I mean, I don't want to go through the trouble of doing all that, but
you're right.
It gets an honorable 2. But it's also a fertilizer, and apparently it can attract prey as well, so I'm not really sure how that works. I guess level 2 seems right for it then. I also put Porygon and a bunch of these other weird machine-like Pokemon here after not really knowing what to do with them for a while. Porygon in particular is weird because it is artificial and lives mostly in technology, given that it's made of numbers and all that boring shit coders love so much. It can manifest itself as a physical form though, but either way, it's really not doing much. Most of the time, it just likes being probably the most annoying antivirus program on your computer computer anyway, so I think it fits into the ecosystem of the internet just fine. Graveler, while made of rock and therefore being pretty hard for an animal to kill, it seems more of a threat to itself with its random explosions if it rolls into a river. It would be hard to kill, but it spends most of its time just eating rocks uncomfortably loudly and just chilling in the mountains instead of taking over the ecosystem. Bonita, despite being literally wreathed in literal fire and living in grasslands, is apparently able to control its flames well enough to not burn riders, and by extension I'm assuming not burn down an entire forest, and doesn't quite have the destructive power to warrant going any higher. Rhyhorn, even though it is capable of shattering mountains, the fact that its brain is about the size of a grain of rice balances things out in my opinion. Chansey and Blissey seem like they would be easy targets for extinction, but apparently, because they almost went extinct in the past, they have surprisingly fast legs as a result. I don't know how the hell it runs so fast when it doesn't even have legs, just weird feet things, I don't know. But in the grand scheme of this list, something like that is very believable and does not faze me at all anymore. Mr. Mime and Ditto are in the same camp of having terrifying potential, but only using it to scare children. And finally there's Mew, who's just kinda chilling. I honestly don't know where to put it, so I trusted Eric's judgment when he said it doesn't really do much of anything at all, other than hiding under random people's trucks, of course, just waiting to get run over by Cletus's 8-foot tall big rig monster truck or something. Moving up to level 3, we can see most of the usual suspects. Nothing mind-blowing, except for the guy who can literally blow up your mind with 2 spoons. Venusaur and Blastoise just because of their sheer size and power, but couldn't quite level a forest. I wasn't initially sold on Beedrill, but the more Eric made me imagine it, the more I honestly considered how terrifying Beedrill is. Beedrill, I think that fits in fine.
It has 3 poisonous stingers on its forelegs and its tail. They are used to jab its enemy repeatedly.
It's not that big though.
It's 3 foot.
Like, okay, I mean, yeah. Yeah, okay, I mean, that's big for a bee.
That's really big for a bee. You wanna know, like, what... I'm just gonna do this. What is the biggest wasp? Because let's be real, at this point it's not even a bee, it's a wasp.
Yeah.
The biggest wasp ever recorded was... It is 2.5 inches. That is 39 inches.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's a lot more aggressive than a Butterfree.
A lot, yeah. I would rather have a butterfly right next to me than a 3-foot bee. That's the size of a toddler.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Plus, they also live in colonies, which I wasn't really considering, so if you were to accidentally step on a Weedle, you would very soon hear a choir of bees buzzing and drills spinning. Well, actually, no, they're not actual drills, I forgot. That's really disappointing. Like, it's really called Beedrill. Why are the big... I can't be the only one who thought the big stingers on their hands were actual, like, spinny drills, right? That can't just be me. That would have been so much cooler. Anyway, whatever. I mentioned this earlier, but the fact that Pidgeot can break the sound barrier is very concerning. What about Pidgeot, though? Like, how big is Pidgeot?
I feel like... I got you, no worries. Pidgeot is about...
It's
5 feet. It's 5 feet.
I mean...
It flies at Mach 2 speeds.
Okay, dominates ecosystem.
Prey. For the little viewers, Mach 1 is just like 700 something. Mach 2 is about 1400 miles per hour.
What the hell do you mean? Are you kidding? What the hell is... What? Oh.
Unless I'm wrong. No, Mach... I'm pretty sure Mach 2 is in fact... Yeah, 1534 miles per hour.
Why? That's so unnecessary. What? Bro thinks he's Valstrax. What the hell? Oh my god. Alright, yeah, dominates. Jesus. I don't know why this small little bird friend decided it needed to become fucking Valstrax, but sure, you do you. Snorlax landed here because I think if a bear tried to attack it, Snorlax would wake up, smack it like turning off an alarm clock, which would probably pulverize the bear, and then go back to sleep. I admire the Snorlax grind set. Grimer might be a surprise considering it literally says it's facing extinction, but that's only because of environmental conservation and cleanup efforts, so needless to say, they'll thrive on Earth. Plus, I don't really think any animals are going to want to eat the sentient pile of noxious filth that leaves a literal trail of death behind it, since its sludge renders the soil it treads upon barren, killing all the plants it touches. The whole Gengar line is here because no animal is really going to be able to kill a ghost, leaving them able to easily reproduce and take over an ecosystem. They don't have the destructive power to go any higher, but when your only weakness is strong winds, that'll get you pretty far. Alolan Marowak is here, despite the normal version being in level 2 because it's some kind of fire wizard, and that's pretty much it. What were you expecting? Magmar seems like an easy candidate for level 4 due to the whole forest fire rule, but it lives in volcanoes, which are a bit less prone to fire, or I mean, I guess you could say they're more prone to fire because of all the lava and heat, but nothing in an active volcano is flammable, so nothing's actually catching on fire. Whatever, I shouldn't bother thinking about that because the last time I turned my brain on to think, the whole idea for this happened in the first place, so clearly it's a bad idea to use it. And that's all for level 3. There's a couple more I could explain, but I mean, you're smart enough to understand why the cute dragon and a few of these other guys are here on their own, you smart cookie you. We could probably move on to level 4 now. Charizard is the only starter here because as far as I know, it is the only Pokemon I've seen that literally says it's known to start forest fires. Machamp is pretty much a fusion between Star Platinum and Raging Brachydios, so I feel like just one rush of 500 punches would be enough to pulp the area like a meteor crater. I was willing to give Ponyta the benefit of its flames being small enough and controllable enough that it wouldn't cause much damage, but ain't no way Rapidash isn't starting fires with every step it takes. Muk is a Pokemon that I'm sure Arceus was just laughing its ass off while creating because, dear God, what a miserable existence it must be to be born as your average Redditor. It's a toxic biohazard that kills anything green it touches, and it makes you sick just by touching it with how it's constantly radiating toxins. Let's move on to Onyx before the Muk Nation assembles. A 30-foot long rock snake that is hyper-aggressive and constantly tunneling, which creates tremors and probably makes the ground unstable after a while, leaving you with the potential of sinkholes, is actually pretty terrifying, unlike how it is in the game. And of course, there's all the legendary birds with their Galarian forms as well. I was a bit less sure on these ones because even though they are quite powerful, they seem to be pretty peaceful as well. Once again, you have to think of all these Pokemon as animals, not as your goofy, pocket-sized monster friends. I'm going all Flowey for this list, alright? It's either kill or be killed, and these Mega Pigeons need to hunt animals to survive. And be honest, I don't think your cousin Eddie with his old Sonoff is going to be able to just take down the very personification of ice. So we all know if he can't do it, then there's no animal on Earth that can. And I haven't even mentioned the version that shoots fucking lasers from its eyes. Just the act of them using their abilities to hunt prey would probably cause major damage to the environment around them. Plus, they could probably overhunt an ecosystem and all the animals within and cause it to collapse over time, but that's not all, folks. Things could get much worse. You have no idea. As for levels 5, 6, and 7, I've decided that since there are so few Pokemon up there, that I'm going to save them for the very end of the video. I want to give them the proper, fear they deserve. And while I'm thinking of it, look who decided to come crawling out from under that truck, multiplied by 2. Our old friend Mewtwo over here actually goes all the way down to level 0. The old could cause mass destruction, but is chill category if you've already forgotten. Which I wouldn't blame you for when your mind is too busy contemplating the danger a keyring poses to the environmental stability of Earth. According to my informant, Mewtwo is a pretty chill dude that just kinda hates human beings or something.
Here's my thing is like, every single time I see Mewtwo, he cares for other Pokemon. He just hates humans.
So, would you say level 0?
I would honestly say level 0. Like, he is a nice guy, he just fucking hates humans.
Okay. All forms?
Oh, all forms, yeah.
What about Mew?
I'm not gonna lie, Mew would fucking go extinct, but Mew's lucky. That little shit's lucky he can go invisible.
Oh, okay, so if he could go invisible, then yeah, that saves him. And while I definitely don't think Mewtwo could cause the apocalypse or anything, it doesn't have to be capable of anything insane like that to be here. More so just very powerful and capable of mass destruction, but wouldn't realistically do that for one reason or another, as I've been told is the case with Mewtwo. Sure, maybe there'd be a couple accidents here or there, but for the most part, it wouldn't be that big of an issue to have him around. With that though, I think we can finally move on to Gen 2. Oh man, I'm gonna need a drink. Now that I've gone through a whole generation in depth, I think you probably understand how most of these Pokemon are gonna go and my whole general rationale for what goes where. So from Gen 2 onward, I'm gonna be going a bit faster and explaining less of my decisions, so we're not here for quite as many hours. If there's one thing that I don't explain, but you still really want to know what made me put it there, then just go read the biology section on their Bulbapedia page, and that might clear it up a bit, or their Pokedex entries too. Before you do that though, you have to make sure you feel really tired and spend no more than about 30 seconds reading before making a gut decision about it, because you have 1,000 to go through. If you do that, you'll get the authentic experience of me literally falling asleep for half an hour while ranking Yamask, and my reason for why I put it somewhere seemingly bizarre. That, or I guess you could just leave a comment asking about a certain one, and I'll probably respond with my reasons as to why I put it there if I even remember, which I gotta be honest, is kind of a stretch when it's me we're talking about. Gen 2 has probably the highest amount of Pokemon in level 1 to the point where it practically looks like a preschool. Like all preschools, it's made up of all different kinds of little kids. Everywhere from that one little kid who just loves to sing, to that one who likes to dance, even down to the one who's a little too obsessed with photosynthesis. But the one thing they all have in common is that they are absolutely terrible at doing literally anything, so we can at least relate to them on that front. Sunkern also touches on another somewhat large category of Pokemon we'll be seeing, which is flora that has all the responsibilities of being fauna, with none of the benefits of it. Plants usually don't have to worry about being attacked by a vicious hedgehog or something, and then needing to escape so they don't get eaten. So when you give a plant a brain, a face, and a method of locomotion, but no claws, speed, teeth, or anything to stand out against its new predators, it makes every other animal feel a lot better about its own capabilities. So at least Sunkern will be a nice morale booster for the entire rest of the animal kingdom before it goes extinct. Thanks, pal. Togepi gets an honorable mention for being a little chaos baby, but it and the rest of these guys just don't really seem capable enough to hold their own in the wild. As for level 2, it's more of what you'd probably expect. Meganium, I think, is the only final evolution of a starter that is in level 2 instead of level 3. It's not that it seems weak or anything, it's just very docile. It's too busy vibing with all the plants for it to actually take over or anything. Maybe if there was some more bloodlust in those eyes, it could go up a level. As it is now though, it's a sauropod and it's not even 6 feet tall. It's okay, bro, us average height enjoyers gotta stick together. Xatu is a bit of an interesting one because it's thought to be able to see both the past and the future with each of its eyes respectively, which seems like a pretty big advantage it would have, but it's just a damn coward and doesn't move all day because it's scared of the future coming true. Why doesn't he just close his right eye then? Is he stupid? You'd think Marill would be a candidate for level 1, but at least it can use the ball at the end of its tail to pummel you. Whether or not it would feel like a strong punch to the gut or a foam ball being tossed to you isn't quite clear, but at least the ball is full of oil, which allows it to float, so good for Marill, I guess. Jumpluff has quite the entertaining Pokedex entry, and I mean, it doesn't really change anything about its ranking, I just found it kind of funny. Most of these other guys are just Pokemon versions of real-life animals, nothing more for me to really elaborate on, so let's just move forward. Up here in level 3, things do shrink down quite a bit again. Slowking gets up here just because it's really smart and pretty big. It's like if you put some bigger and smarter humans out in the wild, like, yeah, they'd probably survive just fine. I don't quite see them rising up to match us humans as the only level 7 species that already exists on Earth, because, I mean, just look at those little dumb arms and no fingers that it's got. They just chill out in the wilderness and become some kind of Bigfoot-esque cryptid to us. They're not going to be much of a threat despite their intelligence. Wobbuffet, on the other hand, you should feel fear. Unless you're able to kill them in one fell swoop, then you will suffer.
Actually, Wobbuffet, what I love about Wobbuffet is he's probably one of the strongest Pokemon in terms of, like, in the anime, because he has Mirror Coat, and Mirror Coat is basically just protect but more OP. It just reflects the damage and
I mean, yeah,
back
nothing's
twice.
gonna kill it.
No, nothing's killing this. This
So-
is an apex predator right here.
The face of an apex predator. Yeah,
It's an Avengers level threat.
I mean, you could shoot it.
Yeah,
I'd say
that would dominate. I feel like that would dominate.
No, yeah, it wouldn't destroy.
It can't destroy unless you fire like a nuclear bomb at it. It comes twice as hard.
Anything that tries to kill it is just gonna get instantly countered and probably immediately fall to its wrath. Hell hath no fury, like a silly little guy. Oratris is just it's a big metal sphere with guns attached to it that sits around and does seemingly nothing. Not sure what the point of its existence is, but then again, most of us don't really know that about ourselves either, so who am I to judge? Slugma and Macargo both fall under the volcano exception. If they lived literally anywhere else other than lava, they would be much higher. But since they're just kind of chilling in the hot tub all day, they're fine. Still don't really see how any other animal could kill or eat it though, so it kind of goes up here by default. On the exact opposite side of the spectrum, the first legendary in level 3, Suicune. Now, I know it's ridiculous to put the water legendary Suicune in the same category as a hot slug, but I have my nonsensical reasons, okay? One thing that I didn't explain about level 3 at the start is that it's also kind of the legendary Pokemon that are very powerful and chill, but not quite powerful enough to go in level 0 category. Or I guess, if that name's a bit too long, it's just the legendaries that live in harmony with nature. You can think of the distinction between that and level 0 as if a level 0 Pokemon were to get angry and decide to go on a rampage, it would be a level 5, 6, or 7 threat, whereas the legendaries we'll be seeing in level 3, if they decided to go on a rampage, they'd be more of a level 4. If anything, level 2 sounds better for them on paper because they would fit into the ecosystem just fine, not necessarily dominating as an apex predator, rather just content living their lives in the wild and protecting nature. I'm not going to do that though, since I at least have the respect to not put these graceful legendaries in the same group as an apple. So even though it feels a bit weird, Suicune does find itself here because, unlike the other two roaming legendaries, Suicune just likes to go around purifying water and helping nature, even though it could be quite the force to reckon with. I'd love to take Suicune to a Dasani bottling plant and see how horrified it would be at that acid they call water. Then it would turn into a level 4 threat, I'm sure. Aside from that, there's nothing else I really feel like I need to explain here. Overall, kind of a weak showing from Johto compared to, literally every other generation, but hey, there's still all sorts of ones in level 4 to bring it back for them. Let's see, how many... What do you mean there's only 4 Pokemon in level 4? I mean, I guess 5 if you're counting Hisuian Typhlosion as a totally separate Pokemon, but that's still a pretty tiny number. At least Gen 6 has the excuse of being the smallest generation. Gen 2 has like 100 Pokemon, and they could fit in at least a few more murder machines. I mean, there's not even that much special about them for me to explain. Typhlosion just because it's a strong fire type that lives in grassy areas to warrant forest fires, and Steelix because of the same reasons as Onix, just this time bigger and shinier. Hisuian Typhlosion is a bit more interesting because I guess it's just chill, but it still gets a bit silly sometimes and incinerates everything around it with spirit purifying flames. Then of course there's the other two roaming legendaries, for the reasons you can probably expect. Creating lightning storms on a whim and running around at the speed of lightning and just zapping everything around you is pretty fun, but so is murder. Therefore Raikou destroys the environment. Infallible logic, I know. Then Entei is the same, except this time it's fire, and I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt and assume the line about it barking will cause some random volcano to erupt somewhere is just some kind of folktale myth. If that is actually true, then this thing is easily level 7, because if it sees the mailman, then half the globe is going to be coated in magma and ash. But as far as I know, that's never actually been shown happening or demonstrating that ability. Hey, it's your good old friend back again so soon, because what the fuck, Entei? Looking back on this in retrospect after having edited the entire video so far, there's a lot of things that the Pokédex says that don't sound right, and I reason and rationalize them as, well, that's not how we see it happen in the game, therefore the Pokédex must just be exaggerating and it must be folklore or something, like how I just said for Entei. And I can only rationalize it that way so many times before I genuinely start to think, maybe it's not exaggerating. Maybe a volcano actually does erupt somewhere every time it barks. I don't know. It's just, you can't take the Pokédex seriously, but you kinda have to because that's your only source of information for this. But situations like this are exactly what I'm here to do and explain them further to make them probably more confusing if I'm being honest. So to treat that thought a bit more seriously and actually genuinely wonder if a volcano erupts every time it barks, I'm just here to say that if that is the case, then yes, this thing is level 7. There's probably a lot of volcanoes on Earth. Even better yet, I'd say there's almost certainly a lot of volcanoes on Earth. I'm not going to figure out how many, but we don't need to know that. Every time this thing barks, even not just barks, like roars, even if it's like specifically trying to summon a volcano, even if it just does that like once or twice for whatever reason, that is already at least level 6. So if it does this multiple times, if it's unwilling, then yeah, it's easily level 7. The entire Earth is just going to be like covered like in a layer of ash, and there's going to be a volcanic winter or something. It would be an absolute, I don't even know, it would be a nightmare if Entei actually existed and that happened. So if you want to take it seriously, then yeah, this is the first level 7 Pokemon, I'd say. If you don't, and you just kind of writing it off as like folklore like I did, then yeah, level 4 makes sense for it. And of course, we also can't forget about the Pokemon in level 0, as I did when writing the script, making me have to come all the way back here to write a couple sentences about some birds.
I feel like Lugia would be 0, but Ho-Oh would... no, Ho-Oh's a good one. They're both good. There's both 0, like...
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, like, if given the chance, Lugia would sprout from the freaking water and just start annihilating everything. Same with Ho-Oh. Like, Ho-Oh, he presents himself to, like, righteous trainers, but He's not doing that.
Ho-Oh and Lugia find themselves down here due to their abilities to resurrect the dead and cause mass destruction respectively. Neither of those may necessarily be enough to end the world, but it's enough for them to warrant their ranking here because they seem pretty chill. Oh, also, yeah, I guess I just forgot to mention Celebi here. But honestly, you're not missing out on much. Yeah, sure, it can time travel and do stuff like that, which is pretty powerful, but it's just like the other two legendary birds. It has these crazy abilities, but it's super chill and is very peaceful and is actively trying not to mess anything up. So it would definitely be in level 0 by that criteria. And even I was a little uncertain about the two legendary birds, so I looked into them more. And yeah, it literally says like Lugia has the power to summon a storm with its wings that could last for 40 days, and thus it makes certain that it's like sealed away and not going to accidentally do that or hurt anybody. And same with Ho-Oh, I guess, but it said less about that thing, whatever that is, I don't know. But yeah, so basically these are all the same camp of like super powerful, but is very mindful of their abilities. So kind of the ideal level 0 candidate. And also, Ho-Oh could bring back Abraham Lincoln. And I think that'd be pretty cool. So yeah, not much going for Gen 2 in terms of the whole world domination department, but hey, it's a nice change of pace before we have to get to the nightmare that is Gen 3. Oh god, it's Gen 3. Hopping down to level 1, we'll actually have to keep doing that over and over again, or else Spoink's pathetic existence will be snuffed out in a flash. Evolving a spring to mechanically make your own heart continue to beat without any autonomic function to regulate it has got to be one of the most Sisyphean torture methods any organism has had to endure. Are there any in particular that, like, you have something to say about?
Spoink. Okay, so.
Oh, Spoink, yeah.
So.
Yeah, if he bounces,
Spoink.
if he stops bouncing, he dies.
Or
if the orb falls off, right?
I think if it stops bouncing, it dies. I think that's what it is.
How is it fighting back against
It's
literally
not.
anything?
It's not. That shit is extinct. Like, it is one of the most useless Pokemon in existence.
So Godspeed, Spoink. Can't wait to find out what that little spring tastes like on a grill. The other ones aren't as ridiculous though. I love Spinda, but lil bro get torn to shreds, I'm sorry. I don't think stumbling around all over the place is going to work as a self-defense mechanism as well as Spinda probably thinks it does. Putting Anorith here might be a little harsh, but it claims that the water composition change in the ocean was enough to make it unable to survive there. If just the change over time in the Pokemon world made it uninhabitable to them, then I'm willing to bet the oceans of Earth would be like how the Blood Ocean in Iron Lung seems to us. Even if we were to waive that just for the sake of an argument, I think that they would still find themselves here because it's supposed to be a sort of trilobite and they didn't fare too well for themselves on Earth either. Snorunt's ranking might also be a little harsh, but come on, it's literally just a 2-foot tall cone with the stubbiest little arms and legs. They're like penguins except they can't swim or do any real form of hunting in the endless plains of snow where they have to compete with polar bears for God's sake. All it really does is visit humans sometimes and just crash there for a while and eat all your ice before leaving or paying you back. These things can't do shit. Up in level 2, we've returned to our regularly scheduled normal animals, but with funny names and colors once again. It's to the point where this group in particular I honestly have very little to say about. We all know that the raccoons, caterpillars, birds, sentient wind chimes, bugs would all fit in given that they're all living creatures on Earth just with some extra little gimmick. I'll still run through a couple of those like Ralts and Kirlia. They don't look like they do very well in the whole not dying department, but they get off the hook because they do seem to exclusively inhabit urban areas, I think. There's a lot of Pokemon that like to live in cities and the like, but most of them don't really get that past because it says that they still live and can be found in the wild. It's only Pokemon like Ralts and Kirlia that exclusively inhabit cities that get the benefit of humans thinking they're cute and protecting them. So another quick interjection here. There actually isn't really anything specifically saying that they only inhabit cities or like to live around humans. There's nothing specifically saying that, but I think it's still a relatively safe assumption because a lot of Ralts and Kirlia's entries are about how they interact with human emotions, and a lot of it is very, focused around humans, I'm pretty sure. So I think it's still a relatively safe assumption to assume that, yeah, they probably do. Their ideal habitat probably is in cities with humans. And even though, yeah, in the game you can find them out in the wild outside of cities, I think that's more of a gameplay contrivance. Like, I don't think that's a set in stone thing like, oh, they don't need to live around humans. But I think even that they like to live around humans, I'd assume. Going forward, we're going to see that there are other ones also that are without a shadow of a doubt do really like to live around humans and are built to live kind of in cities, but you can still find them on wild routes in the game. So I do view that more as just like a suggestion or a contrivance for gameplay, not a set in stone rule that they have to live out in the wild because they do in the game. For something like Raw Seculia, there's so much of it is focused around humans that I think it's enough to give it to them. Even if you don't want to give them that, I think they could still survive out in the wild and belong in level 2. So that's my take anyway. Even if they were out in the wild, they might still be able to stand up for themselves a little bit, since psychic abilities in particular I feel like would be very powerful to have on Earth, but it would be somewhat dubious at best, I feel. Somehow, the description of Azrael actually sounds more threatening than both of its evolved forms, which I think is just more shame on them for not living up to the potential this little guy has. Maybe that's why Azrael looks so sad. It knows it's doomed to become what it despises most. A lot to think about for an 8-inch tall blue mouse. Chimecho, despite being just a fucking wind chime, actually has more written about its role in the ecosystem than most normal animal Pokemon. It has defense mechanisms, a specialized diet, it has described hunting behaviors. It's like they knew ahead of time that people would find this thing ridiculous and felt that they needed to justify its existence. Shedinja is also kind of a weird one because it only really takes one hit to kill it, but only super effective moves can actually hit it. So nothing is really going to be able to kill it, but it also doesn't really seem to be able to do anything. Shedinja is weak to flying, so birds would be able to eat it, dumbass. Yeah, but even then, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. I don't think birds would be very interested in eating this husk of a Pokemon, even if they were capable of it. I don't think there's much nutritional value in it, so I think even though they would be able to kill Shedinja, they would probably just leave it alone most of the time, I'd imagine. So I guess by default it goes here because while it can't be hunted, it's not dominating the ecosystem. Spheal is everything that Snorunt wanted to be, yet failed at. Spheal may not be fit for survival on its own, but it specifically goes into detail describing how it lives in groups with its 2 evolved forms. Felio likes to juggle Spheals, probably because it's fun for both of them, but also to check on their health somehow. I'm not sure how juggling them ensures that they're in good health, but who am I to judge the lifestyles of these beautiful creatures? It also likes to live on drifting ice by the shore to stay away from predators, and the Walrein pack leader will protect the whole pack and even hunt prey with its little helper Spheal that points out prey in the water for it to catch. Spheal and its family are perfect. We should all strive to be like them. And since nothing can top my love for Spheal, that's the last one I'll discuss on this level. Like I said, most of these guys are pretty basic and probably don't really need much explaining. Up in level 3, we can see a much larger variety of these lads, otherwise known as more things for me to not explain but for you to be mildly interested about. Gardevoir's ability may be terrifying, but it at least has the intelligence to probably not destroy things with said abilities, hopefully, because we all know a species being smart prevents it from using its power for destruction. Groudon I wasn't expecting much out of at all, but the description really plays him up to be pretty intimidating despite them being basic as hell. It's just a big lobster that's real lanky and has big meaty claws, making it really hard to get rid of. That's literally it, and surprisingly enough, it's not the only red lobster looking ass Pokemon from this generation, but we'll get to that much later. Shuppet and Banette being here also feels weird, but putting them down in level 2 feels just as weird. I'm not quite as certain about this one, but it is a pure ghost type Pokemon, so naturally that already means it's a good candidate for being up here. It's not quite an apex predator, it just feeds off negative emotions of people and chills, I guess. As far as I know, it doesn't actually kill humans or other animals, but it does feed off them. So I can kind of see them becoming at least a pest or a nuisance in most places. Then there's Shuppet, who is probably the one creature on Earth that would actually like Twitter. All of the negativity on there is like a Vegas buffet for it, I'm sure. These could easily be worthy of a level 2 ranking, so take this with a grain of salt. Although with the amount of rankings on here that are worthy of a grain of salt, I'm pretty sure it's a whole ass boulder by this point. Duskull and Dusclops, I mean, what do you want from me, dude? It's practically the exact same as the last two. Just rewind 10 or 20 seconds and listen to the Shuppet explanation again. I'm too tired for this. The only really notable difference is that Duskull likes to eat children instead of negative emotions. Well, I mean, we all have our own dietary preferences, to each their own. Then finally in level 4 we can see more than 2 Pokemon, so already off to a better start. And they're there for reasons you've probably all come to expect by this point. Blaziken goes to kick a squirrel, and everything probably explodes. Exploud hears a bat chirp in the darkness, screams so loud that everything probably explodes, but this time for real because it's in the name. Also, I gotta mention, bold strategy to have your form of attack be so loud that it causes earthquakes to occur when you live in caves. Gotta wonder how that's working out for it. Hariyama stomps its foot down to intimidate a snake, and accidentally kills several poor innocent trucks that were just living their lives out in the woods, and also probably all the surrounding trees and plant life too. But Pokedex entries seem obsessed with measuring strength by how many trucks a Pokemon can destroy. Not sure why, just accept it. Metagross is a hyper-intelligent supercomputer in a mechanical body that is somehow a biological creature. I don't know what kind of environment made this thing evolve into what looks like one of Drayden's creation from the Terraria Calamity mod, but it sure as hell exists. And that's a problem for all those losers out in nature to deal with, not us. The Reggies are there too. I have nothing more to really add on them. They just seem like they belong there, you know? Gen 3 has plenty more forces of mass destruction, but we're still procrastinating on them. But not the forces of mass destruction that are surprisingly nice. As always, in level 0, we've got a few that possess incredible abilities, but it wouldn't really be a threat. Latios and Latias don't really strike me as the type to be that strong for all the way down here. From all I've read about them, they just seem to be strong, but not as almighty as the rest of these freaks.
I feel like Latios and Latias would be 0.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've made 0 in mind with.
Yeah, like Latios might be a dick to humans, but like he doesn't would actively kill them.
Yeah.
Latias is so nice. Like Latias would not hurt a fly. Oh, why'd you put Latias and Latios and I destroy everything, but it's chill.
Because you've told me to.
Maybe I don't know. I'll look at it again.
Yeah, because I was wondering about this when I was looking into it again, so that was also one I was going to ask you about.
Yeah.
You have to remember though that they only have to be capable of causing mass destruction, not ending the world per se. I think a jet plane with extremely powerful psychic abilities, as well as the ability to go invisible, would almost certainly cause plenty of havoc if they got real mad someday for some reason. Plus, it does seem like they have been shown to at least be able to hold their own against some other Pokemon on this level. Oh yeah, and there's this dude too, I guess. Rayquaza would honestly probably have one of the most minimal impacts on Earth if it were to exist. From what I know, it just kind of flies around in the ozone layer, eats space rocks, and I mean, that's about it, to be honest. What more even is there to do in life other than that? Rayquaza just plays peacekeeper if a lobster and a fish get a bit too excited down on Earth, but other than that, it doesn't seem to use its power for anything else, or at least that I could find. With that being said, I think we can move on from Hoenn for the time being. Going from the dragon god protector of the planet to an actual cricket, Sinnoh starts off strong in the whole extinction department. Crickets may exist in real life and be doing fine, but that's because they're not a foot tall with no ability to jump or escape very fast. It literally says that it's known to stumble because of how short its legs are. It's born, it uses its antenna to play a xylophone, and then dies. I admire the hustle at the very least, but the rest of these guys are more of the same, really. Some more plants that want to be animals but don't really know how to and are just bad at it, with a whole trio of failed existences all back to back. An impressive new streak for the list. We got one that dies if it cries too much, a fetus clown, and a sphere that likes to carry around other spheres. All Pokemon that are a danger to themselves in certain ways and have no effective self-defense mechanisms. I appreciate the creativity in Mime Jr.'s plan to use its Mime Black magic to just mimic whatever is attacking it and hope that it confuses the attacker, allowing for it to escape, but I don't think a grizzly bear is going to care about the funny magic tricks you're doing while it's mauling you. Moving away from the league of helpless babies, level 2 is the same old self it's always been. You've got your real life animals with all those other freaks of nature mixed in as well. I honestly feel like this is the only time in this ranking that I could get away with explaining literally none of my decisions and nobody would care, because they're pretty much all self-explanatory, or at least self-explanatory to my own deranged mind. As much as I would love to do that in order to get through this list as fast as possible, since we're not even halfway done yet, I would be remiss if I didn't at least mention whatever the hell these three things are supposed to be. Despite their status as legendary Pokemon and ability to calm down a god, they do pretty much nothing, I think. I don't know. And to my knowledge, they don't really have any sort of destructive power that could threaten the world, so they don't qualify for level 0. By default then, they kinda go here, even though it doesn't really feel right for me to put these ancient beings of knowledge and divinity in the same level as fucking Crabominable. They fit into the ecosystem just fine because they don't do anything other than sleep under lakes. What a life. Fione, Manaphy, and Shaman I thought were a lot more special than they actually are when I got to this part in the ranking. It's always these weird mythical Pokemon that just kind of sneak their way in at the end of every generation's decks in between all the cool legendaries that are either super powerful or do next to nothing. I guess they do have a couple of neat things going for them, but for the most part, they just act like any other basic Pokemon. One other Pokemon in this level I somehow forgot to mention, Drifloon and Drifblim. I don't know how I forgot about them. You were probably all expecting that to be a major highlight of mine. I'm sure most of you know the deal with those two, but specifically if you are unaware, Drifloon, I think, Drifblim also has some entries similar to this, but Drifloon specifically, I cannot fucking talk. Drifloon specifically has entries where it talks about how it will like whisper to children, and then if a kid takes it, like grabs onto it like a balloon, it'll just float and the child will go missing and it'll never be found again. Doesn't change their ranking much. I just figured I should mention that. Like, okay, yeah, they'd be able to kill a couple kids a year. It's no big deal, God. And I also feel like I should mention in the Drifblim Pokedex entries, there is one in particular that stood out to me as being very funny. It says, the raw material for the gas inside its body is souls. When its body starts to deflate, it is thought to carry away people and Pokemon. So make that what you will, I guess. Other than those guys, I really don't have much else to add about this level, which is impressive given that it has quite a few freaks of nature that look like they were art sculptures brought to life by an evil wizard with nothing better to do. Thankfully, level 3 has brought some more freaks I can actually think of something to say about. Mismagius has the usual advantage of being a pure ghost type in a pure normal world, while also being chaotic enough to capitalize on it. All it likes to do is go around using its spells to sow whatever chaos it can, an admirable ambition. Honchkrow is one that's nothing really special on its own other than its name, which I find really fun to say for some reason. The real reason it's up here though is because of its ability to summon over 100 Murkrow on a whim. As much as I would love for Honchkrow to be real just because of that, because if I was able to catch one, then I would also be able to summon 100 crows whenever I want by proxy, that power is best kept away from humanity. I mean, just imagine, somebody disagrees with you, boom, 100 crows right in their face, courtesy of your pet Honchkrow. Who the hell's gonna disagree with you when you have that many crows? It's the most OP superpower. I will die on this hill that nobody is fighting me on. Bronzong is a floating bell that has the abilities to both summon rain and open holes to other worlds. Not sure how any of those are related in the slightest, but sure. I mean, either way, it doesn't really need those because it's a floating solid metal bell. There's not much any other animals can do to oppose it. Last time somebody was so hungry they could eat a bell, we ended up with whatever the hell the crack in the Liberty Bell is. Something that I haven't thought about since learning about it in kindergarten, so thanks for dredging up those memories, Bronzong. Then there's Lucario, who is surprisingly chill, just living in packs and mountains away from everyone. They'd undoubtedly be apex predators, but they're not going to destroy anything. Even with all their aura abilities, they seem to just act like a pack of wolves with seemingly human levels of sentience, but they're nice and content with their place in the world, I think. Weavile, on the other hand, act pretty much the exact same, except they are discontented with their place in the world and will soon get to experience the folly of man. I really like Weavile, but I didn't think it would be all the way up here in level 3 until I read Mamoswine's entry that says Weavile is its natural predator. Turns out these little gremlins hunt like primitive humans, traveling in packs and carving signs into the terrain as a form of communication, along with having claws that can cause frostbite when scratched. And that should be it for this level. Oh god, not these two. Is it that time already? Ugh. Okay, so the lunar duo, Cresselia and Darkrai, were two that I had no clue what to do with, and honestly, I still don't really know what to do with them. Darkrai puts people to sleep and causes them to have terrible nightmares, and Cresselia keeps Darkrai in check by bringing happy dreams. Cresselia isn't really the problem here, because she's pretty clear-cut in level 3, given how she coexists with nature and just likes to make people happy. Or is it legendary?
Cresselia is like a good... Cresselia is a good one. Like, Cresselia is a good guy.
Okay.
Like, that one is like the... I don't even think it could... It's the opposite. Like, it's just so enchanting.
So it's just kind of nice, really.
This would be hunted down by the Ivory freaking Coast Hunters, bro. That is this Pokemon.
Okay, so it doesn't really do much of like anything in particular. It's just kind of nice and helps.
It exists.
Yeah, it brings happy dreams. Aw. Okay.
Oh, ain't that cute?
Darkrai, on the other hand, I keep getting very mixed impressions on its power level, ranging anywhere from just causing some nightmares to nearby creatures on accident, to attempting to blanket the world in darkness and having power that is at least somewhat comparable to Dialga and Palkia. Also, remember that this is a scenario in which we are looking at these Pokemon as if they appeared on Earth with no other Pokemon to interfere, so it would be Darkrai with no Cresselia to keep it in check. After a whopping 10 minutes of sitting at my desk staring at the Pokedex entries, however, I've come to the conclusion to put it in level 3, both because most of its descriptions talk about Darkrai like a normal animal with this nightmare ability that it occasionally gets a bit silly with, and also because I'm a coward who can't commit to one side or the other. Level 0 also doesn't really seem right for it because that whole blanketing the world in darkness thing seemed like more of just a one-time event under special circumstances, but that's the impression I get from reading about it. I mean, do I really look like the kind of guy who would know much about Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time or Darkness? Please don't answer that question. That would invalidate my entire point about not wanting to do more research, please. So regardless, I'm going to stick it here and accept that there probably is no one definitive correct answer. Other than that though, there's not really much for me left to say about the other Pokemon in this level, because why bother talking about the Grim Reaper that decided to turn his life around after a childhood of eating children when I could talk about a weasel? Then of course, up in level 4, you already know the deal. We've got our Fire Hazard starter. First we had a dragon, then a hedgehog, a chicken, and now a monkey. They'll surely create a great chimera by the time we get to Gen 9. Spiritomb is just 108 angry ghosts all sharing one rock, which is going about as well for them as you would probably imagine. You know, the Endless Torment is worth it when it's space efficient. Garchomp goes here just because it's the only one so far that could seemingly counter my whole 100 crows dream, as it can apparently just eat a whole flock of birds while flying. Sure, it being a shark that can traverse land, water, and air is terrifying and all, but I am way more worried about my 100 crows, I gotta be honest. Drapion is one that could potentially go even higher, as it has the whole rampage thing going on. It's just hyper aggressive and built as hell, but I don't think it's quite to the degree as the other ones in level 5. Like, sure, it can go on rampages where it just destroys everything around it, but it lives in the desert. What even is there to destroy in a desert? That's like saying you can destroy most of a ball pit. Like, yeah, you can damage a lot of it, but what does it matter when the only things there are broken dreams and buried bodies? Rhyperior is built like a literal brick shit house and has the ability to launch rocks at animals, which is pretty much what allowed humans to just nullify all competition with other animals back when we were still living in caves. It is also a featherless biped, which, as we all know, instantly makes you a human, but despite all that, Rhyperior will never be as powerful as a first-grade human child because its brain is impressively tiny. So even though it has the power of a tank, having the intelligence of a tank as well, it just makes it a tank. Something perfectly capable of being a level 4 threat. Yanmega seems like a weird one to put this high up. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's the only part bug type Pokemon up here, so that doesn't exactly make it seem much more powerful either. Well, the first reason is that it's 6'3", so that kind of paints a different picture in my mind. So of course, it's also super violent and can create shockwaves just by flapping its wings, therefore destroying everything that is around it. What else could we expect by this point? That's all for level 4 though, but of course there's still more for us to talk about because this is Sinnoh after all. Remember, levels 5, 6, and 7 I will be going over at the very end. There's far less Pokemon in those tiers and I need something exciting to end on. We can at least get a bit of a teaser with level 0 though, where we can find God. Wow, I was wondering where they've been all this time. Dialga, Palkia, and Arceus of course find their way into this tier that I made specifically with them in mind, the gods of time, space, and creation respectively. I mean, what do you even want me to say here? Of course, if any of these Pokemon got bored one day and just decided to do a little trolling, they could destroy everything in an instant. That kind of goes without saying. That's not exactly something that they're gonna do though if they were the god of our world. And while I'm sure at least one Florida man is gonna try and use the chain he bought from Home Depot and painted red to control one of them, I don't think that's gonna be quite enough of a threat to make them destroy everything. So as they are normally, I don't see them posing any real threat to humanity. But who even cares about gods or whatever? What I really care about is the single Pokemon from Gen 5 that I decided would go extinct. I think Gothita would go extinct before the fucking ice cream cone does, and frankly, I find that to be incredible news. All it does is waddle around and look at things, which sure is something I also do, but it's only a problem when this creature does it, because just look at it. It won't even realize if it's being attacked, and apparently touching the ribbon on its head will make it cry. This is such a clear level 1 Pokemon, even despite my bias, because I think it just looks stupid. It doesn't say anything about it only living with humans, and there's nothing that points to whether or not there would be much parental protection for it. Get this thing out of here. I don't want to hear it. We can move on with Unova, given that it's the largest generation. Returning to good old level 2, we can at least see plenty more Pokemon that aren't just real-world animals, even though there are still plenty of those. The monkeys are all pretty basic with nothing much else to say about them, even Simisear, which might seem a bit surprising given how much I've been preaching the good word of Smokey the Bear throughout this ranking. Sure, it's a fire Pokemon living in a wooded area, but I'm only really concerned about the ones wreathed in fire like Rapidash or Infernape. Simisear is just a poser with fur that kinda looks like fire. Bro thinks he's Infernape, but in reality, he ain't shit. Munna certainly looks like the type that would go down in level 1, but it seems to coexist mostly around humans given that it eats the dreams of people. Plus, even if it does have to exist without humans, it at least floats around above the ground, which would make it harder to catch, and is probably nocturnal given the whole dream diet thing. So there'd be less predators around when it's looking for a hibernating bear or something. If you think about it, a hibernating bear would probably be the equivalent of an all-you-can-eat buffet for Munna for an entire winter season. That's neither here or there. However, the point is, it's much better than Gothita, and that's all that really matters. Roggenrola is a bit of a tough one to rank because it's just a goddamn rock. Like, yeah, nothing's really going to be hunting it, but it's not doing enough to warrant it dominating the ecosystem, so really it should be questioning why it even exists in the first place. It won't be doing that though, because it's a rock, and I will not be thinking about why it exists either, because I am not a rock. Cottony looks like the kind of Pokemon that would die if you sneezed in its general direction, and to a certain degree you'd be correct in that assumption. However, actually getting within sneezing range would prove to be the biggest issue, because they ride the wind to avoid predators, so they at least have that going for them. Solosis doesn't seem to be really capable of much on a similar note, and there's not much in the form of elaborating on what it can really do. All it really says is that it can survive pretty much anywhere thanks to its weird protective film thing, and it uses some psychic magic to drive off potential threats. I have no idea how effective said psychic abilities are, but I imagine it would be enough to deter a spicy gerbil or something. So it's allowed up in level 2. I of course also have to mention Vanillite and all its friends here, and probably explain why literal food would not get eaten to extinction. Well, I'd certainly attribute quite a lot of it to the fact that I don't like to eat ice cream that is negative 58 degrees, much less an ice cream cone that when attacked will blast me with the winds of the same temperature. Also, ice cream exists in real life and it hasn't gone extinct yet, idiot. Do I need to explain everything to you? God. You know what else exists in real life and hasn't gone extinct yet? Candles, obviously. Litwick may just be a candle, but at least it's a candle that can suck out the soul of electronic devices to make it flame stronger. If it can kill Siri, then in my mind it's practically an apex predator, but it'll just stick around here because generally speaking I don't think many animals would want to eat a candle and are pretty scared of fire. Plus it seems to like living in abandoned homes instead of out in the middle of the forest, so that would help it out a bit. Lastly, I'll talk about Vullaby, because if any Pokemon should deserve a level 1 ranking, it would probably be the one with the category of diapered Pokemon. It finds itself saved from extinction, however, because of those pesky Mandibuzzes bothering to take good care of them. That's just about all I have to say about level 2. I had to skip over a lot of ones that I could have talked about simply because of the sheer size of Gen 5 and my dwindling patience for going through these. So allow me to once again say that if you go to the Bulbapedia page and read the biology section or the collection of Pokedex entries and put yourself in the mindset of this sane person, then you'll probably at least get an idea of why I put them here. Or you could leave a comment asking if you really care that much, but something tells me most people will be able to sleep just fine at night without knowing why Ferroseed is in the same category as a fucking Hydra. Starting out in level 3, I'd like to immediately highlight a Pokemon with one of my favorite descriptions for the dumbest reason that nobody else is gonna find funny. Our old friend Gigalith here is what you'd expect, nothing really that needs much explaining. What I love about it though is that it uses both of the very official scientific measurements for power that the Pokedex loves to use back to back. For some reason they absolutely love to measure feats of strength in either dump trucks or mountains. The amount of times I've read Pokedex entries that contain the phrase dump trucks are sent flying, can destroy a single mountain in one blow, or some iteration of that phrase is absurd. So reading both of these things pretty much back to back in Gigalith's entry after literal days of reading countless other Pokemon that said one of those phrases, it put me into a delirium-infused laughing state that lasted longer than I'd like to admit. That's literally all I had to say about the rock crab spider thing though. Literal garbage is far more important. I'll say, I knew Garbodor would be a fun one to talk about, but dear lord, this thing is so much more ridiculous than it looks, and it's a 6-foot garbage pile with a goofy face drawn on it. The more you read about it, the more absurd it becomes. I mean, Garbodor.
Yeah.
How big is Garbodor?
How big is Garbodor? I remember reading something that, like, honestly, it lets off a terrible stench.
6'3", 236 pounds.
Damn. Homie should be on the frickin' offensive line.
It can kill a weakened foe instantly. I read it as kill a weakened family instantly.
Oh
Uh,
god.
well, it certainly has the abilities of a level 3, but that's weird to think about in a city. I guess it would be an apex predator of New York City.
It would be terrible. Like, it would be terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, don't put it there just yet, because I feel like I remember seeing a description somewhere. Hold
Mm-hmm.
on. Garbodor. Let's see. It clenches opponents with its left arm and finishes them off with foul-smelling poison gas belched from its mouth. They absorb garbage into parts of their body. Consuming garbage makes new kinds of poison gas and liquid inside their body. Beware the poisonous liquid it shoots from its right arm. If even a little gets on you, you'll experience the effects of an unidentified toxin. Jesus.
An unidentified mysterious
Identified.
toxin. Wow. Well, it would definitely suck, but if anything, it would be more to level 0 because we would kill it so fast.
It locks opponents in place with its left hand, immobilizing them by entirely dousing their bodies in poisonous liquid. This Pokemon eats trash, which turns into poison inside its body. The main component of poison depends on what sort of trash is eaten. The toxic liquid is launched from its right arm is so virulent, it can kill a weakened creature instantly.
Bro, we'd have the military on these things. We would be hunting and searching for all of these things to get them out of here. If anything, they would be level 0, but we'd be like, no, we have to keep at least a few, so they wouldn't go extinct, but yeah.
It sprays toxic gas from its mouth and fingers. If the gas engulfs you, the toxins will seep in all the way down to your bones.
A bow.
Jesus Christ.
Why? It's so unnecessary. I have no clue in God's name how this thing even came to exist in the first place, but I'd love to sit Darwin himself down and beat some answers out of him. But I don't quite have his number in my back pocket, so we're gonna be left with what we know. And from what we know about its noxious Geneva Convention violating virulent poison and its comically violent behavior, I think it earns this spot just fine. If it didn't live in cities, then it could honestly be a candidate for level 5. But I think this is one of the very few Pokemon that loses points because of human interaction. We would have the military out hell-bent on eradicating 95% of these abominations, but even then it would still dominate the New York rat and pigeon ecosystem. I'd also like to highlight this literal larva that somehow found its way up in level 3. On one hand, it's no small feat to get past level 2 when you're a bug-type Pokemon, so good job Larvesta. On the other hand, it is quite easy to get past level 2 when you're a fire-type Pokemon, so not sure where that leaves me. Either way, I think it kinda overcompensates for the being a bug-type by having 5 horns that can shoot out 5,500 degree flames as an intimidation tactic. Brother, if you have 5 flamethrowers attached to you at all times that you can just shoot at whatever you want, I think you can just skip straight to the scorching your enemies alive part and skip past the whole, oh, I'm a little bug, get away from me or else routine. I gotta be completely honest. This could very easily be a level 4 threat, but it does live around volcanoes, so it's less of a forest fire threat and more of a blazing fiery death threat. As a reminder, when I say Pokemon lives around a volcano, I'm going by the Pokemon definition of a volcano area. So like an active volcano with lava around and no real plants to catch fire that haven't already because of the lava. Not what most volcanoes actually look like, which is just a normal area with a mountain that has magma beneath it and could explode in potentially hundreds of years, just as a clarification in case anybody was imagining these things terrorizing the tourists of Yellowstone. Then of course, to wrap up this level real quick, because I spent too much time talking about larva and garbage and am now running out of time on my non-existent timer to talk about the legendary Swords of Justice and those fuck-ass genie dudes. Basically, the Swords of Justice are all here for the same reasons as the other legendaries in this tier. They are very powerful, but not powerful enough to go any higher than level 4 if they did go on a rampage, but they wouldn't do that in the first place because they're just chilling in nature. They only want to protect other Pokemon, or I guess in Earth's case animals, and are only hostile to people who hurt them, or at least I think. I mean, some of them seem pretty powerful, especially like that one ground one, I forget its name. Yeah, they seem powerful, but I don't really see them being too much of a threat. I mean, I might be mistaken, but that's just the vibe I get. And lastly, there's good old Landorus down here without his brothers, for reasons you will find out much further on. Landorus on his own, though, was a bit tough for me to figure out where to place, but I think it belongs here because he is the nice one of the group. He likes to help crops grow, making soil fertile to actually help people, so he is peaceful, but if he was to go on a rampage, I don't think he would be nearly as dangerous as his brothers, as he creates sandstorms, which, while those are dangerous, take it from somebody who lives in Arizona, we get those every now and then, they're not as destructive as a tornado or lightning storms. If he was more dangerous, then he could qualify for level 0, but my impression of him, yeah, I could probably take him in a fight. Finally, we finish things off for Unova in level 4 once again. Embor, you already know the deal. Many fire equals many upset trees. If you're gonna wear a fire scarf, at least have the decency to do it in the caldera of a volcano. Come on, dude. Golurk, on the other hand, is a whole roller coaster of destruction. Where do I even begin? First off, it's 9 feet tall and over 700 pounds. I'm dying to know what BMI score that would be. It just keeps going, though.
The energy that burns inside it enables it to move, but no one has yet been able to identify its energy. These Pokemon are thought to have been created by the science of an ancient mysterious civilization. Ancient science fashioned this Pokemon by clay. It's been active for 1,000 years. If its movements are powered by mysterious energy, yada yada. Let's see. They were sculpted from clay in ancient times. No one knows why. Yeah. It's not really anything.
It's
crazy.
Just level 2 and 3. I'm kind of remembering now. I think I just put them here because I was like, they look fucking weird. Put them there. I don't feel like doing it.
Well, I'm about to see Golurk's entries.
Golurk was just a bigger version. Sure.
No, don't even move. It flies across the sky at Mach speed.
Okay, well, he's not cooler than Pidgeot, at least.
Bro, don't even get me started. That was so funny. Okay. Removing the seal on its chest makes its internal energy go out of control. It is said that Golurk was ordered to protect people and Pokemon by the ancient people who made them. Golurk was created to protect people and Pokemon. They run on mysterious energy, yada yada, Mach speeds, whatever. Some say the ancient people invented Golurk to serve as a laborer. It follows its master's orders faithfully. When the seal on its chest is removed, it rages indiscriminately, turning the whole town around it into a mountain of rubble.
Wait, when its core is removed?
When its seal.
What's the seal on it? This is very important information all of a sudden. Removing...
I'm guessing it's that.
Is it the
I'm
Band-Aid?
guessing it's that little, like, I'm guessing it's that, yeah.
Huh. Okay, so... a whole town into a mountain of rubble. Okay, if that could make it 4 then.
This is even scarier. There's this theory that inside Golurk, a perpetual motion machine that produces limitless energy. But this belief has not yet been proven.
This is like one of the futuristic paradox Pokemon before they even existed. Like, this is...
Artillery platforms built into the walls of ancient castle served as perches from which Golurk could fire energy beams. Golurk has been firing Kamehamehas since the medieval times.
Jesus Christ, okay, fine, bro. You go with level 4, you don't have to justify its mania. You don't have to keep overcompensating, Mr. Golurk. Jeez.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, it's a terrifying Pokemon, though.
It just kept ramping up. My God.
Just the thought of perpetual motion is just terrifying.
It had it all.
It had everything.
Jesus. A perpetual motion machine inside your arms for infinite energy? Sure, why not? Ability to fly at Mach speed by turning your arms and legs into rockets? That'll show those pigeons what's what. Energy cannon blasters that you can fire at will? You'll need that to fend off a badger, surely. Band-Aid you can peel off your chest that'll send you into a frenzy where you'll just level a whole village for no reason? We all get a bit goofy sometimes, no judgment here. Seriously, I have no clue why it's so extra, but whatever. Not quite level 5 though in my opinion, because it's at least not permanently in murder mode, and if it were to happen once, the FBI and military would be on that thing so fast. That town it destroyed never even existed, guys. It was fake news all along. It was just an earthquake. There was no golem cryptid that can be harvested for infinite energy, just forget about it. In fact, Unova kind of has this theme of ancient destruction machines going for it in this level. Case in point, Hydreigon. Not quite as physically imposing as Golurk, but it's pretty much exactly what you'd expect. Not only is it definitely 6 feet tall, guys, but it just loves to eat pretty much everything. I guess when you only have 3 heads for limbs, eating kind of does become your entire personality by default, and wouldn't you know it, Hydreigon also loves to eat villages. At least they have that in common. Genesect doesn't quite share the same hobby though, because even though it likes to destroy villages, it doesn't quite eat them, so more for the rest of us then, I suppose. Genesect is also kind of different in the regard that its entire personality is that it used to exist 300 million years ago and Team Plasma altered it by putting a cannon on its back. That is pretty much all it keeps repeating over and over again, never really saying anything about its personality or behavior, which makes things a bit more difficult. Either way, big fucking bug with big fucking cannon says everything that needs to be said. Before we can get to the last salvation that is Kalos though, and how short the generations become from here on out, there's one last Pokemon that decided to make things real difficult for me, as there always is. Kyurem is the very definition of that one kid who the teachers say just isn't really applying himself in class and has great potential but just doesn't quite act on it. From what I gather, the Ice Cloud is both its greatest limitation but also its greatest weapon. Like, yeah, the freezing cold keeps its power from leaking out or something. Not sure how that works, but sure, why not? Then it also says that it could just freeze an entire region, so do you like the ice or not, dude? Make up your damn mind. As usual, I'm not counting the fused forms because it couldn't naturally reach those states. It would need that crispy stuff or whatever it is those scientists are always going on about when it comes to genetic engineering. So in its base form, level 0 seems like a good fit, but I'm honestly pretty damn uncertain about it. So I'll just accept that I'm probably wrong and move on to greener and, much more importantly, shorter pastures. Also, it's just way more fun to talk about the stupid babies that would be destroyed out in the wild as opposed to all the big legendaries that could destroy the world with one sneeze or whatever, so it's nice that Gen 6 has provided. Fritzy here is the spitting image of extinction, something we've all been thinking but none of us had quite had the courage to say it yet. It's an 8-inch tall furball that just floats around and smells really good, like a bottle of perfume. Now, if there was a whole pack of these things chasing after you, that might be a different story. Harnessing the power of a perfumile would be a dangerous and lethal thing, until you realize that it's actually not that hard of a thing to fight against because you can just eat a bottle of perfume right there in front of the clerk and walk out. There's nothing they can do to stop you and have you give it back. Checkmate, minimum wage worker. Should have thought about that before trying to sell me perfume while I was just walking by and metaphorically shoving it down my throat. Now I literally shoved it down my throat and you can't do anything. Same applies to Spritzy too, I guess. What the fuck would what was any of that? I don't remember writing that at all. What? Okay. Kind of got lost in the weeds of my own metaphor. It probably still applies though. You can figure it out. I don't know. Moving on to Swirlix and completely ignoring whatever the hell I just talked about, Swirlix primarily goes down here just because it's literally made of candy, even though that's not doing it any favors either. The main reason is that it says it only eats sweets, not just things with sugar in it. Literally, it can only eat candy or things that taste really sweet, presumably. This isn't a Pokemon that exclusively lives around humans either. They'd have to live out in the wild with no human intervention, or at least that's the impression I got. That extends to things left by humans as well, of course, so they're not going to be able to sustain an ecological niche centered around preying on Twinkies that fell out of tourist pockets, something that happens to all Americans whenever they leave the house. That at least means they can eat some berries though, because I mean some wild berries are pretty sweet, so shouldn't that be enough? Maybe it could be theoretically possible if they were in an area with tons of wild strawberries or other similar berries, but even that's a long shot to assume that they would be able to sustain a large enough population with a dietary restriction like that. What really seals their fate though in my mind is the fact that one of their self-defense mechanisms is entangling foes in a sticky cotton candy shotgun blast that would presumably require them to lose a large portion of their body mass, along with a lot of their life-sustaining sugar. The cherry on top of it all is that they apparently have to eat their own weight in sugar every day. I don't know about you, but foraging 7.7 pounds of sweet berries every single day sounds pretty damn impossible to me, much less for a sentient ball of whipped cream, okay? This thing puts shame on all the sentient candy candy Pokemon. Everybody apologize to Vanillite right now for thinking it was in the same camp as Swirlix. I have no idea why I felt the need to say so much about Swirlix in particular. That all just sort of came out. Just wait until I get to you though, Slurpuff. Your time is running out. Taking a look at this refreshingly short level 2, I've never been happier in my life to see so many simple Pokemon that make my life so much easier by not having a whole essay written about them on Bulbapedia. I guess I'll start by just talking about the literal 4-inch tall Pokemon that somehow escaped the extinction tier. Flabebe has defied all odds and proved that it is better than half a dozen of eggs. We all didn't know you could do it, buddy. I mean, the main reason for that being is that I'm pretty sure no animals would even care to eat it.
Hi, yeah, it's been a little bit since you've seen me. You thought you escaped, but no, I'm still here. I've always been here. You're not getting away that easy. So what I said there about other creatures not wanting to eat it, as you could see there with the flag, frogs and other animals like that would probably eat it. You know, I was in the mindset of like, well, why would a grizzly bear just chomp at this random flower floating around, or even not just like any normal predator animal? But I wasn't thinking, I was thinking a bit too narrowly. You know, other animals like frogs and stuff that eat small insects would take interest in Flabebe and eat that as well. So it would have more natural predators, but it would be fine. It wouldn't go in level 0 just because frogs exist. I don't think it would change much. I just thought I should mention that.
Much like many of us don't care to even remember it exists. It just floats around on a little flower and exists, I guess. I mean, what else are you gonna do when you live on a flower? She's just having fun with her little flower, so I guess she gets in level 2 because not enough animals care to eat random flowers floating around in the air. Aromatisse finally figured out how to harness the true power of the Perfumile by literally just being able to make smells that are somehow even worse and prevent predators from even getting close. Plus, apparently if you're around it for long enough, you'll just gradually lose your sense of smell. So I guess Spritzy really did take my advice about trying to harness the power of the Perfumile. I may have only written that section about Spritzy 10 minutes ago while writing the script, but reading it back now about that whole part of swallowing a perfume bottle already makes no sense, and I have no clue what I was thinking. Whatever that metaphor was supposed to be, that probably applies here to Aromatisse as well, just this time bigger and even more hideous. Of course, Slurpuff naturally comes next then, having somehow breached its level 1 containment chamber. It may have been against my better judgment, but all the entries on it elaborate just little enough for me to give it the benefit of the doubt. All it talks about is how it has a very good sense of smell, saying nothing about its diet or ecological niche, something all fans have been crying and begging for clarification on, but to no avail. While it would make sense for it to still have its diet, sense does not apply here in the slightest. Just look at this thing. It at least has a sense of smell so good that it can literally smell your fear, so I guess that could help it forage enough little Debbie snacks growing in bushes. It probably should still go in level 1, but it's vague enough for me to not really know what to do with it, and whenever that happens, it usually just goes in level 2, because at the end of the day, who even cares about what rank I give fucking Slurpuff, dude? Let's just move on. Klefki is another one that looks incredibly incompetent. That was the end of that sentence. Even though it does seem like it has at least some capabilities that would allow it to survive on its own, it gets saved by humans once again. Back in the day, Klefkis used to survive all on their own, just eating minerals in caves or something, but now Klefkis just follow around humans all day and hold on to their keys, feeding off their metal ions, whatever the hell that means. As enthralling as I'm sure keyring lore is, there's nothing else I have to really say about it, or this whole level by extension.
15% of level 3 for Gen 6 consists entirely of swords, which is something that no other generation even comes close to, so at least Kalos can hang that award on the fridge. So on that note, let's discuss these cats first, since that seems to make the most logical sense, of course. They're both the same Pokemon, but I have both the male and female versions here because they do act pretty differently despite possessing the same power level. Doesn't really make a difference at the end of the day because they're on the exact same ranking, so not sure why I did that, but I don't know, I guess I just have to pad this video even more. Their whole deal is that they're pretty small and weak physically, but they have incredible psychic abilities that allow them to basically just delete any animal that's threatening them. Male Meowstic are more chill and only really use their abilities to defend themselves or their partner, usually never using their full ability. Female Meowstic, on the other hand, will just blow shit up if they don't get what they want, never really caring to hold back against that plate of pancakes they're about to blow up with their mind. I mean, either way, it doesn't really change much since they both have the same level of psychic abilities, and like I said, it doesn't change their ranking at all. I just wanted to talk about the funny cats. Okay, well, I guess now it's time to talk about the swords. Wow, what a long journey it's been to get from that introduction sentence at the beginning of this paragraph to now, where I can finally elaborate on that shocking statistic about swords in level 3. There are 3 of them. They are swords that would do well in the ecosystem because they are living swords. That is all. Clawitzer is a little gremlin that decided its best chance at surviving in the ocean was to develop a rocket launcher for an arm, and somehow it's actually working. This is a bit of a tangent, but it's something that I've thought of before as part of the reasons why humans are so OP in the Earth meta. Think about it, what other animals on Earth have any sort of ranged attack, to put it in video game terms for lack of a better word? I guess some animals have a spray that they can shoot out to deter predators, but that's not really for killing things. No other animal, to my incredibly limited knowledge that I'm going to pretend is vast, has any sort of ranged attack that they can use to kill other animals from a distance, I think. So when humans just figured out how to throw a rock, that just broke all of balancing on Earth. What I'm getting at is that Clawitzer realized how broken projectiles are, and that's why it decided to evolve the ability to launch its own claw. Unfortunately for Clawitzer though, after it launches one of its limbs at me and misses because I have actual legs, idiot, I have a free meal in the form of its claw, which supposedly tastes very good, and it's completely out of ammo. I admire the ambition, but you'll have to wait until Game Freak gives you a third evolution with a belt-fed machine gun rocket launcher that somehow fires even more claws before you get to level 4. Hoopa is one that I should probably clarify on a little bit, because this freak has given me a lot of trouble. On its own, Hoopa isn't really that much special. It has a pretty insane ability to use its hoops as portals, being able to go anywhere or take anything then store it in some kind of pocket dimension or something, which is super powerful. All it really says it uses such an insane power for though is causing mischief, so yeah, it could probably steal the nuclear launch codes hidden on a sticky note under the president's desk, but it's not going to cause any sort of major world crisis or destruction. What I really want to comment on though is my rule for alternate forms of Pokemon. Some of you probably know where I'm going with this, but at the start I said I'm not counting alternate forms of the same Pokemon. Stuff like Mega Evolutions, Gigantamax, you know. However, if it's a form that the Pokemon could naturally achieve on its own, so without any trainer or other Pokemon to help it, I'm willing to count it if it makes enough of a difference. So Hoopa Unbound is one that I have no clue whether to count or not. From my surface level research, Unbound is the true form that you can only achieve when you give it the prison bottle item. So since it needs a specific item to get there, I'm inclined to not count it. It does say that the Unbound form is its true form, so you could say that's how it would be without human intervention, and therefore should be counted on the other hand. At the end of the day though, this is a list of all the Pokemon in the Pokédex, so in the eyes of the game, and most people I would imagine, Confined is the default form of Hoopa. The default is what we've been going with for all of them so far, so I'm not going to break the rules for Hoopa. In its Confined form, it could not become Unbound without having a trainer give it as a held item, so I'm not officially counting Unbound. If you're normal and have no clue what I'm talking about, Hoopa Unbound is just a slightly bigger version, I guess you could say. Basically, it just seems like it figured out how to harness the true powers of Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap and can pull legendary Pokemon from other dimensions into this one, and whatever else it wants really. If I was counting it, it would easily be level 7, because the last thing we need is more of these freaks invading Earth. Luckily for me though, I don't have to spend way too long staring at this script coming up with jokes for this whole segment on Hoopa Unbound, because I'm not counting it, which was the real reason despite all the easy jokes I'm sure you could make with the concept. This is Gen 6, it's supposed to be short, but instead I'm spending half a page talking about hoops. Who's next? Xerneas? Yeah, I can talk about them here real quick. It's not like they'd be interesting for me to actually take the time to properly dissect or anything. The big deer is part of a creation-destruction duo. Xerneas is creation, so it lives in peace with nature and helps people. Sure, Xerneas is super powerful, but it doesn't use its power for any sort of destruction. Even if it did just flip its lid one day and try to kill everyone, I'm sure the good old US military could take it down with an airstrike. So I don't think it quite qualifies for level 0, but it's in that sort of ballpark. Creation deer lives in its own creation, not outside of it. Therefore, level 3 works good. Boy, I sure wonder where the destruction counterpart is gonna end up. Stay tuned until the end to figure out the answer to that thrilling mystery. Or just skip to the end, that works too, I don't mind. Finish off Gen 6 though. Level 4 is small, so this will be quick. Delphox is there as your average fire starter that's too good at starting fires. I don't think you need to make blazing hot Infernados to fight back against an angry boar. We've had this talk a million times, fire Pokemon. Then of course, oh wow, Pyroar. You do pretty much the exact same thing as Delphox, except you use your mouth and neck fur as a wand instead of a stick. Interesting choice, but I guess it's working out fine for you. Just not fine for literally everything else around you. Goodra is one of my favorites, and is one of the Pokemon that is actually just a goofy little guy, not the way I've been using it to describe Pokemon that go on murder sprees. It's just a silly little dragon that loves its trainer and gets confused sometimes. It also does go on murder sprees though occasionally, so I guess it kind of is both goofy and silly at the same time. Then finally there's Volcanion, I think that's how you say it anyway, who I initially had in level 3 until I reread some of the entries and realized I glossed over the whole destroying mountains when it lets off enough steam part. That, along with general raw power, is more than enough to completely destroy an environment, but it's just one volcano, so not really that big of a deal. I'm kind of numb to the destruction of mountains at this point. Maybe destroy a mountain and a dump truck and I'll be impressed. But wait, there's more. Zygarde sneaking its way in level 0. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't feel like scrubbing through this whole ass essay on Bulbapedia to get a true grasp on all its capabilities, because I'm pretty sure no matter the case, it belongs in level 0.
This is like Lorax 2.0, by the way. This is Zygarde's 100% form. It has enough power to overwhelm even Xerneas or Yveltal. This is Zygarde's perfected form. From the orifice on its chest, it radiates high-powered energy that eliminates everything.
Just easy as that, huh?
This is Zygarde's form at times when it uses its overwhelming power to suppress those who endanger the ecosystem. Born when all the Zygarde cells have been gathered together, it uses the force to neutralize those who harm the ecosystem. Like, I would put this one in 0. Like,
yeah. Well,
honestly,
could it get to this form on its own? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not like it would need some sort of intervention to do that. It can just do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can just do it.
It feels like a true protector of the environment, ensuring the balance of nature remains intact. We've seen this 2 or 3 times by now. The legendary duo that's super powerful and they oppose each other with a third one that's even more powerful. It keeps the other 2 in check. It's a dog. No, it's a snake. It's a fucking mech that murders you if you piss on a tree. You get the idea. That's Kalos over and done with. Alola comes in swinging with the single Pokemon that should go extinct both in the world of Pokemon and in the real world. Komala is just a koala. And koalas are absolutely terrible at existing. I mean, granted, who am I to talk in that whole department, but koalas are like really terrible at surviving. At least I know the cold lasagna leftovers in the fridge isn't going to poison me when I eat it. Koalas can't even do that. If you didn't know, koalas eat primarily eucalyptus leaves, which, while an abundant source of food for them in the trees, also provides next to no energy for them to, exist. Hence why they sleep so much, because the food they eat takes so much energy for them to digest, very little is left for them to actually stay awake. So when Game Freak decided to make a Pokemon based on koalas, they made a Pokemon that's literally asleep for its entire life. I don't mean to get all philosophical here, but if you are born sleeping and then continue to sleep until you die in your sleep, did you even live at all? If you go with the school of thought that says no, that is not living, then the species of Komala in Pokemon literally is already extinct, because there is not and never has been a single living Komala. Even if you don't accept that cop-out of an answer, this Pokemon would definitely go extinct in the real world, because koalas would probably go extinct if it weren't for humans. I mean, it's great that we're preserving the species. I'm not saying that we should stop helping them because they have terrible base stats or something, but the scenario is looking at how the Pokemon would do without human intervention. They sure as hell don't qualify for the human path because they live out on their own in the wild, so I'm pretty sure out of every single Pokemon, this is the one that might objectively belong in this tier the most. Plus, I mean, there is just no way an animal could live its entire life asleep with all its movements just thrashing in its sleep and actually survive. I know I'm nitpicking the virtual cute little koala, but if I don't, then who the hell else is? Oh wait, nobody, because it's literally completely unnecessary, and none of this matters at the end of the day, because this is a dumb for fun tier list. Crazy how that works. Leaving Sleepy Time Junction and snapping back to reality here, level 2 is just as boring as ever. Except it's not actually boring at the start here, because fuck you, Crabominable. I just hate this thing as a Pokemon. Not for any deep-rooted trauma as that reaction I just displayed might lead you to believe, just because look at this thing. It looks fucking stupid. A crab with fur? Really? God, that's some of the most unholy shit I've ever seen. Just look at those stupid eyes. It looks like grandma the fucking thing. The things I would do to have this stupid idiot trade places with Komala would make even the most insane question my sanity. Komala is cute but terrible at surviving. Fuckface is good at surviving, but terrible at having people like it in the slightest. I didn't even know I had this hatred in me, it just spilled out while ranking it. But as soon as I got to this part of the script, it just all sort of spilled out. Fuck you, Crabominable. Cutiefly is yet another Pokemon that is only 4 inches tall, yet somehow is better at survival than a whale, but that's a story for like 10 to 15 minutes from now or something. It somehow has an ability that I think is weirdly close to Lucario, so I'm not sure if that says a lot about Cutiefly or Lucario, but either way, its competence surpasses most of us. It says it can sense aura of living things and predict their movements by doing so. It's like wasps, who I'm pretty sure can sense the carbon dioxide in the air and attack whatever part of a creature is emitting it, because that part would have to be their face. I remember hearing that somewhere, and I'm just gonna trust my memory that it's true. But to be honest, I don't feel like researching that when I'm just using this as a setup for a joke about a fictional fly. Either way, it basically took that ability and decided to one-up it by sensing their soul, or whatever the hell aura is supposed to be. I mean, I don't think it even needed to do that because flies kinda do fine in the real world, but hey, go off, King. You do you. Continuing this sequence of 4-inch tall Pokemon, Comfrey, Comfey is one that I originally had in level 1, but decided to move it up for 2 reasons. One, I feel like if I let Flabebe into level 2, I kinda had to do the same for this thing, since it's so similar. I mean, one of my main reasons for Flabebe to be in level 2 was because it's so small, most predators wouldn't notice or think to hunt it. And also what I just said about Flabebe earlier goes for this thing that I'm not even gonna bother trying to pronounce because I still don't know. Just because it's small doesn't mean things wouldn't eat it. It would still be eaten by like frogs and stuff, and I'm sure other like spiders, I don't know, but it would be fine. You know, same thing I mentioned with Flabebe. I honestly, if you told me this was the evolution to Flabebe like 2 years ago, I would believe you. So they're practically in the same boat. Pretty much the same goes for this guy. Since it's a 4-inch tall flower-centric Pokemon, an odd pattern to repeat 3 times with Flabebe, Cutiefly, and Comfrey. I don't know how to pronounce this thing. I mean, Cutiefly may not live on flowers or anything, but it seems to be quite the flower enjoyer all the same with how it loves nectar and I assume pollinates flowers or something. This Pokemon can also throw flowers at other things attacking it, which, I mean, I can't imagine that's all too effective, but at least it's something. The other main reason is because putting it in level 2 instead of level 1 meant that Komalo was the only Pokemon in level 1, which I feel like was more of a statement. I wanted to give the Sleepy Bear the attention it deserves because the more I've written about Komala, the more I actually kinda like it, which is a complete twist for me. I went from hating it to kinda loving it over the course of a page and a half of the script. I'm sorry if I came off as mean-spirited, Komala. You still belong in level 1 though, that I can't change. We're almost done with level 2 though, and I want to talk about a Pokemon I like because to be honest, I still have a bit of a bad taste in my mouth from Mimikyu is a fun one, because it, more than any other Pokemon, wants to be in level 2. Unfortunately for Mimikyu, I decided to put it in level 3 upon further review. So why am I talking about it here while we're still on level 2? Well, because I needed a small refresher where I can at least think about my favorite Pokemon before I have to talk about an actual pile of sand. Sandygast looks like it shouldn't even exist in the first place, so maybe that's why if you stick your hand inside its mouth it will steal your soul. I mean, can you think of any better ability for a pile of sand to have? Spending as little time on that as I possibly can, Cosmog and its evolution are, I'm pretty sure, the only legendaries in level 2. Actually, no, scratch that, there are 2 other legendaries in level 2. Actually, wait, maybe there's more. There's like Mew and one we'll see later. Also, I love, instead of revising that last statement to be correct while writing, I just wrote another sentence correcting myself as if I'm talking to somebody and couldn't just backspace it to fix it. And now because of that, I'm continuing to derail the video by writing about my writing. Since I've already written so much of this dumb joke as a tangent though, I feel like I kind of have to keep building on it to make a joke out of it so it actually has some payoff instead of wasting time like it actually is. Problem is, I can't really think of a good punchline for this joke that isn't even a joke, so I'm just continuing to dig this hole for myself, hoping that it eventually works out. Good thing I have some emergency comedy in my pocket I always keep for situations like this. Comedy, go!
Ooh, shiny!
Cosmog is one of some amount of legendaries in this tier, even though you could make an argument that the peaceful legendaries from level 3 are more level 2 since they don't disrupt the ecosystem at all. Whatever the case, it acts very similar to Mew, who I talked about what feels like years ago at this point. It's a tiny, peaceful little Pokemon that can teleport if it feels in danger. It doesn't do much, but it's going to be pretty hard to kill it. Sure, it opens up these little wormhole things from time to time, but that's more of a footnote than anything. No need to worry about it. As long as it doesn't get stressed or anything, we won't have to deal with those and everything will be okay. We've already got the Hadron Collider smashing particles together to create mini black holes, and Ultra Wormholes should be nothing. Speaking of unholy science that defies all the known laws of the universe, Cosmoem. Yet another Pokemon to be in the 4 inches tall club. I'm starting to see a weird pattern here.
Cosmoem is... okay. Cosmoem's a little bit of an odd one. I mean, yeah, I feel like it would go in 2, but also its weight is just terrifying.
It was... wait, really?
Yeah. It's evolution.
Oh.
Dude, you don't want to fuck with that. It's like that.
Oh my, 2,204 pounds. Okay. I mean, yeah, that's gonna be kind of hard to eat.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
All right. Understandable.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Understandable.
Uh,
It may not quite be 6 feet tall, but it likes to get its exercise routine in and knows how to bulk up because 2,204.4 pounds is quite impressive mass for a Pokemon that looks like a fidget toy. I said Cosmog is one that really doesn't do much but would still be hard to kill, and it seems like it really took that to heart with this evolution. Thankfully for me, we won't be talking about the evolutions of Cosmo until the end, meaning we can move up to level 3 now. The fun thing about Gen 7 is that it mostly consists of usual real life animals that you'd come to expect at this point, right until the end where it turns into an actual goddamn living nightmare. We can see a little sneak peek of that with how things take a complete left turn after the Tapus, but those guys can wait. Look at this sandcastle killing a Pikachu. This pile of sand, is unironically one of the most morbid Pokemon I've read about while going through this list. It's able to freely manipulate the sand around it, and uses that ability to suck in small victims, holding them captive and slowly draining them of their life force at its leisure. Once whatever it captured finally dies, it keeps all the bones of its victims buried underneath it until it decides to shoot them out at people. I have no clue why they decided to go so hard on a literal sand castle, but whatever the case, they succeeded in making me actually feel bad for a Pikachu. I've always thought Pikachu was fine, never really having any strong feelings on it, but this image makes me feel like that one meme gif you sometimes see from the Prince of Egypt, where he's running towards the camera yelling, "Stop! Leave that man alone!" I feel much stronger hatred towards a literal sandcastle than I have ever felt towards an actual villain from the Pokemon series. I'm not sure if that says more about the general writing and narrative quality of Pokemon games as a whole, or the sandcastle, but either way, it's quite the achievement. Shifting to the complete opposite side of the spectrum, I finally get to talk about my favorite Pokemon, Mimikyu. It's tied pretty closely with a few other Pokemon, but I think it just barely beats out Serperior for my number one favorite spot. It's not for any crazy reasons either, I just think it's such a cool yet cute and also terrifying concept. A Pokemon that hides its entire body under a raggedy Pikachu costume in an attempt to make friends. It says that the disguise actually makes it look creepier, so that kind of backfires on Mimikyu, but I don't know what the hell that's talking about. I think the costume looks adorable, and you know I'm being serious when I'm not bothering to go through the effort of writing any actual jokes here. Rather, just talking normally because I still have to recover from the gauntlet of sandcastles, 4-inch tall Pokemon, and sinners. This is like my only refuge I can take in this nightmare of a list. You'll get more mediocre jokes you surely must be enjoying so much if you're still watching when we get to the funny JoJo Bugman. You can wait your turn, okay? Let us Mimikyu enjoyers have our fun before a literal pirate ship wheel takes over. Point is, I think the costume is adorable, but there's far more to this bundle of nightmares than just that. The actual form of Mimikyu is unknown because if you see under the disguise and get a glimpse of what it really looks like, you're cursed to die a painful death. So not only is it a Pokemon, it's also basically an SCP. Two different series I absolutely love, smashed together into one fittingly cute yet creepy form. There's also its signature ability Disguise, which lets it take no damage from the first attack that hits it once per battle. After that happens though, its disguise breaks and it looks like a Pikachu with a broken neck. My favorite part about all of that though is that since it cares so much about the disguise, it breaking will make Mimikyu super sad. Instead of trying to phrase it in my own words and ruining it by the feeling of the compulsive itch to fit in a joke somewhere, since it's been a while, I'm just going to read the Pokédex entries from Gen 7 on the busted form. After going through all the effort of disguising itself, its neck was broken. Whatever is inside is probably unharmed, but it's still feeling sad. If its neck is broken or rag torn during an attack, it works through the night to patch it. It stands in front of a mirror, trying to fix its broken neck as if its life depended on it. It has a hard time getting it right, so it's crying inside. Sad that its true identity may be exposed, Mimikyu will mercilessly seek revenge on any opponent that breaks its neck. Right before this, I was talking about how Palossand actually made me care about Pikachu, which has now furthered my thought of how if I was a Pokemon trainer with a Mimikyu, nothing would bring me greater joy than to help it fix its costume and make it the best damn Pikachu cosplay ever made. Although, to be completely honest, I would also be scared shitless of accidentally seeing its true form in the process, but that's nothing a blindfold can't fix, because a blindfolded me would do a great job at making a costume, something I've never done before. I said this a bit earlier, but I used to have Mimikyu in level 2, but I moved it up after rereading its entries when I got into level 2. Part of the reason I wanted to keep it in level 2 though was because, as I said, it wants to be a level 2 more than any other Pokemon. After all, it wears the Pikachu disguise and cares so much about just wanting to fit in, which I thought it actually accomplished decently well, because even though it can be pretty brutal and is strong, it's trying to act like Pikachu and not cause much damage. Pikachu is one that I did put in level 2 after all, so it would only make sense for Mimikyu to go there. The thing that made me move it up to level 3 though is actually trying
trying to imagine what predators on Earth could kill this thing in a fight. Mimikyu is basically just 3 eldritch horrors standing on top of each other in a Pikachu coat. What the hell is a wolf gonna do to that? Remember, it's got the whole merciless, endless burning revenge thing going on for anyone that damages its disguise. I'm just imagining a grizzly bear taking a swipe at it, breaking the disguise, not hurting it at all, then it extends its massive shadow appendage to drag it into the disguise, and the bear is never seen again. Mimikyu seems insanely powerful, it's just trying to seem unassuming to fit in, plus if any actual wild animals see its true form by accident, then they're cursed to die soon. I'd love to put you in level 2 where you want to be, Mimikyu, but you're just built too different. I know I practically just hijacked this entire ecological tier list to talk about all the reasons I like Mimikyu, but I needed it after all the shit I trudged through to get here. Now, I feel refreshed and ready to burn through the rest of this ranking. Dhelmise is a Pokemon that I have no clue why it decided to evolve into the shape of a steering wheel because it was so unnecessary, but I'm not going to start asking questions this late into the video. That was a lie actually, because why does it apparently like to go fishing in the ocean when it's a fish in the ocean? Is he stupid? It says it likes to lower its anchor and wait to catch a Wailord, then drain its life force, but it also says it can just swing the anchor and KO a Wailord in a single hit, which seems a lot faster than fishing like a cringe human. It may just be a ship's wheel with an anchor attached to it, but it's a spooky ship's wheel with an anchor attached to it. The fact that it's swinging 463 pounds of iron also helps it climb up here, but that's less fun. Past that, I've also got all the Tapus grouped together here at the end for the same reasons as always. They're basically just the protectors of Alola or whatever, or at least that's what I gather from my cursory scans. I mean, they aren't all nice though. They're sort of described as being pricks in their own way. Like, yeah, they do their job well, but man, they sure as hell do not seem happy about it. It seems like they care far more about protecting the nature of Alola and not so much if they hurt anybody in the process. Like all the other legendaries in level 3, they're powerful, but I'm pretty sure they bleed. And if they can bleed, then there's a set number of angry Americans we can throw at them before these things die. And I'm pretty confident that number would be smaller than the entire population of Oklahoma, so we'll be fine. And hey, I'm pretty sure if we check the time right now, we'll see that, yep, it's time for the Abominations, otherwise known as the first of the Ultra Beasts Gen 7 has to offer. It's like they came up with some of the most ridiculous ideas for Pokemon ever, and just needed to find a way to justify adding them because it would be hilarious, bro. Come on, don't be such a downer. My desire to get through these last couple of generations as fast as possible is really clashing with my itch to write at least a paragraph full of mediocre jokes about every single one of these freaks. So I'm just gonna stop wasting time and do the worst of both worlds. That way, nobody is happy. Starting with Nihilego, the Pokemon that could either be a huge threat or actually pathetic depending on who becomes the host. On its own, it's just a floaty jellyfish thing, not much, but it can latch onto people and unlock their potential, or something. Like, yeah, it fuses with Joe Biden and suddenly all those memes about his signature Biden blast move become a lot more than just a meme, truly a level 8 threat. Either that, or it fuses with pretty much any other normal human being, and it's gonna use all that power for finally doing the damn dishes. There's no in between. Because of all that, it gets a median ranking, and that was pretty much the only somewhat normal one, God help me. Pheromosa looks like the kind of Pokemon that there would be a lot to say because of how ridiculous it seems. There's not. It's pretty much just a stick bug that learned how to stand on 2 feet and how to slay. Its only really notable ability is that it can move really fast, and I honestly can't think of much else to say about Pheromosa, which is a good thing because I can think of things I have to say about Xurkitree. Xurkitree, I'm pretty sure, is the coolest name Pokemon has ever come up with, which is pretty much most of what I wanted to say about this Pokemon, to be honest. The name pretty much describes it in a nutshell though. It's a circuit that's also a tree. It acts almost like a cryptid, which I found to be pretty funny. It just walks around the woods or wherever it's being its shocking self, probably posing in the distance for hikers to see and take a blurry photo of, that kind of thing. Then when it gets tired or whatever, it just goes into tree mode by rooting itself into the ground and looking very normal. It reminds me of Siren Head, except if Siren Head saw that one picture of the John Lennon leg meme and decided to model its entire life after that. It's pretty big, it's pretty electric, but honestly I think the most damage it's going to be doing to the environment is making all the worms dig up out of the ground when it electrifies said ground. Serves those bootleg snake wannabes right. You go, Xurkitree. Those 3 were pretty much the only ones I thought would be fun for me to highlight, but I feel like I'm kind of committed to writing at least 1 or 2 sentences about the last 3 in this level. Naganadel looked at Beedrill and thought it could do way better, so it just turned into a gun and then put its brain in it. Unfortunately for the big purple wasp though, drills for hands are way cooler than a gun for an ass. Think before before you evolve next time, idiot. Stakataka's name being really fun to say is pretty much the only interesting thing it has going on for it, which is impressive for a near 2,000 pound building of a Pokemon. Bro seems pretty chill, and honestly I respect it for that. Then finally there's Blacephalon, who must have also seen that John Lennon leg picture and decided to use that power for evil instead of being a chill cryptid. It does a funny walk towards you which makes you point and laugh at the circus clown, so then it uses that opportunity to blow its head up and suck out your soul.
I mean, at least it's a unique performance, you gotta give it that.
As a reward for getting through that gauntlet of endless questions left unanswered, we get a break from the Ultra Beast for a single Pokemon. Yay. I never thought I would be this happy to see Incineroar in my entire life, but 26 pages of trials and mental gymnastics will do that to a guy. It's a bit less exciting though when you remember it's only really here because it's the final evolution of the fire starter for this generation. And I swear to God, almost every fire starter's description is something like, the fires on its body represent fierce fighting spirit, and when battling, the temperature of its flames can reach up to 30 billion degrees or some shit. Some are a little more unique, but none of them can resist the urge to give specific numerical values as to the heat of their flames on their body, as they accidentally burn down an orphanage after punting a Grunt's level 12 shitmon. It's like clockwork at this point. Incineroar may have gotten into Smash in this timeline, but I believe there's probably another timeline not too far where the real wrestler of Gen 7 got into Smash instead. I mean, come on, what could Incineroar do that Buzzwole couldn't already do better? Whereas Incineroar is all cringe, using its strength as a way to better itself and inspire the little guy to be the best they can be, showing that it knows emotions are a healthy thing to feel, discrediting the archaic, unhealthy social stigma that men have to kill their emotional side in order to be strong, and never dare to show any hint of emotion that would make them seem weak, as they've been told by living fossils trying to impose their out-of-date ideals on the new generation. Buzzwole says that's all cringe because look at his big muscles, he must be right.
And then next
Most of the Ultra Beasts plus Necrozma.
Okay, the first one is Nihiligo. You can look up Buzzwole. I'll look up Nihiligo.
Yeah. Ooh.
Basically, it's a parasite. What about yours?
What do you even want me to say about this? It's Buzzwole. He's this is
He's
the
swole.
greatest threat so far.
Go down.
Yeah, it's
It was
the
his
entries.
text. Hold on. Pulverize
Oh yeah.
a dump truck.
There's the amount of Pokedex entries that compare things to dump trucks. It's like a unit of measurement for the Pokedex entries. The amount of dump trucks a Pokemon can destroy. It is absurd how much it brings that up.
You know what scares me is the one right under it. Although it's an alien to this world and a danger here, it's apparently a common organism in the world.
Yeah, yeah, that's all of these. They're all like, oh yeah, these are chill, you know. They're they're like dogs in the other world.
Yep, that is terrifying.
The clearly better Chad of this generation who just goes around flexing his natty muscles and probably selling his course you can buy now for half off that'll teach you how to get as strong as him by taking natural supplements and listening to Sigma male affirmations for 4 hours straight every single day. Literally, as I was writing that last sentence, I think I only just realized that Buzzwole might be a joke about dudes who use steroids. I don't know if I'm just looking into this way too much or if it was super obvious and I was just being a dummy, but it literally says it's so built because it absorbed energy from the wormhole that had a chemical reaction in its body and caused it to get super huge muscles extremely fast. That in combination with the fact that it's just described how it likes to flex its muscles constantly more than actually use them. Its legs are tiny compared to its upper body. It's a mosquito, parasite commonly hated by almost everyone for being annoying as hell. Once again, I seriously can't tell if this was super obvious and I'm only just now catching on, or if I'm overthinking it as always. I mean, none of that really matters in the end because it uses the key phrases dump truck and single punch in the same sentence. How could I not put it up here then? Even despite the fact that it looks like if I just made a single joke to it about its dad going out for a pack of cigarettes and never coming back, it would probably instantly shut down and get really defensive. So yeah, definitely way cooler than all that positive masculinity stuff I was talking about with Incineroar. Who cares about mental health when you have big muscles? Therapy is for nerds. Thankfully, there are only 3 Pokemon left for me to go in this level, something that I was disappointed about in Gen 2, but I am now excited about because I am a broken man by this point. They should be pretty quick too. It's just a person that's a building, an origami figure, and an animated metal golem. I can feel the spirit of Seth MacFarlane possessing me at this very moment, making me feel the urge to write a cutaway gag here about the time all 3 of those things went to perform heart surgery on Obama at a basketball game or some shit like that here that you'd seen in an episode of Family Guy. While I'm working on banishing said evil specter, Celesteela will hopefully be able to keep this script from derailing once again, a near impossible task for me to do on my own at this point.
Celesteela.
so
Isn't this thing massive?
Celesteela is huge, so it is about 30 feet, and it weighs about 1,000 kilograms, and also it can burn down forests.
Burn down forests, you say?
Yeah, one of a kind Ultra Beast witnesses have seen it burn down a forest by expelling gas from its 2 arms. This thing is terrifying.
Well, if it isn't my good old friend Forest Fires making everything level 4. Good job. Now, there isn't a whole lot written about Celesteela, but honestly, I don't really think there needs to be. It's a 2,000 pound, 30 foot tall magic rocket ship. You don't need me to spend another 2 minutes painting some absurd vision about what it would probably do to the environment. Why do I have Shia LaBeouf written here? What the fuck? Why is that here? I don't remember what that was for at all. I guess a joke, but I don't remember what the joke was. I guess I'll just ignore that then. What I actually probably do need to bother explaining is why I think the 1 foot tall, 0.2 pound origami figure Pokemon right after it in the Pokedex is on the same level of destructive capabilities. Although, that's not going to take much effort for me to explain either, because its tiny little arms seem to be the sharpest objects known to man. I would bet a frankly concerning amount of money to say that the idea for this Pokemon probably came about when somebody at the Game Freak offices was just staring at a blank page trying to think of some new concepts to sketch for a new Pokemon. When they then tried to move the paper over a bit and accidentally got a paper cut, only for their boss to come walking by at that very moment and yell, "Oh, that's fucking genius!" Paper cuts are, after all, the injury that hurts the most disproportionately to the actual amount of damage that was done to you. It's described as having cut down a gigantic steel tower in just one stroke of its blade, so I think it would have no problem surviving out in the wild, or I guess on the art wall of a school classroom. Either one I think it would thrive in. Then finally, to round out this whole cursed section of the video that's felt like a fever dream across the past few hours of this writing session, Melmetal. Now fellas, I know we've seen a couple Pokemon recently claiming to be the true peak male form, but I'll just tell ya, Melmetal is the real figure we ought to be striving for. Not huge biceps, no chiseled abs, just absolutely massive hands connected to equally massive shoulders by your stick-thin arms. Not just that though, you also gotta have those comically short legs with huge thighs and a neck that is retracted into your torso so your chin is touching your collarbone in order to make you more aerodynamic. Us lucky few who can achieve such a form are rewarded with the ability to double iron bash and hit things harder than any other animal on Earth. Since Melmetal is such a pioneer of glamour, it must be able to use it at peak efficiency. Plus, I guess the whole being made of liquid metal thing and having the ability to break the laws of conservation of mass by creating metal out of nothing kind of helps it too. That, in conjunction with the fact that it's one of the few Pokemon that I can say with 100% certainty does not bleed per se, makes it a bit more terrifying to try and imagine fighting it, but I'm sure we could figure it out. And for once, it brings me great joy to tell you that there are no Pokemon in level 0 for Gen 7 for me to be really confused about. We're finally through the nightmare that was Gen 7, Alola. One that I thought would be a breeze ended up being one of the hardest for me to write. Surely that means it will be nothing but smooth sailing from here, right? Oh gee, would you look at that? It looks like the finger on the monkey paw is curled already, with level 1 of Gen 8 being probably one of the weirdest ones yet. I mean, I guess we got one kinda easy Pokemon to start things out here with Hatena. Usually, this is the kind of Pokemon that would seem to be the type to live around humans and get free entry into level 2 that way. But the description saying that it prefers to live in areas without people due to how it gets easily overwhelmed by emotions makes me think that it doesn't exclusively live with humans. And if that's the case, then yeah, one swift kick to this thing and free meat would go flying everywhere. It's yet another dodo bird of a Pokemon. Then we get to these 4 freaks of nature brought about by the folly of mankind. Dracozolt, Arctozolt, Dracovish, and Arctovish all serve as the fossil Pokemon for this generation, and are different from all the rest because of how they're each different combinations of 2 extinct Pokemon mashed together to be a new freak of nature. The difficult thing about ranking this nightmare blunt rotation of sleep paralysis demons is that in all of their descriptions, there is literally a reason given as to why they would go extinct. Well, that sounds perfect. But the catch to this easy way out for me is that these are only hypotheses, because these weren't actual Pokemon that went extinct in the past. These combinations were created by humans. That and 2 of them literally describe their reason for going extinct as overgrazing and overhunting, 2 things that are quite literally destroying the ecosystem. So yeah, they would go extinct, but they would also destroy the environment, meaning at least Dracovish and Dracozolt could simultaneously be level 4 and level 1, depending on how
you want to think about it. Arctovish and Arctozolt definitely belong down here though. Their reasons for going extinct are just being slow and not being able to breathe, so you know, clearly it's their fault for evolving like that. They should have just done better. Get rolled, idiots. The other two that are so good at surviving they would go extinct though, I'm gonna make the decision and put them in level 1. Yes, they may be destroying the environment in the process, but at the end of the day, you still end up extinct no matter what, which I think is more important. Plus, I have a grudge against Dracovish after the shit Eric would always pull on me when we battled during our first playthrough of Sword and Shield. Since this was like 5 years ago when I knew way less about Pokemon, he loved to use Dracovish with a Choice Scarf and spam Vicious Rend, a move that doubles in base power if it goes first, in combination with the Strong Jaw ability that increases biting moves by 50% too, meaning he would just sweep me by spamming that and I didn't know what to do. Dracovish as a Pokemon I think is fine, but to the Dracovish that goes specifically by the name of Ogumon, because Eric didn't know how to spell Agumon when he named it, I wish you nothing but pain for the rest of your non-existent life in the PC, fuckface. What a strong start to the Galar region. This is the same piece of shit who, when we always played Smash, he would just pick Kirby and spam down B over and over again. I think this should give you at least some insight into how this man is not to be trusted. I don't even know why I invited him on here. This motherfucker's going straight back in the void after this, I swear to God. Once again, we return to my beloved level 2. Always a strong spread of things I gloss over and nobody will really think twice about. At this point, you're probably numb to a lot of this like I am, yet it's still somehow not over yet. I guess I can talk about the apple though. That's pretty funny. It's a worm in an apple. Isn't that just delightful? Well, okay, it's the worm in the apple, not quite the apple itself, but thinking of it as the apple is funnier to me, which just goes to show how low my standards for comedy really are. Regardless, despite being a tiny little creature living inside a sweet fruit loved by many, I think it would do fine, I guess. After all, it's not a worm living in an apple, it's a dragon living in an apple. And I think that in combination with camouflage or whatever you would even call it at this point, it would probably do fine. Sinistea and Poltegeist are another case of weird ones that would definitely get into level 2 because they inhabit hotels and homes, so they at least get through on that human clause. The thing is though, similar to Garbodor, humans are going to kind of hate them and treat them like pests because they're just awful to actually exist with. They hide inside teacups and wait for some actual psychopath to come along who just sees a full cup of tea lying around and decides to have a sip without questioning why the tea is fucking purple. At that point, it's practically just natural selection, and it will absorb the life force of the stupid idiot who drank it and didn't immediately spit it out because it tastes absolutely vile. How in the hell has this been an effective enough tactic for this Pokemon to continue existing? I have no clue. I guess the people in the Pokemon world really are just that dumb. After all, they don't even know how to lock their front doors. Even those rich idiots living in that shithole they call Castelia City would just let any random trainer walk into their $2,000 per month rent 100 square foot apartment and just hand them a free full restore or something. I can see how they drink Sinistea. In this world though, where we're clearly so much smarter than those freaks, I don't think many people would be falling for their trap. Although we'd still be scared of them and probably try to kill or throw them out if we found them because it's still something that could kill you living in your house or wherever. So in a weird way, living around humans would also probably cause them to start dying out. But of course all those science nerds would still probably make sure they don't go extinct for research or whatever the fuck. Milcery and Alcremie are kind of the exact same, except people actually like them, although it's not quite clear to me whether or not they only live around humans or not. That seems to be the general impression I get. Mainly I'm basing that off of them apparently just manifesting into existence when there's a sweet smell in the air. Disregarding the numerous questions that raises about their life cycle as a whole. Fucking no, not disregarding that information actually, because what the fuck do you mean that they just appear when there's a sweet smell in the air? What did it mean by that? I'm sorry, but that's just so weird. I said I was just gonna disregard that question and all the other questions it raises about its life cycle as a whole, but how does it exist if it doesn't just sexually reproduce like every other organism like ever? Does this thing even lay eggs? By the laws of in the Pokemon game logic, it should lay eggs. You should be able to breed it. So then what is it? Can they both? Is it just like they normally reproduce like any other animal, but then sometimes another one will just appear when there's a sweet enough smell in the air and it's like, oh, a bonus one, cool. Like how does that happen? What does it mean by that? I'm not even like adding any extra context here. I'm just genuinely wondering, what the fuck was it cooking? I would imagine that a high enough concentration of sweet smell in the air that can create a milcery would only really occur in somewhere like a bakery. That would also coincide with it saying that many pastry chefs have an alchemy as a partner, so I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that it gets the human pass. Even if you don't think they should and would have to live out in the wild with no human intervention, they at least have some semblance of a self-defense mechanism in the form of tackling foes to cover them in their sweet-tasting flesh as a distraction because it tastes so good. I mean, hey, I don't think that would be all too effective either, but it's better than the ones in level 1 who just shake their leaves or walk in funny patterns. And hey, if 2 wasn't enough, how about a third Pokemon that doesn't go extinct because they live around humans? I'm just about as sick of this as you probably are, so I'll keep it short. Indeedee is just a personal maid or butler that will happily perform labor for you. And that's pretty much it. If anything, they dominate the ecosystem of cities because everybody would want one. But putting them there would imply that they're better than humans in some ways, and there's no way in hell our fragile human egos could take such a thing. If there was a single Pokemon to define escaping extinction tier because their ecosystem is cities, then Indeedee is the one. The most they can do when they feel threatened is throw random shit at whatever it is and hope the problem fixes itself. They get torn to shreds in the wild. Finally, there's Dreepy and Dracloak, the Pokemon that is the reason why I decided to consider every Pokemon as if it's their entire line on Earth instead of just that one stage. These Pokemon without their evolutions alongside them just don't work. Dracloak and Dragapult, who we'll see in level 3, need Dreepy to function, and Dreepy needs them to not get absolutely slaughtered. They need each other to the point where I'm going to talk fully about Dragapult here, even though it's not even in this level, which is something I don't think I've done for any other Pokemon so far. We should all aspire to be as good parents as the 2 evolutions, because Dreepy on its own is super weak, even literally specifying that a child could defeat it. That's why Dracloak made its entire personality about being a parent. Even if you're talking about something completely unrelated, Dracloak is that parent who will do some insane mental gymnastics to somehow make this another opportunity to talk about their damn Dreepy. Like, Dracloak, bro, I get that this is a major life event for you and all, but can we please talk about something else while waiting in the Wendy's drive-thru for like 20 minutes? Whatever the case, it takes on the role of protecting Dreepy until it can evolve, and it gets so uneasy when it doesn't have one to take care of that it will just steal someone else's kid so it can be a parent. What? It's probably gonna return the kid when it finds a Dreepy. Bro's just renting a kid for a couple days. What could be the problem with that? Dracloak then evolves into Dragapult when it finally gets a damn hobby instead of just raising Dreepy. Now it's picked up the hobby of firing children out of cannons at enemies. Now look, I know that sounds bad, but it's fine because Dreepies love it. Being a missile is like the most fun thing in the world for them, and it also happens to be a very effective self-defense mechanism when you are a 10-foot tall ghost dragon. All this to show that they depend on each other, and why such a weak Pokemon like Dreepy gets up here. Thus, since I wanted this to be an even playing field for all the Pokemon on this list, if the Dreepy line gets this treatment, then all of them do, even if it complicates things a lot more. Kind of absolutely insane of me to bother bringing this up and explaining it when we're almost done with the list, but hey, at least it's entertaining. Oh yeah, and I guess there's Kubfu here too. It may be a legendary, but it's still just an angry Build-A-Bear before it becomes the game-breaking Murder Bear. Kubfu on its own may be somewhat unremarkable, but I can't protect you from the truth of what it will become later. Literally. For now though, that's level 2, done. Level 3 kicks off with an actual ladybug next to a 7-foot tall armor-plated bird. To be fair, Orbeetle is really not that strong, but it's real smart with some big psychic too. Putting it in level 3 might be me overestimating it a little bit, but when you imagine it as basically just a small human that can fly around and use its mind powers to see everything around it for 6 miles, it begins to sound a little more competent. Ursola is also in a similar camp of not really having any strength or other traditional trait that would help it dominate an ecosystem, but it does do one thing when it's not busy doing nothing. Apparently, if you touch it, you turn to stone. Okay, well, to be fair, it says you'll become stiff as stone if you touch it, not literal stone, but it doesn't really clarify beyond that at all. Is it permanent? How literal does it mean when it says that? Do I care to go through the trouble of finding a more decisive answer? Phalanx is yet another that I might be overestimating a good bit by putting it up here, but at least it deserves some respect for how cool they fight. I mean, come on dude, it fights like a Phalanx unit, with the leader in front and the rest fighting alongside it using their horns as spears and their faces have shields. I mean, yeah, I guess they are just little spheres, but they're a team of little spheres, damn it. If my entire life playing video games has taught me anything, it's that the power of friendship is the strongest thing in the universe. You don't see Arceus fighting alongside any friends like that. As far as I'm concerned, Phalanx should be the most dangerous strongest Pokemon on this list, but I guess I'll settle for level 3 then. And since we already discussed Dragapult, that leaves us with the frankly absurd amount of legendaries back to back. I am going to go through these fast, and then I'm going to move on because I don't think you need an in-depth discussion about more of the same thing. Zacian and Zamazenta, they are Sword Dog and Shield Dog respectively. They once again fall into the same old archetype of old protector Pokemon, so they fall into level 3 like the rest of that archetype for all the same reasons. Urshifu is Kubfu except bigger, and apparently decided that it doesn't care about the balancing of the game either. As much as Urshifu belongs in the timeout corner more than anything, it goes in level 3, because big and strong, but nice. You know the deal. Zarud, Sandstorm, Zarud, fuck, I don't know. Zarud, however you say that, is a Pokemon that if you showed me and told me it was an official Pokemon from Sword and Shield, I would be 100% convinced you are gaslighting me, because I don't think I have ever seen this thing before, and I played a ton of both DLCs. I know it's a mythical, which is probably why, but it still feels like this Pokemon never actually existed and is one big Truman Show-esque joke. Whatever the case, I guess it just uses vines and is strong. Good for it. Calyrex and its horses, ones I wouldn't have much to say about, but there's a technicality complicating things as always. In this scenario, we are looking at it as if only that one Pokemon existed on Earth, and nothing else other than any of its evolutions. Glastrier, Spectrier, and Calyrex are all separate Pokemon with separate Pokédex numbers. Therefore, they would not be able to exist together in this scenario, meaning the rider forms don't count. So on their own, I think they're just strong horses and a really smart dude. You know, nothing I couldn't beat in a fight. Then there's all the Pokemon Legends Arceus new evolutions because they're just bigger and stronger versions of their previous evolutions, and they all place around here because of that. That is all. Oh wait, an Amorous. Who could forget about you? A lot of us, that's who. She finds herself in this level pretty much the exact same reasons as Landorus. She is nice compared to Tornadus and Thundurus. Hi, it's me again. Except I'm an even more jaded and bitter version of editing Andrew, because I figured out that some fucking how I just forgot to mention level 4. Just completely forgot about it. Never wrote it in the script, never did anything with it. Just completely forgot to mention level 4 Gen 8 at all, really. It's just gone. So yeah, here I am now to I guess go over it in the most lazy way possible. I didn't do it then, so you're all gonna be punished now with this lazy as hell recording. So yeah, here we are. Luckily for me though, it's not exactly a stacked level. We've just got Cinderace, Centiskorch, Duraludon, Regieleki, and Regidrago. Wow. Cinderace, I don't think I even have to explain anything. You know the deal. It's just a fire starter again. I'm pretty sure every single fire starter is level 4 because they're great at starting fires. It even says it can get, like, pumped up, I guess. What an ability. You can get excited. Good for you, man. So, yeah, it just juggles a ball with its feet and then, like, shoots a fireball, which... yeah, I guess that could start fires. Honestly, this is one of the more tame fire starters, but it still is. Yeah, I think it's still worthy of the spot. It could be level 3 if you want to look at that. Sure, I'm checked out at this point. And then, oh boy, Centiskorch. What new things could you bring to the table? Well, not much, honestly. Wow, I think it is actually incapable for any fire starter Pokemon, or this isn't a starter, but for like almost every fire Pokemon to resist putting how hot its flames can get in its bio, because they're all just so proud of it. Yeah, it's just hot and it's made of fire and it's a cool centipede, and it's dangerous, I guess. Yeah, we're not talking about Gigantamax, you already know the deal with that. Then Duraludon, it's a Buildin. Buildins are pretty strong. Honestly, I could see this one just being level 3, but you tell me, what the hell is gonna kill this thing? Like, genuinely. I don't know. It's made of metal. There are other steel Pokemon, obviously, but like, this one is just comically resistant to everything. It even says it's like a rival to Tyranitar or something, which I mean, Tyranitar is even higher than level 4, so I feel like that automatically has to put it at least level 3. But out of respect, I think level 4 is good for it. I don't think it would destroy much, but I think it's just its existence would have a negative effect on the ecosystem with how it would reproduce and nothing would kill it. God, I'm so much less funny when I don't have a script. Yeah, then the Regieleki. It's the fast one. You know this guy. Look at that. Yeah, look at those eyes. What a good creature. It apparently is so electric that it could like power the whole Galar region if it wanted to. And that's pretty cool. But also, wow, any other animal that comes across it is just gonna get instantly fried. Cool. Yeah, nothing's. You know the deal. Nothing's killing this thing. This bro's so fast, nothing's even catching it. It's just gonna kill everything. You would think, with how I'm talking, it's like 3 a.m. or something. No, it's 5 p.m. It's middle of the afternoon. I'm just tired, I guess. I don't know, man. Anyway, yeah, Regidrago. It's got dragon energy. That's pretty cool. Apparently Regigigas was an idiot and like ran out of crystals before completing it, which I think that's just a skill issue. You should have thought about that before making the Dragon Ball. Oh my god, it's a ball and it's a dragon. Holy. I never even realized. Maybe this would be level 5 if it's a Dragon Ball. I'm struggling here, man. Yeah, it's got dragon energy, and it's a real powerful dragon-type Pokemon. I don't think a Weasel's gonna kill this. I think these guys, yeah, their existence in the ecosystem, definitely, they don't even have to be doing much. Regieleki especially, just all that energy, it's gonna be just zapping random dudes. Regidrago seems a bit more chill, I guess, but I don't know. Does this thing look chill to you all the time? Not quite. Duraludon, it's kind of peaceful. I'm sure it's nice, but it's still a steel chunk on legs wandering around the forest. It's just gonna take over the ecosystem. And Centiskorch, yeah, it's a fire centipede. Same with Cinderace. It's a fire bunny. Fire's bad in the woods. This has been yet another exciting entry in the grand adventures of Gorman Frog Swarm. Rise up, frogs. Anyway.
With there once again being no Pokemon in level 0 for this generation, Galar is complete, leaving just Gen 9 and the final 3 levels to await us. Let's fucking finish this. Paldea gives us an interesting pair to start off with in level 1, in a very similar vein to the last generation. Dondozo and Tatsugiri are surprisingly the only ones to end up down here.
And then we have, what, Gen 9 Pokemon?
Yeah, so these two were interesting because they have the whole, like, commander thing, right?
Yeah.
But remember, we have to consider them on their own, which makes it kind of hard for them.
Dondozo's kind of an odd one.
So
he's a big boy.
It's a real Siren and Leviathan situation because Dondozo's, I think, dumb or something. Yeah, Dole, not very good at hunting, so it teams up with Tatsugiri. And Tatsugiri is smart, but physically nothing. So together, they're fine, you know, they work well, they're good. But unfortunately, due to the circumstances of the list, we can't consider that. So meaning we kind of just have a very dumb whale and a living piece of sushi.
Literally, I think that they would go extinct.
Yeah, I mean, Dondozo...
He's literally dumb and cannot catch any food. That is the main thing.
I guess.
How are you 40 feet? How are you 500 pounds? But you can't catch food by yourself.
Yeah.
His literal abilities are unaware and oblivious.
Yeah, alright, I get the memo now. Yeah, I guess Dondozo didn't realize that he could just eat krill or microorganisms like other whales do.
Yeah, honestly, they're going extinct.
Yeah, together they're like, you know,
power couple, they're all the way up there, but on their own, they're nothing. There were a couple other ones that kinda seemed like pretty good candidates to be in level 1 as well, like Capsicid and Smallliv, but at least they have something going for them that they could maybe make a case for survival. While Tatsugiri and Dondozo also have something going for them, it unfortunately once again does not apply in this situation. As I just explained with Calyrex and both of its weird looking cats it rides around, there are no other Pokemon in this scenario. If they were together in the real world, they would probably be way up in level 3, but going by the ground rules we've been going by this entire time, they would not be able to rely on each other. In case you are somebody who's had other better things to do besides research a fictional idiot whale and a living piece of sushi, which one, I'd like to know what else you could possibly think is more important to do than that, you're the weird one here, and two, the both of these Pokemon have a mutual symbiotic relationship acting like a real Siren and Leviathan duo. Dondozo is the biggest dumbass of a Pokemon out there, but it's real big and strong. Then Tatsugiri somehow has a brain large enough to be very intelligent, but is quite literally made to be eaten. So the two team up, with Tatsugiri luring prey to their Dondozo partner before hopping in their mouths and commanding it to attack like a big whale mech. It's a great dynamic they've got that works for their survival, which is probably why you can see how fast they would go extinct in this scenario. Tatsugiri, I literally could not come up with a Pokemon that would go extinct faster than it. Sure, it has intelligence, but I don't think any of us would be able to do much more other than die if we got turned into a piece of sushi. Then Dondozo... Bro somehow found a way to fail as one of the biggest, strongest Pokemon out there. It's a fun duo these two have going on that's a really interesting mechanic in the game too, but yeah, I'm pretty confident I could beat both of these Pokemon in separate 1v1 fights, and I am only slightly kidding. Level 2, man, I'm really running out of different intro phrases to use for level 2. As much as I'd love to channel my inner 7th grade self in English class and just repeat the same transition phrases of moving up to level 2 and level 2 is the same as always, this is the last time I'll even have to be in level 2. Random side tangent, I know, but whatever. Fido is one that seems like it would be in a similar sort of territory as Tatsugiri at first. I mean, it's literally made of bread. How would it not get torn to shreds out there? Well, it's for two reasons. To look at Fido and wonder why it hasn't gone extinct would be like looking at your friend's pug and asking how it hasn't died yet. Okay, so I get kinda what I was trying to say there. I think I remember what I meant by that, but looking back on it now, that doesn't really make any sense at all, I don't think. What I was trying to say is that you don't see normal pugs out in the wild just like any other dog you would a wolf or something. No, those are human creations. We created a lot of those dog breeds. You don't just see them out in the wild, right? And I think that's kind of where my mindset was at, like, oh, this thing is a lot like one of those mini dog breeds that you'd see as like a result of the folly of humans. You're not just gonna see that out in the wild, right? And so I was like, oh, okay, well then this thing must exclusively reside around humans because it's a dog like that. But it's not. It's clearly a wild Pokemon. It's not like a specific breed that only lives around humans or anything like that. No, this is just a wild Pokemon. That argument I made doesn't really make sense. So thinking about it now, this could definitely, this might be worthy of a level 0, or a level 1, sorry. I'm not sure, like, it's still, like I said before, I don't know if I said this before or after this point in the video, it's all jumbling together at this point. It has legs, and it has, like, a mouth with teeth in it, I guess, which you would think would be not enough to bypass extinction, but honestly, the standards are very, very low at this point. So it has something. It can probably run, not very far though. I mean, to call those legs, like, come on, those aren't legs. Those are just little nubs. This thing could not run from a predator. The only defense mechanism that I'm going to mention right after this is that it's like made of undercooked bread, so it would taste terrible, and maybe some predators wouldn't want to eat it or something. I don't know. In retrospect, this is one of the few ones where I think, yeah, I probably would genuinely change the placement of this to level 0. I'm not sure if I want to retroactively say that's my new ranking, or level 1, I keep saying level 0. But
So I guess it's up to you. Do you think this would be level 1 or 2? I'm not sure. I'm leaning more towards level 1 now in retrospect, but let me know what you think. I don't know. Then also, Fido is undercooked bread. What kind of starving grizzly bear that just woke up from hibernation would even dare to eat that? It makes sense when you barely think about it. What the fuck did I just say any of there? Then Smoliv continues the weird theme of food Pokemon that are surprisingly competent, but could still get their shit kicked in by a determined enough middle schooler. So it's good that there's no such thing as a middle school kid that's able to feel any sort of determination in that universal valley of life, allowing Smoliv to thrive. The only thing that really keeps it alive in the wild though outside of that is just being able to shoot oil that slows down whatever's attacking it. I don't know how much it would slow them, but the bar for level 2 is real low at this point. The only way anything was getting into level 1 was if it actively had something major working against its survival, or there was literally no description on how it could defend itself and it didn't live around humans, which is why it kind of doesn't make sense that Flittle is up here. The only thing it says is that it's vengeful if you steal its berries. Now, I don't know what the hell this thing is gonna do to me if I eat a single one of its blueberries, but I guess it's a psychic type, so it could probably give me a headache at the very least, so that's something. Pretty much the only kind of Pokemon that I've been talking about in this tier are ones that just barely escape extinction, even though in reality they probably should, so might as well switch it around and talk about the first two Paradox Pokemon. Screamtail and Brute Bonnet I've put in level 2, even though you could definitely make a case for them being in level 3, I just don't quite fully buy it. Screamtail's main thing is that, well, it screams, as this caption so beautifully describes, so I would imagine that it screams pretty loud and would be pretty intimidating for nearby animals, but an unfortunate theme with pretty much every single Paradox Pokemon is that there is usually barely any description of their behavior. Like, all the entries and summaries just repeat the same phrases over and over, like, oh, maybe this Pokemon is actually related to this other Pokemon it's obviously related to, and maybe actually it's from another timeline or something totally crazy like that. It just says that stuff over and over with one sentence describing their behavior, 2 if you're lucky. So all the Paradox Pokemon I will be going off of very little information, like that Screamtail is just loud and aggressive. I'm sure it would be plenty threatening and put up quite the fight, but an angry Jigglypuff that screams a lot is still just a Jigglypuff. Then Brute Bonnet is practically the same. It just says that it's bigger and dumber, making it a tough fighter. Something that would probably be more dangerous if it wasn't a fucking mushroom. On their own, these two seem to be pretty tough to the point where putting them in level 2 feels a bit harsh, but I think it feels a bit better when I use my rough mental guideline of could it beat an angry grizzly bear? And to be honest, as much as I love the visual of an angry pink marshmallow fighting a grizzly, I don't think the angry pink marshmallow would consistently come out on top of that matchup. As for the rest of these guys, they're all pretty simple. I just wanted to say that Poltergeist and Sinistcha are practically the same as their T versions ranking, except they're way better, and not because they taste or look any better, god no. They just figured out that the whole sitting and waiting for somebody to drink you tactic is just dumb. Instead, it's way more efficient to just splash powder on people and suck out their souls that way, or hunt the old-fashioned way, but they still sit around and rely on people being dumb enough to drink them, so I still dislike them. Moving on. Level 3 gives us probably the biggest indication as to how much Pokemon has changed over the years. I mentioned at the beginning how most of us have probably had at least one time in our lives where we stopped playing Pokemon for a while and sort of generally stopped being interested in this series as a whole. Well, after that usually comes a time where you see some of the new Pokemon that have been added in whatever's the most recent game and have that bah humbug moment, thinking about how much Pokemon has changed and used to be so much better back in the ancient day of like 5 years ago or something. It's a natural thing we all experience as we have a favorite franchise or game, but when you actually do get back into it, you realize that it's probably pretty similar to how it's always been and you were just being a bit silly. Well, I agreed with that up until now, because as soon as I read Arboliva's entry that said it could blast olive oil out at a high enough pressure to smash a boulder with no other mention of a dump truck or mountain being destroyed as well, I damn near quit this whole tier list. Like, yeah, all the old entries loved using boulders as a unit to measure destructive power as well, but never just only one. Is this how the British feel when they're wondering why us Americans continue to use the imperial system that they created instead of switching to metric? Like, what the hell, Paldea? Dump trucks are such a better unit of measurement. When you say boulder, that could mean any size of boulder. You've changed, Pokemon. You've changed. Oh yeah, I guess Arboliva would still be in level 3 though because of that. I mean, it looks like an Olive Garden waiter's stand that would have the ability to generate and manipulate infinite amounts of olive oil, and then it would use that stand power to attempt to assassinate unsuspecting Joestars by serving them ancient Italian wine with precisely the correct amount of chemicals that somehow makes your blood technically count as olive oil to suck all the blood out of their body. That's a free idea for yet another Olive Garden-based JoJo fanfiction if anybody's delusional enough to take on that task. And if you have no clue what any of that just meant, congratulations, you're normal.
Getting back on track from whatever the hell that was, Scovillain is surprisingly interesting, not because I'm torn between putting it in level 2 or 3, rather because I think this could honestly make a good case for level 4. Like, yeah, it's pretty small and not physically threatening in much of a strong way, but it does like to breathe fire and rampage a lot. Normally something that would be a straight ticket all the way up to level 4 or 5 even, but here on this ranking, I sure as hell do discriminate based on size. Lil Bro is barely 3 feet tall, which, while is still tall for a pepper plant, is not big enough for me to imagine doing a rampage that doesn't just look like a toddler throwing a tantrum. I don't doubt that it's pretty strong and could probably burn down a lot. It just doesn't feel right to put it on the same tier as Moltres. I have to draw the line somewhere with fire Pokemon, since you could make an argument that pretty much every single fire type should go up to level 4 because they can all learn moves that could start massive fires that burn down whole ecosystems. I think I already said this somewhere in this abomination of a script, but it's more so the ones with flames on their body that I'm more concerned about being level 4. I admire the spicy attitude, Scovillain, but maybe try again another generation when you grow fire or something. Then there's also these 6 other Paradox Pokemon, and usually these guys would be great ones for me to go through and comment on all the crazy things they could do, recycle more of the same jokes once again, then just move on. I mean, just look at this freak. It's a prime opportunity for me to bully for your entertainment as always, but as much as I'd love to extend the runtime of this very short video even more, it says pretty much nothing on all of them. The most it ever says on any of them is, "It's aggressive," before pondering on the deep question of whether or not it could be related to the Pokemon that it looks exactly fucking like. In a world where all Pokemon literally evolve into bigger and stronger versions of themselves all the goddamn time. Then they're over here wondering if they could possibly have any sort of relation to each other. I'm surprised every trainer NPC in the world of Pokemon doesn't freak the hell out when their Metapod turns into a Butterfree, wondering what the hell that flying freak did with their green statue, because look at these things, they're nothing alike. How could they possibly be related? If Clamperl can evolve into Huntail for Christ's sake, then I think they should be able to piece together that Misdreavus and Fluttermane are related. Rant aside, because of that lack of information, what you see is pretty much what you get with these guys. The past ones look big, intimidating, or really funny, so level 3 works fine. Even though Iron Bundle is still just a Delibird, I think you'd have to try really hard to fail when you're built out of some futuristic steel alloy. Walking Wake and Iron Leaves are also pretty much the same story as the rest, you already know the deal. As for all these freaks from the Teal Mask, Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandipity, I have never said those names out loud. Those sound so stupid. They all have the same general vibe of being strong, but not strong enough to avoid getting their asses kicked. They each have super strength, psychic abilities, and being hot, apparently. Weird power for a bird to have, especially compared to the other two, but okay dude, you do you. I mean, them literally being killed by Ogerpon doesn't help their case, but even if that didn't happen, they still would belong level 3. They're strong, but not destructive enough for level 4, so they'll be chilling here. Of course, Ogerpon is right next to them here as well. Yeah, she is literally stronger than them, but she's still not going to do much other than spam Ivy Cudgel like usual. I'm not sure if she would have all her masks in this scenario, but whether she does or not, I don't think it changes too much. She's here with all the other powerful legendaries that peacefully coexist with nature that still aren't powerful enough to avoid getting their asses kicked by a lot of bullets if it really came down to it. Then, of course, there's level 4 for one final time. Only this time, I think I'll have a new record for the least to say about a whole tier. It's a dream team of uninteresting, the obligatory Firestarter, and 4 Paradox Pokemon who we've established have next to nothing even written about their behavior. Iron Treads leaves a Scorched Earth trail, which I guess sounds pretty destructive. Iron Hands can throw vehicles, which I don't know about you, but I think that's teasing the return of the dump truck unit of measurement in Gen 10. Try not to get too hype, I know. Also, I just find it funny that it says Iron Hands is rumored to be an athlete from the future who became a cyborg, and I just have to wonder, cyborg implies part organic and part mechanical, so I'd love to know exactly which part of Iron Hands is organic, and what happened to an athlete that was so bad they needed to be built like Hariyama. Just curious. Iron Thorns I expected to be an absolute menace, but it's apparently surprisingly chill, so good for Tyranitar on working its anger issues out. Congrats, buddy. Then there's Iron Valiant, who seems to be basically just a fusion between Gardevoir, Gallade, and the fucking Terminator, because yeah, it was probably necessary for that to exist. Think of all the benefits that fusion would bring. That's pretty much it for level 4, both refreshingly and disappointingly short. I do bring a consolation gift, however, because we actually have 2 level 0 Pokemon for once since Gen 6. The catch is, though, that I really had no clue where to put them and just put them here to be safe. The box legendaries themselves, Koraidon and Miraidon. So, I initially had them in level 3 because they seem like your usual peaceful legendary that's strong but not strong enough to be level 0, but there's one line for each of them that made me reconsider all of it. They couldn't destroy or bring about any sort of mass destruction if they wanted to, I don't think.
This seems to be the Iron Serpent mentioned in an old book. The Iron Serpent is said to have turned the land to ash with its lightning.
Wait, is that...
Go down, go down, go down.
Oh, is this in...
There you go.
Huh.
Ultimate mode, yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I can quite get to ultimate. What? I don't think it's gonna be doing that. I think they're just fine driving around on their own wheels.
It was said to have split the land with its bare fist. God damn.
They're just happy vibing little motorcycles who like to eat sandwiches.
I need homie's bulk technique.
Yeah, they're not.
God, we have over 1,000 Pokemon. This is insane.
I think they're chill. Rhydon says, it was said to have split the earth with its bare fists, and Miraidon says, the Iron Serpent is said to have turned the land to ash with its lightning. Now, that's quite the leap of a statement compared to the rest of what it says about them. So for that reason alone, I am going against my prior intuition and putting them in level 0. It feels weird, I'm very uncertain about this one in particular, so if you know a more definitive spot for these guys, let me know. But for now, the motorcycles will be chilling down here with God. Stop right there, criminal scum. Your hopes that this would be a short video are now forfeit, because for God's sake, I somehow still have more to say. So the initial tier maker list I was using to rank them all when I first started, I guess because it was still relatively new, it didn't have the indigo disc ones on that. So I have to go back now and talk about those, because the entire structural integrity of this video would just be instantly forfeit if I forgot to mention these, like, what, 7 or 8 Pokemon? I know it's tiring to keep getting stopped like this, but it's even more tiring for me to keep doing this. You know the deal. I know the deal, we all hate the deal, and yet here we are on Deal or No Deal, so let's just fucking get this over with, for Christ's sake. Thankfully though, our Caledon is a nice and easy start. It's pretty much the same deal as, what was the first one? Duraludon, that's it. It's basically the same, except it's bigger, and from the back it looks like one of those staple removers. It's, you know, like those little things that you would always use in school to remove staples. I know, go figure. And then you pick it up and then you pretend it's like a mouth and going nyang 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 because it looks like fangs. Anyway, it's basically just Duraludon, except it can turn into a bridge. It starts getting attacked and then it just goes bridge mode, and then it fires an electric beam, which is pretty cool. I put it in level 4 because Duraludon was in level 4. Admittedly, in retrospect, I think maybe level 3 would have been better, but I think level 4 still makes sense. This thing, nothing's killing this thing, and it's just gonna, just it existing is gonna throw the ecosystem out of balance, but it could still be in level 3. I think that'd still make sense. I mean, it literally says it's so strong it's not phased by a cave-in, and it digs holes in mountains just for food. I don't know what it's eating that it has to dig holes in mountains to find it, but yeah, that's how it finds food. So yeah, it's just digging holes all over the place, repopulating, and just nothing's killing them. Yeah, these guys are just gonna take over, but yeah, they're kind of chill, relatively speaking. Then Hydrapple, I put this one in level 3 because I think I put all the other forms in. I put Flapple and the other forgettable one, the one that's just it's just a big round ball with a pie in it, whatever that one's called. And those were in level 2, which I think still makes sense. So this guy's definitely more dangerous than those other ones. So yeah, they apparently the heads like to fight with each other, but I guess if they are feeling spicy and want to work together, they can unleash their full power. Not sure what that full power is, but it's probably something being scared of. You know, it's an apple. Apples are scary, right? Sure, it might literally be made of like sweet syrup that probably tastes really good, but I don't think any animal would have any luck taking this thing down with all the heads around it. Like, yeah, this thing ain't dying easy. So I think level 3 works out fine for it. I'm not sure what could kill this much, especially if it does decide to work together and just unleash a massive dragon energy beam. Imagine a grizzly bear tries to eat this, and then they all work together to just summon a fucking Draco meteor from the sky, and then it misses and it dies. But usually that's not gonna happen. Gouging fire, on the other hand, yeah, this guy is like level 5, at least level 4, but I think level 5 works good for it because it just apparently runs around and causes magma to shoot up from the earth, like just everywhere. It's just a complete nuisance. Nuisance is doing it lightly. And hell, I still don't even know if it has the ability where when it roars, it can just make a volcano erupt. I'm assuming not, or at least I'm hoping not. But yeah, its fur lights on fire, it just makes magma everywhere. Like, if there's any sort of flammable like materials around, which usually there is in nature. Wow, look at all that grass. Yeah, it's all just going up in flames. This guy, like, apparently it's 11 feet tall, which, like, I'm not sure if that's, vertically or horizontally, like, if that's from tail to head. I think it's from tail to head, I'm not sure. But just imagining this thing, it's absolutely massive. It just would devastate everything with just magma blast, so I think level 5 works fine for it. We'd need to, there'd be some intervention for this guy. Raging Bolt, on the other hand, well, I'd say on the other hand, but it's in a pretty similar case. I put that in level 4 along with Archaludon because, yes, the first sentence in its behavior is, it's said to incinerate everything around it with lightning launched from its fur. Yeah, that's quite the opener. But I don't think it's as bad as Gouging Fire because, I mean, just the occasional lightning strike every now and then that just is like a grenade blast in the woods. I feel like that wouldn't be so bad. Also, grenade blast I feel like it's being a bit conservative with it. I think it would be way worse. But yeah, I don't see it just prancing around to all the different ecosystems around it and just laying waste to all of them. Like, Gouging Fire is just gonna run around creating magma everywhere. This guy, he seems more chill. He's just gonna create the occasional lightning strike, and Blood's 17 feet tall. Like, there's not exactly much spring in his step. He's not getting far, I don't think. How fast is he even? Not that fast. Okay. So yeah, I don't think Blood's getting too far. So I think level 4 works out fine for him. Iron Boulder, I mean, he seems pretty chill, to be honest. Like, it's just, yeah, it's just a big iron dude. Yeah, that certainly is. Bro's built like a boulder, I gotta say that. But yeah, I guess it's got axe horns that it can plow through anything in its path, so that's pretty cool. But it doesn't seem like it does much else. Like, it's not just gonna run around senselessly destroying everything. Obviously, nothing's gonna be killing this, so level 3 is perfect for it. But yeah, it's not gonna be laying waste to everything like a level 4 or 5 one would. So yeah, level 3 works fine for this. Then Iron Crown is also level 3 because, I mean, it's just chilling, I guess. These Paradox Pokemon have like the same problem as all the rest. Oh hey Bluey, where there's not a whole lot written about them. There's more than the other ones, which I guess is nice, but it's still just talking about how like it's in a magazine or something. Like, there's not a whole lot that you'd expect, especially for a Pokemon of this status. But yeah, it's pretty much the same as Iron Boulder in that, like, it's big and it's strong and nothing's gonna kill it, but the only destructive powers it's said to have is like it can just mow down stuff in its way, which, yeah, that's pretty powerful. It's not gonna destroy an entire ecosystem, but yeah, it's pretty powerful, I guess. And then there is Terapagos. So I'm going to spare you having to read this. And I thought my videos were long. Basically, it's a crystal turtle, and it it can live for a very long time, and it's responsible for terrestrialization. Beyond that, I suppose it does have these other two forms. This is the one that's always in battle, and that's the terrestrialized form. I don't know why I'm explaining this. I'd imagine most of you know. You know, it's such common knowledge. How could you not know that this is the terrestrialized form, this is the battle form, this is the normal form? It's so obvious. Everybody should know that. I could ask that to a third grader, and actually, yeah, a third grader might know that because third graders like Pokemon. Anyway, yeah, so it's a lot, but it says all this, and all this is to say that it's responsible for terrestrialization and could probably make other animals terrestrialize, I think, maybe, not sure, that's a bit tentative. The weirdest thing is that it can somehow alter timelines, like to bring objects from other timelines together. Not sure how or why, but it seems to be pretty responsible, I guess. Just look into those eyes. That's the eyes of responsibility right there. I don't know how exactly this works, but it seems to be pretty tame compared to the other time Pokemon. I don't know, but either way, it's got a super hard shell. Nothing's gonna be killing it. I know that for sure. And it can live for like millions of years or something. So yeah, if this did exist, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. I put it in level 0 because even though it's not like crazy strong or anything, having the timeline altering abilities is pretty busted, and that could easily cause mass destruction to do some form of time travel. But it's chill about it, so I think that warrants a level 0 ranking. And it can just shoot lasers sometimes when it's terrestrialized, so I guess that's fun too. Sure, it only takes the terrestrialized form like very rarely, and it would never really even need to, but if it ever did, that'd be pretty big. Like, I think that'd have a big effect on a lot of the ecosystem, but it wouldn't destroy it. It's friendly, it's nice, it uses its power for good. I don't know what that good it wants to do is, but it wouldn't just kill us all. Yeah, but then there's this little shit. I don't like this thing. It looks stupid. I want to just crush it with my fist, just like with that one account, like crushing food with force, just really squeeze it. But that's beside the point. I don't know, man. It does a lot. It like fires poison chains at things, and then it could like make mochi, and then you eat the mochi, and then you're mind controlled by it like forever. Because I think it says, yeah, capturing Pestilent will free those under its control with no memories being controlled. Spoilers, we don't have Pokeballs on Earth, so if this ever happened to a person, there wouldn't be any way to free it unless putting it in a zoo counts as capturing it, but I doubt that. So yeah, we'd have a new disease on our hands, which is pretty bad, but it's not exactly just going to be firing it off at random people, I don't think, and if you do like attack it doesn't like to attack. It's a fucking coward, and it'll mind control other things to fight for it. But if you do hurt it enough, it just goes into its shell and sleeps for years. So I think it would just be a thing of like it would chill in the woods until it randomly does this to some person, then some other person probably who's related to the person who's getting fucking mind controlled and can't stop saying mochi over and over again, just goes and beats the shit out of it until it sits in its shell for years, and then it does the same again, just like a cycle. Yeah, I guess it honestly, I put it in level 3 because it can't cause mass destruction. It's not like a plague where it can spread everywhere, but it would kind of suck to have it around. This thing, I don't think this has done any good in its pitiful life. This is just a waste of existence. If there is no way to kill it, then yeah, I guess just these people every now and then would just be under its curse for a while, and there could be nothing we'd do about it. So yeah, I'd kill a couple people and a couple animals, but honestly, it's stupid. It wouldn't do much. So I put it in level 3 because nothing's killing it, and nothing much else is happening to it. It's just kind of chilling. So this little shit, I guess, is fine on its own. Anyway, yeah, you got all that right.
Cool. Enjoy the rest of the video, nerd. With that being said, I'd love to celebrate finally completing Gen 9 and ending this behemoth of a video, but it seems like the ancient specter by the name of consequences for my actions has come back to haunt me. Levels 5, 6, and 7, the final bosses of this ranking. We've come a very long way to get this far, and now it's time to finally finish this. Let's go. Level 5. Dragons, dinosaurs, divine beings, and fish. These 4 horsemen of the apocalypse welcome us to the beginning of the end. Creatures that would threaten to devastate not just one ecosystem, but several in their long path of grinding for EVs. It's here where we start to see all the ones that you were probably wondering why I didn't mention before in their respective generations, like Gyarados for instance. The one who I would call the poster boy for this tier. It literally says it's known as the deity of destruction, for Christ's sake. I think we all get the picture. Gyarados is the kind of Pokemon I had in mind when ranking pretty much everything else in this tier, comparing whether or not it was on a comparable level of potential destruction. While most of the other ones in this level might not seem like they belong in the same level as Gyarados, they're just not as flashy or clear in their method of choice for eco-terrorism. Usually the key word for a Pokemon to have in their dex entry that makes me think of putting them up here is Rampage. The ones in level 4 were good at destroying stuff, but here in level 5 they have to be consistently and even more effectively good at destroying things, something Gyarados just so happens to be great at, to the point where apparently if a wild Gyarados is seen near a town, it's fated to be destroyed by it. This is one of the few Pokemon to use the town unit of measurement for destructive capabilities, which seems to be on the same scale as dump trucks and mountains, because, you know, destroying a mountain is much easier than destroying fucking Pallet Town. Tyranitar is more or less the same, except instead of being a massive dragon serpent, it's built like a refrigerator. Even despite that, it still has some pretty incredible destructive capabilities that absolutely warrant it being up here. I initially thought it was more of a level 4, but the line that convinced me was, if it rampages, it knocks down mountains and buries rivers. Maps must be redrawn afterwards. I don't know what could possibly be making Tyranitar so angry that it feels the need to ruin some poor cartographer's day, but either way, it was enough to convince me. So I'm chiming in here once again, not to correct anything I already said, but rather to bring up some additional info that came to my attention while making this. There is a couple Pokedex entries that say its body can't be harmed by any sort of attack, so it's very eager to make challenges against enemies. And there's a couple that say that same thing. This is just a one-time thing. It does consistently say, for some reason, the entries, it's just so thick, it just can't be hurt somehow. I don't know how that works, but I felt like that was worth bringing up here because on paper that would change a lot, but they're just lying. I'm sorry, but they're just lying. I don't know how to tell you. I know I say the Pokedex is exaggerating a lot, and sometimes I'm like, it's taking it seriously, sometimes I'm not, and I know that's very inconsistent and frustrating, but believe me, I've been on the tail end of this frustration for like 8 months now. I know better than anyone. So I don't that's a lie. It takes damage in the game. Like, clearly this thing can be hurt. It's not just so thick that it just can never take damage. That's ridiculous. No, it's just it's exaggerating. It has to be. I don't believe the Pokedex. Don't believe its lies. This thing can be hurt. It can bleed, and we can kill it. Or you guys can. I'm out. I'll organize the Tyranitar killing party, but I don't want any part in that myself. You guys can do that. Yeah. Yeah, no. Moving along to the Gen 3 Pokemon Salamence, because Gen 2 apparently couldn't be bothered to bring anything for this level or the next two. Salamence is a terrorist. Now, that probably sounds like a bit of a bold proclamation, but allow me to read the first line in the behavior paragraph of its biology section on Bulbapedia. Its long-held dream fulfilled at last, Salamence constantly flies around and releases intense blasts of fire as an expression of its joy. It only stops flying when it gets exhausted and needs to sleep.
Bro literally is so happy they grew a pair of wings and then fly around causing mass destruction and chaos to everything they see, probably killing several people at the bare minimum just for fun. Salamence lives its life the way kids play GTA with cheats for the first time. Just incredible. Heatran gets up here for sure because it's basically at least one guaranteed volcano eruption, but wait, there's more. If you call now and make the funny lizard extra angry, we'll throw in 2 more volcano eruptions for the same price. To be honest though, I'm less certain about what exactly Heatran would do, but it does say without the power of the magma stone, Heatran would rampage and cause the volcanic crater where it dwells to erupt. There's not much info about what exactly the magma stone does, and I don't even know what it is in the first place, but I'd be willing to bet that it wouldn't have it in our scenario here, meaning that's 1 volcano eruption at the bare minimum, free of charge, an event that most certainly is worthy of a level 5 classification. But as some old saying that probably exists goes, when there's a fire steel lizard, there's a fire bug moth. A wise proverb that applies exactly to this scenario only, with Volcarona being the very next one. One special thing I'd like to congratulate Volcarona on first though, is that it's the highest rated Pokemon on this list to have the bug typing, a type that isn't exactly known for its strength, so for one to get all the way up to level 5 is quite the feat. Unfortunately for the bug type however, it's not here because of that. Rather, it's because it has the power of the fucking sun. It literally says it could be a replacement for the sun if the atmosphere was covered in ash and that a sea of fire surrounds it in battle. Don't forget either, it still can probably fly around like Larvesta could. And if that's the case, then this dude decides to go on a leisurely flight, it would be akin to a napalm strike being dropped from a bomber plane. These flames are so hot that they apparently rob the air of all surrounding oxygen, which I guess all fire does, but Volcarona does to the point where I would imagine if you're standing anywhere close to it, you'd probably feel like you're suffocating. The volcano exception can only get you so far when your existence is a weapon of mass destruction. Although it is bug type, so if you just throw a rock at it, then you'll probably be fine. It seems like kind of an oversight to me, but hey, I'll take it. So this is when I was watching back, and I just couldn't help but think to myself, with that description, is it really just a level 5? This seems almost like a level 6 to me. Definitely not like a level 7, but level 5, I don't know. This thing definitely seems a bit more powerful, and I'm a little uncertain about this. You could absolutely make an argument for this to be level 6, but I think for it to be in level 6, there has to be quite a bit of, like, malicious intent on the Pokemon's part. Like, it would have to be just going all over the world, just spraying everything with flames everywhere. And I don't think it would do that. I think it existing, like I said, it existing would be like a weapon of mass war, and we'd probably kill it. You know, like I said, throw a fucking rock at it. It'll die. It doesn't have great HP or defense. I think it doesn't have great defense. I can't really tell. Yeah, it'd be a problem, and it could definitely be level 6. I don't think it could literally be a replacement for the sun. That's we'll get into that later. You don't know what I mean, but we'll get into that later. This could definitely be level 6 looking back on it, but I think level 5 is still fine, but yeah, that's a judgment call you have to make. I'd say as the one making the video. Unova has the courtesy to grace us with more than just the big moth, however. We also get the not Landorus duo. The 4 genies can pretty much be split into 2 groups. You've got the nice ones and the war criminals. A classification system that can be used for pretty much anything and works pretty well if you ask me. Tornadus just goes around creating incredibly violent winds that can blow away houses, and also creating storms that probably go on to cause massive levels of damage to local villages, potentially killing some people and causing millions of dollars in damages. And then you got Thunderous, who has one of my favorite dex entries. As it flies around, it shoots lightning all over the place and causes forest fires. It is therefore disliked. I mean, at least the Pokédex was kind enough to say people just dislike him, and you know, not virulently despise him like they probably do. You don't want to hurt the poor guy's feelings, do you?
Thunderous is countless charred remains mar the landscape of places through which Thunderous has passed. That is one sentence. That is 10 words. That is
Oh my
terrifying.
god, yeah, you're right. This is the
That's
it's just one
the
entry.
one entry.
Then, to top it all off, they of course hate each other, constantly fighting whenever they run into one another, and causing even more land to be marred with destruction of just fighting for funsies. Obviously, in this scenario, they wouldn't be fighting, that wouldn't be something that would happen because they just exist on their own, but I thought it relevant to bring up because it at least shows their more aggressive nature. I talked about Landorus and Enamoris earlier because they're the responsible ones who don't quite do as many war crimes, rather just helping people like cringe losers, which is why they're down in level 3 instead of up here. Then in the same level where we have these divine forces of nature, we have Big Lizard, a lizard so big and strong that it literally has Tyrant in the name of it and is known as the despot Pokemon. It's like Pokemon said, fine, all you 8-year-olds want your T-Rex Pokemon, here you fucking go. Don't say we never do anything for you. And then gave us a generic T-Rex design with nutty dex entries to compensate for it. I don't want to go on too much of a side tangent here, but I just think it would have been way cooler if they committed to making their own take on a fantasy T-Rex instead of just kind of meeting us halfway in the middle with this guy. Sort of like how Monster Hunter World made one of the coolest fictional T-Rex designs ever with Anjanath in my opinion, but I guess that's just my Monster Hunter bias kicking in a little bit. This isn't a design ranking though, and I don't even think it's that bad. It's just, I find it to be a bit boring, and there's some lost potential here if you ask me, but whatever the case, they made it absurdly strong in lore just for the hell of it. Using its Giga Chad jaws, it can crush pretty much anything. Then of course, it has skin thicker than the skulls of even the most sane Pokemon fan. It even says that nothing could stop it 100 million years ago, it couldn't be hurt, and it just could kill anything. It's really like some developer promised their kid they could help design a Pokemon, and the kid just wanted to make the biggest, meanest T-Rex to beat all their friends up with. Either way, it would work great for absolutely destroying the environment, probably acting the closest to a Deviljho than any other Pokemon in this list. Now, next we have Necrozma, and I know this might sound kind of bizarre, but I'm gonna skip it for now, and we'll come back to it later and open this whole can of worms in a bit. I promise the confusion and irritation from me poorly attempting to understand Necrozma will be worth it. As for the entire rest of this level, you can tell that Paldea really decided to go hard on the eco-terrorism for some reason. The first one is kind of a weird pick at first glance, Kingambit. It doesn't really seem all that special on a surface level. After all, it's just one dude with a bunch of swords, no big deal. I mean, yeah, it's a 6'7" dude, but I could be 6'8" if I put on a really tall hat too. You're not special, bro. The real reason Kingambit is here isn't because it could single-handedly destroy countless ecosystems. No. This commander fuck is out here because it supposedly leads a massive army of Bisharps. I was not able to find anything that elaborates on exactly how large massive is, but the mental image put into my brain when I first read that has yet to be tempered. I picture at least several hundred Bisharps marching through the land, all organized in their conquest under a single Kingambit's rule. Pokemon fans have historically proven that they are actually incapable of comprehending large numbers of a thing in a visual context, as proven by literally anyone who says one of every Pokemon would beat 1 billion lions in a fight. So it might still seem like not that big of a deal to you. When you really try to picture it though, just one Bisharp is 5'3". Not exactly that tall, but it's not cheating with the super tall hat sword like Kingambit is, so it's pretty much built like a damn human. Just picture trying to fight one of these guys. Then imagine 5, then 10, then 25, then 50, then 100 of these bastards. Once again, it never clarifies exactly how large of an army, at least not that I could find, but it's gotta be at least 100. Saying something is massive and vast and the number is something like 23 would be quite the overestimation in pretty much any case. Remember, we're thinking about it as if the entire evolutionary line is spawned on Earth, with there being a mix of all the different stages among them, and they grow up over time into their fully evolved form as they get older, meaning there would be at least one, hell, maybe even multiple armies of sword people marching through the wilderness, hunting enough animals to feed an army. The scariest part is that they are organized under the Kingambit, so there's at least some intelligence in how they mobilize and attack. Granted, it says it's not good with complex strategies, so it just kinda uses brute force, but all it took was a few Neanderthals to figure out they can throw rocks to get humans to where they are now, so I don't see what the hell the little woodland critters are gonna do against a literal army. I mean, I don't want to hype it up too much though, because this definitely is not a global threat or anything, it fits in just fine here. Like, yeah, sure, worst case scenario, this leads to a new micronation leading a conquest against the world, but one helicopter and these guys are fucked. You're special, but not quite that special. Funny how I spent more time discussing a sharp chess piece as opposed to some of the legendary beasts of myth, but it's certainly the last time I'll ever be doing it. I mean that literally too. I'm now determined to go the rest of my life without ever discussing King Gambit in its army's destructive potential in comparison to other legendary Pokemon. It's quite the specific criteria to avoid, but if any of you try to get me to talk about this ever again, you'll get nothing more than a disapproving silence from me. Thankfully for me though, there's probably only like 4 people who will get this far, so I won't have to worry about it ever being brought up. Or more importantly, being criticized for this weird as hell tangent that makes no sense here. Don't you just love how my ADHD writing can sometimes make me go into chaos writing mode and just derail absolutely everything? Jesus Christ. Let's just ignore all that though and get through these last guys up here. Starting with Iron Jugulus. This one's pretty simple. As usual with all the Paradox Pokemon, there's not much written, but there is a bit more this time. Notably, how it has apparently just deleted a whole ass building before with a laser beam from its mouth, so that's already a pretty promising start. Plus, it also says it can send its little sock puppet hands out on their own to be evil, I guess, I don't know, but whatever the case, Hydreigon is level 4, so a Hydreigon made of metal has to be in level 5. That's just how it works until it doesn't work like that anymore. Then coming up on the end here, we've got all 4 Treasures of Ruin coming in to make my life a lot harder. So I'm just gonna make this simple. The existence of Wo-Chen would literally make the surrounding forests wither and die, as it says all plants just kinda wilt around it, making it a very easy placement up here. Chen Pao is apparently able to control 100 tons of snow to just absolutely crush anything and everything around it in a land-altering avalanche. It's okay though, because it just does this so it can play in the snow, so I mean you can't really get too mad at the cold cat. Ting Lu puts its forehead on the ground, then dozens are killed and hundreds injured in a massive earthquake if it strikes a major city. Then Chi Yu just goes for a nice swim in the dirt, suddenly the dirt is lava, suddenly the everything is lava. Funny how that always happens. If I wrote this paragraph of the script last night when I also wrote that way too long segment on King Gambit, we would have been on these Treasures of Ruin for like 10 minutes. Thankfully, my motivation to finish the script and get back to Persona 3 is greater than my motivation to say anything more than like 2 or 3 sentences about the last Pokemon in this tier, Roaring Moon. So you know how I called Salamence a terrorist earlier? Yeah, Roaring Moon is basically just if a terrorist mega evolved, and I think that's enough for you to get a picture of all there really is to say about Roaring Mid. But either way, there you have it. Level 5, done and over with. Just a little bit more to go with the last 2 then. Up in level 6 though, I've sure got a lot to explain. There may be much less Pokemon, but there is a whole lot more to say about them individually. We'll get to each and every one though, no matter how much I'm dreading explaining some of them. If you'll remember, these are the ones that would probably get militaries across the world to unite together and take them down before too much is destroyed. We already know they do fine in the wild. If they really existed on Earth, then there would be human intervention. That makes Regigigas a pretty good first candidate for this tier then. The Pokegod that's built like an actual fridge. Not like Tyranitar's built like a fridge, but like an actual refrigerator. This is a bit off topic, don't worry, this won't be another dumb as hell tangent, but does anyone else find the weird tufts of grass or whatever on Regigigas to look really weird? I guess it's supposed to give it the ancient ruins overtaken by nature look, but I don't know, they just kind of throw off the vibe for me, you know? I mean, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, because bro is still gonna suplex North America, but I can't help but wonder what blood was cooking with those bushes before it kills me. But yeah, Regigigas created all the other Regis and is so built that it can apparently move continents. I guess it can play nice if it's befriended, but something tells me it wouldn't be too happy if it was just chilling in its Pokemon cave somewhere, waiting for some trainer kid to figure out some cryptic ass puzzle, then suddenly just found itself on Earth. Hell, for all we know, it could probably craft some more Regis on Earth, then attack the Pentagon or something with an army of funny golems. Nah, we'd win though. It would be bad, but not apocalyptic. I don't think it's actually gonna start moving continents or anything. Even if it did, who cares? You ever heard of continental drift Regigigas? You ain't special. We'd handle it just fine. Besides, we have a mega killer space alien to take care of first. Deoxys is scary and all, but how would you feel if I told you that you're probably taller than Deoxys? Well, 5'7" isn't exactly short. It's not exactly intimidating either. Like, yeah, sure, Little Bird can shoot lasers, rapidly regenerate, create clones of itself, but among all the other titans in this level, I gotta admit it's a bit harder to take it seriously. It just kind of ruined the mental image I had of Deoxys in my head. I don't know why. I really can't think of him as being much of a threat anymore because of that. I gotta be totally honest.
Deoxys, I'm a little bit confuzzled on, because Deoxys is basically an enemy every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Like he is that alien.
Yeah.
So I do not know where to put him.
Okay.
I would say like, given the chance, like if Deoxys can transform, yeah, he can fuck things up, but I
I
would probably put
can.
him like 5 with an asterisk. Just be like, this is kind of like a hard one.
Okay, yeah. I mean, the impression I get, though, is that it probably doesn't have quite insane destructive power, but it would just be a pain in the ass to get rid of. Having actual intelligence, too, makes it a lot more threatening, but that's pretty much all I gather from it. It's also got the attack, speed, and defense forms as well, but I don't think they'd have too much of an impact. I guess I was expecting a bit more out of Deoxys, but honestly I should be grateful, because that means we just get to the more fun ones faster. Fun, I say, Jesus. Of course, by more fun ones, I mean the actual god of destruction. Well, okay, Yveltal is no Grogeroth, but it's in a similar sort of place.
Ceasefire. I would say like Yveltal is honestly the one that is literally a weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah, I knew that's kind of more of the because I think it's like a creation and destruction type duo or something.
Literally, it is when this legendary Pokemon's wings and tails spread wide and glow red, it absorbs the life force of living creatures. When its life comes to an end, it absorbs the life of every living thing, just everything,
Oh,
and
okay.
turns into a cocoon. Once there's like, fuck it, where is it? It's like up here, maybe a little bit. It shows energy during the conflict, drain counts people.
This sort of seems like level 6.
Any living creatures drained by Yveltal turn into petrified stone.
I mean, yeah, it destroys things, and it sucks out their life forces, and...
Fucking Oppenheimer?
Yeah, they look pretty similar. But it sort of seems like it's just its existence is a threat.
Its existence is a threat. You know, I agree with you. 6 is there.
Yeah. Now, despite that, I actually did consider moving it down weirdly enough. Like, yeah, it's a near 20-foot tall murder bird whose whole job is to kill things by absorbing their life force in the blink of an eye, but bro's cool about it. Well, okay, that's a pretty bold claim for me to make, knowing very little about it in the grand scheme of things, but it doesn't just seem like a mindless killing machine. It's more of a mindful killing machine, destroying the old to make room for the new, which A, I'm not sure why more murderers don't use that excuse when they get caught, and B, would only really be necessary if there was an imbalance between the two. And let me tell ya, humans are already great at beating the shit out of each other. We don't need some dragon that decided to model its look after a letter of the alphabet to help us with that. Literally, whenever it spreads its wings, it just sucks up all the life force of everything surrounding it. But wouldn't that just be every time it flaps its wings? I mean, I don't know what exactly it means by spreads its wings. Like, how far does it gotta spread its wings? Then when it dies, it just rage quits and absorbs the life of, quote, every living thing and sleeps in its little cocoon for a while. If you have any sort of neuron activity, you're probably wondering why this thing isn't level 7, but it does seem to be a bit of an exaggeration, I think. I think it's more like it absorbs the lives of everything around it, and while I'm not exactly sure how big of an AoE that is, it's not the end of the world. Probably. After all, they know what happens in the Pokemon world, and they're not all dead, so guess Yveltal was just trying to make itself sound cooler or something, I don't know. Whatever the case, this dude is just gonna appear on Earth and start killing people and turning them to stone. Then when we realize the thing exists, there's gonna be a whole lot of things shot at it, and it would probably die eventually, also then killing everyone who was fighting it in the process. It would probably kill quite a lot of people and animals first, but I don't think it would be anything apocalyptic. There's also the larger issue of that you can't really kill Yveltal, I think, since it's eventually reborn from its cocoon, but that's a problem for the future generation, not us. So, Yveltal, right? I've had enough of this damn dragon. You know, it's not a dragon. It's a wyvern. It doesn't deserve to be called a dragon. It's a wyvern. Don't get ahead of yourself, okay? I don't know what to do with Yveltal. I'm confused. I need help. Literally, as I wrote here, still not sure how seriously we can take what it says, but even if it could kill everyone, we could just leave it alive and deal with the destruction. So, the main crux of the issue is, I just don't know how seriously it's talking when it says, yeah, it dies and then it just kills everyone, or whatever it says specifically. I don't know how seriously to take that. And once as I'm sure you've noticed at this point, that's the running theme of this video. The Pokedex is both simultaneously full of shit, and the only the only gospel I have to cling on to for this ranking. So I don't know what to think here. If it is truly that the worst case scenario and that it dying just kills everybody or whatever, then yeah, I think that probably is level 7 and I would elevate it to that point. But if it isn't quite that, then yeah, level 6 makes sense for it. I don't know. Like I said, maybe we could just keep it alive and deal with the destruction it causes if we, maybe we could just get the SCP Foundation to secure this thing so we could keep it from destroying everything, but not have to kill it and risk the extinction of all life, apparently. But I don't know how realistic of a scenario that would be. I'm sure at least some dude in the military would just see this thing and just start absolutely blasting it, or like maybe we nuke it or something. I don't know. It seems unrealistic to put it in level 6, but it also seems equally unrealistic. It makes sense to put it in level 7, but I'm not really sure. I think if I were to make a call, I'd say that, yeah, this thing probably should be elevated to a level 7, and that's the one I would elevate to level 7. But at level 6 still can make sense depending on how you want to look at it. I don't know, man. Let's fuck it, we ball. Quite concerning overall, but I think we'd be fine. For our next contestants, however, it seems like the theme of I can't tell if the Pokedex is being real or playing it up continues in full force. Solgaleo and Lunala could either be instant world enders or pretty chill depending on how you want to interpret things. So I'm just throwing them here.
God. In Writings from the Distant Past, it's called the name The Beast That Devours the Sun.
Oh god. When the light this Pokemon could almost appear to be the sun.
That's terrifying.
If it's as... Is it trying to say it's just as bright as the sun?
I'm guessing?
Because if a creature as bright as the sun existed on Earth, that would be... That could honestly be 7, but I'm not going to get into the theoreticals of how much energy that would produce.
Where it was known by the name The Beast That Caused the Moon. It's not cool as The Beast That Devours the Sun.
Okay, so if one is as bright as the sun and one devours all light around it, those are both, like, we need to destroy these things as soon as possible. Like, that's at least 6 then. Because,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, that's definitely worthy of level 6 if it's actually doing that. It's not just exaggerating it. On a surface level, nothing too special. You got the sun and the moon. They can fire lasers or whatever, nothing you probably wouldn't expect. The thing that makes me lose my goddamn mind, however, are the sword and shield dex entries. For Solgaleo, it says, when light radiates from its body, this Pokemon could almost appear to be the sun. It will dispel any darkness and light up the world. Then for Lunala, it says, known as the beast that calls the moon, this Pokemon lives by taking in any and all light and converting it into its own energy. I'm sorry, how literally am I exactly supposed to be taking this? If you're taking it 100% literally, then the mere existence of Solgaleo would be like if the sun existed on Earth, and the existence of Lunala would be the entire world turning completely pitch black like everyone went blind. Now, I don't think I would take it quite that far in this scenario, but what is the Pokédex cooking here? It implies that at the very least, they would be capable of doing some very limited versions of that, but even then, it would still probably be pretty catastrophic. We've proven that sometimes the Pokédex likes to embellish, but other than that's not how we see it in the game, there's nothing that actively proves it's not like this. Or at least not that I know of. I don't know, I might be an idiot. So, I'm just gonna meet in the middle and say that they would be able to either be incredibly bright or make everything surrounding it incredibly dark, but they wouldn't be like that all the time. This list has taught me that sometimes you just have to draw the line somewhere arbitrary that kinda makes sense and roll with it. So that's what I'm doing. I know it probably doesn't make full
sense, but we need to get a move on somehow. That would still be a massive problem for Earth in both scenarios. In Solgaleo's case, if you haven't pieced it together yet, a light that bright would produce an ungodly amount of heat to just have on the Earth's surface. I'm not going to pretend I'm smart enough to know exactly what would happen, but I can tell it would be a massive problem for the pigeon population at the very least. Lunala doesn't seem immediately threatening, but having a massive ink blot on the Earth would be something that should probably get addressed sooner rather than later. And I just remembered, I haven't even gotten to all the wormhole bullshit they can do either. Oh, whatever, I'm not going to spend 10 minutes running through every single possible permutation of what they could do on Earth. So I'll just say this, no matter what way you slice it, these two are going to be a massive problem. But I can't find any definitive nail in the coffin for the human race, whether that be because of the Pokedex just being silly, or my own lack of brain exist. You could definitely have your own interpretations for them to be up in level 7 or all the way down in level 0. So think whatever you want about this one. My personal take though, I think I could fight the sun and win. How about you guys? I guess on a lighter note, the last non-legendary or mythical for this entire list is just a really hungry dude. And to be perfectly honest, I don't really believe that Guzzlord is worthy of a level 6 placement. It seems like more of a level 5 to me, but Eric convinced me to bump it up a level, more just for fun than anything. Oh god, the sun entry. It has gobbled mountains and swallowed whole
buildings.
It gobbles mountains.
Constantly hungry.
Mountains and dump trucks are like the 2 units of measurement that they like to use for everything. So,
yeah, I would say that Guzzlord is a pretty
yeah,
pretty
if it
satisfactory.
eats everything if it eats like literally everything around it, it just that seems like 5 to me.
Oh yeah, I would actually say more. Did you ever see the That's apocalyptic right there. You know why? Let me kind of show you. Guzzlord eating world. Where's that screenshot of? It's like an image in a game where like it's literally eating a fucking. It's eating just the world. So just look at like how the world has ended up because of Guzzlord.
What the hell? They would have just tore through that whole everything?
Just everything.
Oh my god. I'll put that in 6. A tentative
I think
6.
A tentative 6. I feel like, yeah.
As far as I could tell, Guzzlord never really ate an entire world. Looks more like it's just eating some buildings in this picture, but I still find the concept amusing. Either way, it would still be quite the menace. I know I've said this a couple times, but this is actually the Pokemon closest to Deviljho in terms of its behavior. It just eats absolutely everything in its path and nothing really ever stops it. As is with the theme of this level, however, yeah, they'd be a problem, but they still likely bleed when they're shot. A welcome break before having to explain the living nightmare that is level 7. Oh yeah, and there's Eternatus at the end too, who I also forgot, don't worry. The first thing I feel the need to say though is that Eternatus is the exact opposite of Deoxys for this ranking. I was way more intimidated by Deoxys at first until I realized it's literally shorter than me, which made me not take it as seriously as I maybe should have, whereas Eternatus is actually just... I mean, it's a little bit taller than me, believe it or not. Yeah, I wasn't aware that it is literally the biggest Pokemon, just period. To put it into perspective, it's about the same height as a 5 or 6 story building, which makes me just a tad more afraid of it. In terms of actual capabilities, however, it doesn't really have anything that could prove to be potentially apocalyptic in its base form. There is a possibility that it would cause normal animals to Dynamax around it, meaning that there is a theoretical scenario of 30-foot tall Mega Rats finally taking over New York, but I don't think that would be much of a challenge for your average New Yorker if I'm being totally honest. Potential long-lasting effects from its poison or excess energy released aside, however, I think we'd be able to kill it without too much being destroyed. I mean, yeah, it would have an impact on the environment by contaminating it long term, but we humans are used to that by this point. We could do far more damage than this dumbass space dragon if we really put our minds to it. Speaking of far more damage, we have finally arrived at the zenith of murder, the 7 Pokemon closest to being as destructive as humans. Yeah, I say closest because even though just one of them might be able to destroy far more at once than humans in the blink of an eye, none of them can destroy a bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch nearly as fast as I can, which, if you ask me, is far more impressive of an achievement. As for the Pokemon themselves, however, let's just reveal and go through these one at a time like we always have. As a quick reminder, these are the Pokemon in level 0 if you forgot any of them, so if you were expecting them to be up here and they're not, please remain calm, and remember that it's definitely not my fault for misjudging them, it's probably Game Freak somehow. I'm sure you can find a way to rationalize blaming anyone but me. Starting off with the duo I'm sure many of you were either fully expecting or thought for sure they would be in level 0, Kyogre and Groudon, the personifications of the land and sea respectively, who have full control over their own domain. On a first glance, they seem like really easy picks for this level given that they both have the ability to potentially either completely flood or evaporate the world of all its water, in the most extreme of scenarios. Then there's the lobster and the whale.
Kyogre, lobster. Oh,
It's like a giant lobster pretty much.
that's like I guess yeah, crawfish. I could see it.
Mhm.
I think if we think about it to the games, when Kyogre and Groudon come out, they make the entire Earth sunny, and they make the entire world rainy.
That's okay. That's maybe level 7 then.
I think that might be level that they are Avengers level threats.
Yeah, that is actually like especially Kyogre.
Kyogre, yeah. Like honestly, welcome to Arizona. It's sunny all the time. I could deal with 120-degree heat like every single.
Honestly, yeah, maybe Groudon would be 6 then.
I guess yeah.
Because I can't think of anywhere where it's like, oh no, it's sunny now, things are gonna end. But like, if there were floods across the world, then yeah.
Well, technically, its ability is drought, so.
Oh, drought. Oh, so it's a heat that evaporates water.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 7 then. What makes this a more difficult call, however, is when you take into consideration that the big dino lobster is only going to be pissed when that fuck-ass fish is trying to start some beef. On their own, they actually seem to be pretty peaceful and help the world by balancing water levels for flooded or arid areas. So, since we're looking at this as if only one existed, that would mean they would never flood the land or evaporate the ocean to get back at each other, right? Well, in normal theory, yes, but I think you've forgotten exactly where you are. I'm the guy who somehow convinced over 30,000 people that Fugo from JoJo is a well-written character. Don't underestimate my mental gymnastics. I posit the idea that only one of them existing without the other to keep them in check would slowly snowball into them becoming more and more powerful, then eventually taking over completely. This is something that you could apply to most legendary duos or trios in this scenario, as I have been doing, but this is the first time I thought it relevant enough for me to fully explain the inner machinations of my empty mind. It's what nature is all about at the end of the day, really. Different species keep each other in check so they don't overpopulate. The same general concept applies here. Sure, Kyogre may be peaceful, helping people in arid areas survive and alleviating droughts around the world. There comes to be a problem though when that happens everywhere over a long period of time, with more water being created than consumed. I'm not exactly sure how long it would take, but I see a future where eventually Kyogre's contribution to the world's already rising tides would accumulate to become a serious problem. I mean, for all we know, Kyogre would actually know that Groudon or Rayquaza isn't around to stop it, so it wouldn't really have any reason to hold back from flooding the earth and turning it into a paradise for fishies. Sure, there wouldn't be any massive fights between the two that pose an immediate threat to Earth, but that could potentially make it even worse in the long run, as I just described. The same thing goes for Groudon too, of course, just evaporating the water instead of adding more. Same general trajectory to the potential apocalypse. There's also, of course, the possibility that they could just be chill and understand that they need to be responsible with their power, since it could lead to said apocalypse, effectively making them level 0. As far as I'm concerned, there's no definitive answer, so I'm siding with putting them in level 7. If you feel differently though, your opinion is just as rational. It's a personal call at the end of the day. While you're at it, if you really want to solidify your own opinions, why not spend the next 2 months of your life making a movie-length shitpost on the internet because somehow you thought it would be like a 20-minute video? I've heard from a friend that it really helps to make you question every fiber of your being and go through a whole character arc over dumb pocket monsters in the process. Concerningly sudden character development and backstory before a major event aside, however, I think you get the idea with Groudon and Kyogre. We can move on now, right?
Actually, no, Andrew. We can't move on yet. I have something to say. Be quiet, Andrew. Andrew is talking, okay? Also, as a side note, I feel like I look a good bit older, you know? This was shot like months ago, but I don't just comparing the two, like, yeah, I look the same, but you could definitely see how much of a toll this project has taken on me. And how you can literally see that I've aged in the time to make this video. But anyway, that's a complete side tangent. So the thing about level 7, as I'm sure as you just got a taste for there, and you will see going forward, depending on your perspective, literally every single one of them could be level 0. So I'm not sure if that was my fault for making a level 0 in the first place. Maybe I should have just assumed that they're all angry in this scenario for argument's sake, just to make it more streamlined and clear. I don't know if that's my fault, but I'm just gonna blame Game Freak because God knows I'm not blaming myself. So yeah, that's the tough thing about all this. The way I see these though, and the reason why I put them in level 7 as opposed to level 0, is that they have a much more clear line to world destruction than most of the ones in level 0, I'd say. And they don't have a specific line saying that they are peaceful or they're just wouldn't do it for whatever reason. There's like a couple that are kind of like that, but no nail in the coffin, I don't think. I don't know. The way I see it, these ones aren't necessarily guaranteed to end the world, but they're more likely to than the ones in level 0. So that's just something that we're gonna have to deal with. Having to judge whether or not they would do it, and debating the morals of a stat sheet is not very fun, but, you know, I came up with just the fix for it that I'm sure you'll see in a bit. Next up, we have another potentially controversial one, which, spoiler alert, goes for every single Pokemon in this level. Good old Giratina, the Pokemon who I could see potentially causing society to crumble by doing absolutely nothing. Even though I said this is somewhat of a contentious pick, I feel like in the eyes of most people, Giratina is the first Pokemon that would come to mind when you think of Pokemon that could end the world. Mostly because of the fact that Giratina is, well, more or less the Pokemon equivalent of Satan. I know it isn't necessarily Satan, rather more just being representative of fallen angels in general, but when you're the only fallen angel in the entire world, don't you kinda automatically assume that role? Maybe? I don't know. Things are a bit more complicated than devil equals bad though, because Giratina isn't just wholly evil for the sake of being evil. Sure, in Legends Arceus, Giratina did kinda look up at the sky, shake their fist, and decide they're gonna try and kill God after being banished for their violence. Although I do have to wonder what kind of violent behavior Arceus deemed bad enough to banish Giratina to the reverse world. I mean, come on, we all know Giratina isn't exactly the most viable of legendaries, to put it nicely, so what? Did bro just shove some kid in a locker one time and Arceus instantly had enough of Giratina's shit? Whatever kind of mass playground destruction was wrought, it happened all the same, and Giratina wanted revenge because of it. It gave up real quick though after it got beat one time by some 15-year-old in their overleveled starter. Then after that, Giratina decided to be a bit more nice apparently, working to keep the worlds in balance all the same as the other gods, just I guess being a bit more edgy about it. So if Giratina is actually a nice Satan, then why is it in level 7? Well, okay, first off, it's probably not the best look for me to be the guy who's vouching for Satan being a nice dude. That's probably just misunderstood. So that's one reason, but also because I view the ones in level 0 as being pretty much guaranteed to play nice with us Earth humans. Well, okay, not necessarily nice, but it would be hard for me to reasonably justify a scenario where they willingly decide to attempt the destruction of the world or just some large part of it. They're the low risk ones, so to speak. The ones in level 7 are all kind of the same in that regard. It's just that there is a real possibility that they could end the world. Not necessarily that they are 100% guaranteed to, but there is a bit too high of a chance for me to not be worried about it. I could absolutely see a scenario in which Giratina is brought to this world and deems us unworthy or something because all the animals, quote unquote, as we call them on Earth, are just boring and uninspired ripoffs of Pokemon. Like, come on dude, how are you gonna sit there and say lions didn't plagiarize Pyroar? Like, it's so blatant, dude. We know at the very least that Giratina has a generally violent nature as opposed to Arceus, so it stands to reason that it could decide to bring about the apocalypse. I mean, I'm just kind of assuming that it could decide to bring about the apocalypse or end the world. I assume that's in its capabilities. I guess that's a bit of a leap in logic for me, but I mean, that sounds right. Speaking of Arceus though, you have to also consider that this would be a scenario where Giratina is present with no Arceus, Dialga, or Palkia to stop it. I don't know about you, but a world where there is a definite devil and no confirmed god, depending on who you ask, is just a tad worrying. I mean, I'm sorry if I made things a bit too religious, but it was unavoidable to a certain degree. We have to consider all the possibilities. God forbid I get a Pokemon's placement wrong on an inherently subjective tier list that's just for fun at the end of the day. That would be so unforgivable. You probably understand the general gist of what I'm trying to say here though. This high up on the list, it does unfortunately become much less of imagining the fun spectacles of destruction that could possibly occur, and much more debating the thoughts and feelings of a damn stat sheet. Like, look into its eyes and you come up with your own opinion on whether or not you think this would cause the apocalypse. It's all becoming more and more subjective at this point. Let's just get a move on so we can eventually get to the actually fun one I've been saving for last. Or worst and most frustrating one, depending on who you ask. So I'm sure you understand the deal with these super powerful legendary duos at this point, right? So because of that, you don't need me to say much more about them, and we can actually talk about something different. Well, oh boy, that sure would be fun if Reshiram and Zekrom didn't exist, but I guess we live in the darkest timeline after all, huh? Listen, I could sit here and regurgitate the same information yet again, except this time for these two color-phobic dragons. Or I can just say the basics and trust that you'll be smart enough to fill in the rest based on the last few we talked about. Well, you are a Pokemon fan after all, which I guess means I shouldn't trust your intelligence. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't actually make that joke anymore, because over the course of making this, I've genuinely become a much bigger fan of Pokemon. If anything, that would be a massive insult to my own intelligence, which, yeah, kind of checks out, not gonna lie. Anyway, the biggest red flag that immediately made us throw these guys all the way up in level 7 was yet another visit from our good friend, Absurd Pokedex entries. Yay!
Oh, yeah. Yo, put Zekrom in 7.
Really?
This legendary power can scorch the world with lightning. It assists those who want to build an ideal world.
Oh, alright. Sure, bro. Yeah, alright.
Yeah.
You do
That's
you.
You do you. I'm not a part of that.
Is there any special Reshiram?
We're about to see. Put it in 7.
Okay.
This legendary can scorch the world with fire.
Okay, alright, dude. Alright. Zekrom says, this legendary Pokemon can scorch the world with its lightning. It assists those who want to build an ideal world. Then Reshiram says, this legendary Pokemon can scorch the earth with its fire. It helps those who want to build a world of truth. This is nothing new for us by now. We know the deal. Then, just copy paste my whole spiel from Groudon, Kyogre, and Giratina as to why these potentially peaceful Pokemon may not be exactly 100% guaranteed to be peaceful under the scenario parameters we've been working with, and that's all that really needs to be said. The rest of this is just the usual fare you'd expect. I don't really see much else that fucking excuse me? By flaring its tail, Reshiram can move the world's atmosphere and change the weather? You're just gonna casually slip that in there? I mean, it's already level 7, so it's not like it's gonna change the ranking much, but just really? I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to mean, but it sounds pretty goddamn catastrophic if you ask me. Imagine you just wake up one morning and suddenly you look up to the sky and see a white dragon floating in the air like it just pressed V in Gmod. Then you just look up like that one Willem Dafoe meme to see the entire ozone layer dissolving because Reshiram was bored or something, I don't know. I know that's a bit of a jump in logic, but if Weather Report from JoJo has taught me anything, it's that the ability to, quote, change the weather can be very easily stretched to full atmosphere manipulation, thereby being able to theoretically destroy the entire atmosphere and consequently the entire world. I know I'm going a bit off the rails here, but even if that isn't on the table for Reshiram, it's not like it's gonna change anything because it's already at the highest level, so why not have some fun with it? Zekrom also has a pretty crazy tail, being able to emit an anti-gravity field, it says, but I would imagine that's pretty localized to a small area around Zekrom, not worldwide or anything. It could also end up being pretty crazy, but nowhere near the potential heights of Reshiram's tail. Well, I guess there was something interesting to talk about after all. It was thankfully very short-lived though. So,
Is that just it then? That's how this project that has defined my entire year so far ends? With this dumbass dragon that looks like it's trying out for a L'Oreal commercial with the most notable thing about it being that it's got a funny tail? No. I'm not gonna let it end like this. I'm here to tell a story, damn it, and I'm sure as hell not gonna let you off with an ending like that. You're here for excitement, for new heights you'd never even considered, for my delusional takes like how I think I could genuinely kill a Camerupt if you gave me a knife. And no, I'm not going to elaborate on that any more than this text here that I cut, for as much as I'd like it to be, me sitting here rattling off other Pokemon I think I could beat in a fight doesn't quite fit the bill for an exciting ending. So, allow me to offer a proposal you literally cannot refuse, because I'm going to do it no matter what. You want ridiculous scenarios and untold violence brought on by creatures meant to be sold as plushies? So allow me to provide, since level 7 didn't quite. Let's take a brief ride to pick up some of those Pokemon we left behind on this journey, more specifically, the Rule Breakers. All those ones I never talked about because they couldn't naturally reach that state on their own in the wild. Should the beautifully designed rule sheet allow a slight alteration, I believe this video may have a happier ending. Using the almighty powers of my, what was it called again? Oh, there it is. My Associates in Applied Science graphic design degree. I can design this graphic to be better than ever. Seriously though, I'm writing this part after I've already finished editing the entire video up to this point because I want to redo the end of the video, and I can now say that this video has taken so long, I finished my degree before finishing this video. If I'm able to get this out in August like I planned, then this will have taken 8 months to create. Wow, Andrew, what a good idea for you to spend over half a year on a video only for it to probably get like 100 views or something. You're so cool. Anyway, Go-Go Gadget bachelor's degree. Wow, look how much better it is. Now the video can finally proceed as it's always unintended. Radical. I've legalized all the stupidity I'm now starting to violently throw out, meaning whatever reason I give as to why a Pokemon is now able to enter their alternate form they couldn't access before just makes sense, meaning we can now enter the secret level. Level 8 consists of any Pokemon whose existence would constitute an immediate grave and dire threat to not only humanity, but all life on the planet, maybe even the planet itself. And no more of this, oh, would they really do it, or they're too chill to kill everything bullshit. No longer do we have to look in the eyes of a marketable mascot creature drawing and question the inner machinations of its mind. In level 8, they somehow exist, and they're gonna make their presence known in the most cartoonishly violent way you've ever seen. This level may not be necessarily canon, if you want to put it that way, but that doesn't mean it'll be any less fun, because I've already decided on yet another fun twist to do it with. I know, you keep asking and begging, Andrew, please, we can't take all these smart and funny twists you keep doing. You're so hilarious it hurts to watch, and you're also really good at assembling bookshelves in a way that don't fall over on your 5.5-year-old nephew. We love you. I hear each and every one of you cry right now. But please, my adoring and very real fans, you must bear this new and beautiful creation of mine that will deliver unto you the Pokemon in level 8 in a way you'll never forget. So prepare your retinas, and if you ever find yourself wondering what the hell you're watching in the next 25 minutes, just let me cook. Hi class. My name is Andrew Glardy. You all did such good jobs on your presentations, so I decided to do the same for mine. I put a lot of work and effort into this. Can I be excused to the bathroom?
No. What the fuck? No.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. This is for the level 8 of the Pokemons. This is my presentation.
Why do you have 3 1s?
Shit, I guess I didn't press shift for those.
It's so stupid.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay, reset. Fuck. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, this is level 8 for all the Pokemon that I will be presenting. If there's anything, I think my little brother went through this, so there might be a couple things that I didn't type. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is the level 8. These are the rules that we have thrown out for this. Some are still okay. Who even asked you rules? Because who needs them? And this is the fun non-canon one. This is non-canon. I think. Okay. Next
Get
slide.
on with it.
Yeah. Okay. Next slide, please.
They're a little slow. So level 8, literally just give up lol is what I've titled it. Yeah, what he says, the guy who made this must be pretty cool. I gotta say, I don't know who made this graphic. I just got it from the internet. The video that never ends. I don't know who this is. The text, please. The new rules. These are the new rules that we are going with for this one. The text. Oh no, it's spinning. I don't know why it's doing that. I didn't set that. Text.
Why is there an extra S?
Shit. Fuck. I don't know. It's you don't get it. You don't get it.
You made this last minute, didn't you?
I did. They're all the alternate forms that I skipped earlier. They are, and they're all mad as all heck because debating the morals of a Pokemon stat sheet was not very fun. So we are assuming they are mad. They have just one appears. I think no, if they're legendary, they'll. I don't know why that bullet point's there. And have fun. That is the last rule. This is a new rule that we have just instated, and hopefully it works because I think that will make it all better.
That's so cringe, bro. Have fun making fun of this guy.
And the first one, it was Wednesday when I made this, and it's not Friday anymore. And the first one is in the level 8. Sorry, I did not mean for it to be that loud. From my boy John Smith on YouTube. Check him out. Oh shit! Fuck.
Wrong way.
Okay. Well, it's going again.
It's not that hard. You just.
Okay. Literally all the mega evolutions. Okay, maybe not all, but many are evil.
So you lied.
No, I'm sorry. No,
You said
I did.
all of them.
No, these are.
You said literally all.
False information.
But many are evil. They would.
You didn't even cite your source for the image.
It's my fucking source. God. They would be permanently mega evolved. Okay, for the rest of the scenario, which is very fucking scary. Okay. Sorry, I need to.
I didn't have water during my presentation. What the fuck?
Freaking cheater.
The entire rest of the evolution line would also be there in this scenario for the non-legendaries, but only a few are mega because I am treating it like a 4th evolution. Makes it less scary, so don't wet yourself with fear. Despite this being the section for level 5, most of this would be like in level 5 Earth 6. No. This is a reference to the fact that my brain does not work correctly. I'm sorry. And only one would be in the level 8, I think. These guys are cool, though. The one in the 8, it's him. It's him. Do you know this man?
Who the hell is that?
What is that? What is this presentation?
Okay, I'm sorry. I've never... it's him. No, can we get the text, please? The text, please. Okay, I don't know why it's going slower. I don't know. I don't know.
Take a face.
Text, please. There it is. The Mega Rayquaza is in the level 8 because it does not need a Mega Stone even. I don't even have to come up with a reason why I would be able to do so. It did the Mega Evolve in the original rules because it always knows Dragon Ascent, making this one canon to the list actually. This is a reference to the fact that I completely fucking forgot to mention him earlier. And forgot that he didn't need the Mega Stone, making him actually not fit into the original rule set, so I lied. Yeah, and he is big and scary, like, he's big.
Well, that's kind of wrong, though.
Well, have you met him? Have you met him?
Yeah, but that's kind of wrong though.
Okay.
Hey.
He has a lot of powers.
He swallows the meteorite. That's
Yeah.
his stone.
Oh, so you fucking do know. So you fucking do know who
I
he
do
is.
fucking know.
Okay, God. Yeah, so he could do that to Earth, methinks. He could. You know how deep. Eric, you know how deep the Earth is, isn't it? How many miles? How many miles? How many miles is the Earth deep? Huh?
Do you know?
Yeah,
What is it then?
greater than 18. That's what. So yeah, he could probably burrow into the Earth and kill them all. Yeah.
I said that the Earth was 18 miles deep to the core.
Fucking spoilers for the end of the video. So level 0 or level 8, because if you remember, level 0 is the one where they are chill, but they would they could mass destruction, but they are chill, so wouldn't. But level 8, the new one, they would kill everybody. So that is the question, and I hear you ask, but isn't it friendly?
Nobody asked.
No, I didn't fucking ask that.
Nobody asked.
I hear you ask like a stupid person.
You should honestly unalive yourself.
I'm working on it. Under normal circumstances, old me would have said this is in the level 0. However, I am very different now. Sorry, that was cringe. If you'll remember, we're operating under the assumption that they would be angry for level 8 because that is more the fun. Not only can it completely control the weather, but it can also destroy big meteors. It can do that casually, then just imagine what it could do to the Earth. If you can handle the big scares it will give you, that is. So it would cause many destruction, and it doesn't even need the Megastone to do that. So I think he's cool.
That's what the meteorite's for.
Yeah, but he can't summon meteorites, I don't think.
Yeah, but he can't learn Dragon Ascent without the meteorite, which is his form of the Megastone.
He learns it at level 1, jackass.
Fight me.
After. Hey, it's him! Brace yourself! It's the next one right off. Brace yourself. It is the next one in level 8.
Is that allowed?
I don't remember why I am shirtless here. That's very inappropriate, I'm sorry. But he is the next one. He is the next one. Sorry, that was a jump scare.
That actually was a jump scare.
Eternamax Eternatus is without a doubt level 8 threat because it is literally the strongest Pokemon anyone knows. Who at Game Freak thought this was a good idea? These are stats. It is max in special defense, defense and HP. So fucking eat that shit, Fluttermane. So I don't know who thought this was a good idea at the Game Freak. It is so powerful that the page says it rips a storm around. It makes a storm around it that causes many rips in the space-time.
To make the color and the text kind of similar, and then you're gonna lose track.
I have a degree, okay, you college dropout. It rips the space-time which we need actually. Not only that, but it also releases virtually infinite energy in this form, which would cause many problems due to the breaking of the laws of conservative of mass.
Why do you sound so robotic?
I didn't mean to write conservative of mass. That the laws. I meant to write conservation of mass. So that was a bad typo. It can shoot many laser beams as well as it would kill people. There are no way we would be able to stop it unless you are built different like me. It's big, yeah.
Hey, you gotta face the class when you're presenting. You know that.
Honorable mentions for other of the Gigantamics. I don't remember what these guys do. I would have written them more. There's the Orbeetle. I think he can psychic the world and control everybody. Versus these two, which
So much cooler than this presentation.
Texas.
is slavery cooler than Pokemon? Is that what you're trying to fucking say?
Yeah, but Texas, Maine, and Oregon are.
Economic expansion.
Fuck, you're right.
Manifest Destiny.
I do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
Plead the fifth.
Good.
I do.
Glad to hear it. So these two would also be in the these are honorable mentions. These are not in the level 8.
That's you and me for real. I'm the blue one.
No. So these, yeah, so they're strong. I think they can roar and make Earth better. I would have other informations on these honorable mentions, but the Bulbapedia stopped working at this time, and I'm making this today. No, I wasn't making this day before I was due.
Dummy.
Okay, yeah. I know. Yeah, okay. I'll take those two. Those two are more. Okay. I don't know why you guys have so many random fucking bottles. That's kind of a problem. You need to sort that out. But yes, that is what happened. This was supposed to be like a sudden. The dissolve kind of made it less sudden. This is the dishonorable mention. This one is bad because it says it can only destroy hills. It does not say it can destroy any mountains or dump trucks. As we all know, those are the units of strength for Pokemon. Low on the 6 scale.
Dump truck was a JoJo scale.
No. Where'd you hear that?
Part 3.
You mean the fucking road roller?
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Oh, no, I don't watch that gay show.
God. Yeah. Shit, that wasn't supposed to be there. That wasn't supposed to be there. I meant to take that out. The transition. You thought we were done with the Gen 3, but nope, you fool. Him and to him. These two are also in the level 8.
That's just a whale.
But it's a cool whale. Whales are cool. Do you support whaling?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm glad to know that you stick to your beliefs. That is an admirable trait. Does anybody in the class want to guess why I'm talking about these two clowns again?
They're angry.
They're big.
What is the difference between this one and this one?
It's probably stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they got some lines. That's about it.
What is their name?
Whale and Rock Dude.
What is their title?
God of land and fish of sea. I don't know.
Here's a hint. It's if you look closely, you can realize they look a little different. Don't worry, you can't spot it. Don't worry if you can't spot it. It took me a while too. What are they? What is the difference?
One's on land, one's in the sea.
They're shiny, bro. They're glowing.
Okay, well, I'm glad to know that you two are
shiny Pokemon?
I'm glad to know that you two are absolute fucking idiots. You buffoons. Wrong, idiots. I always knew I was smarter than the two of you. These are the primal forms, which are many times more powerful. Better luck next time.
Isn't that what we said?
Would it really be many times? I mean, what's the stat-based total compared to their normal forms?
Why can't you guys do anything? What the fuck is wrong with you? You won't agree to anything that's really the best you can fucking do. That's the best you can fucking do.
Whoa. Relax. Do you want to throw it?
Yeah, I do. Oh, wait. Statistically speaking, though, is it really many times? If I'm correct...
Yes. Yes, it is. Have you even played a Pokemon?
I've played the Pokemans.
Okay, good, because I haven't. Yeah.
So guns, right?
I think so.
Yes.
Like Minecraft.
Yeah.
They are many times more powerful.
I love Chile.
Normally, they couldn't be in this form because they need their primal...
Oh my gosh.
Bro. Get on with it.
energy, which is willing to not bet on Earth. If it is, let me know, because then I want to try something. But it is in the primal form. When it is in the primal form, it makes the sea level rise just by swimming around. And basically, all the worst fears I highlighted as things that might happen with the normal Kyogre.
I have a quick question.
Yes, what is your question, sir? What is your question, sir?
You just got owned.
Yeah,
What is your question?
that was it.
G-Force, if anybody needs that, you can press Alt, Z, and X for the G-Force. Fuck my hair. Oh god, no. Then the Primal Groudon is much the same, except there is even less water, as you might... there's even less, as you know... We need the water to survive, and therefore when it is in the Primal, it would drink up all the water we need before we could kill it. I'm going to do a class poll right now. Do you think we as a species could kill the Groudon or Kyogre Primal before there is little or too much water?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, that is one for yes.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. You guys do not believe in humans. I'm very disappointed. This is a funny video I found. I'll just play it.
Isn't that you?
That was a funny video.
Notice how nobody left.
There are only 3 left before I can back over to the version of me where I actually wrote a script. The actually smart and funny one, I hope. Before that guy takes the stage again to present the grand finale, I have 3 more to show you here. So get ready, because I'm going to try a new way of telling you all what I think these freaks would do. If I haven't practiced this much, so don't make fun of me if I mess up. This new style is very experimental. I need to get my paper. Who is most befitting for a throne of sin? For a throne built on sins is far more than an icon for the wicked. It is an effigy of the damned, woven with all our heartstrings into a shape we cannot hope to comprehend, a corruption capable of festering that which is nothing but human into anything but human. However, these heartstrings are no mere objects to be molded at the mere whim of a tyrant. Even when severed, they are infinite, and can spread throughout the darkest abyss as if roots desperately searching for light. To find the answer we seek, we must pluck a heartstring from the immutable throne and follow it as it explores an unending gallery of everything. 3 knots along this heartstring scramble to make themselves known as contenders to the throne. First, the heir. Second, the trickster. And third, the pretender. All are worthy for the putrefaction of the throne, but as long as there is something, there will always be a greatest and a least. Before slaking thy thirst, mine witnesses must offer their perspectives. Identify the heir to the throne, who has been lurking in the back of every human's mind for millennia, ever since it fell from the heavens, spreading through the zeal of religion. The trickster, who brings gifts and curses not of this world, all for the anarchy it yearns to see. And the pretender, who stole the power of its twins for its own ideals and truths. Who are they, and what are the order of succession?
That's gotta be Rock Dude.
Shall I recap them for you?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay. The heir to the throne, who has been lurking in the back of every human's mind for millennia, ever since it fell from the heavens, spreading through the zeal of religion.
Arceus.
The trickster, who brings gifts and curses not of this world, all for the anarchy it yearns to see. Yeah.
Darkrai.
And the pretender, who stole the power of its twins for its own ideals and truths.
I think it might be Arceus, Marshadow, and Giratina.
Giratina. What is their order?
Arceus, Giratina, Marshadow.
Arceus, Giratina, and Marshadow, they say. 3 knots become 3 flowering tumors, gestating on an unwilling heartstring, yearning for nothing but the purification in the darkest void it's held prisoner in. One by one, the tumors bloom into their rotten purity. First came the rightful heir, unwilling to let its birthright be stolen, it claimed it as the oldest. Only moments after, the trickster had its spot stolen from it, the same way it has stolen others from their homes for its own selfish relief. Not long after, the pretender emerged, as it is not just the third to the throne, but also the second among thieves. There is the one to claim this throne of enslaved heartstrings was the least sinful of them all. There is virtue atop a throne of sin. Wow, that was sure made a lot of sense and had no deeper meaning whatsoever. Who do you think are the most destructive out of those 3? Please do not comment your answer down below. I do not trust a single fucking one of you. Other question, how are you so fucking stupid? How are you so inaccurate? Wait, what's this? What's this? There is another one. You are here. You are here.
Oh, what?
There is many more of video. Like 20 minutes or some shit. Okay. Well, that is Script Andrew's job to tell you about. That is all for this complete mess of Andrew and his 2 thrall audience members. Thank you for putting up with me, and I love you. Level 8 be like the Mega Rayquaza, Eternamax, Primal Kyogre Groudon,
Level 9.
Kyurem Fused, Hoopa Unbound, and Origin Giratina. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for the merch. As always, go to the link below for some cool Phoenix Suns merch.
He's not a Pokemon trainer. I know.
You got all that, right? Great. I knew you'd understand all that. I made sure it was very simple and easy to digest. Okay, jokes aside, I'll clarify a bit of what I meant by any of that before we head into our final act here, but first I must do something very out of character for me. Be genuine. Ugh, makes me shudder at the thought. I feel it's necessary though, because I would like to extend a genuine thank you to my ever so polite audience for that presentation, Eddie and Eric. I didn't say it while you guys were over, but I am very grateful that you guys were able to do this on such a short notice. It made my job with this so much easier, and it made that bit way funnier than I initially envisioned. And thank you for treating me and Eddie to steak afterwards, Eric. It really was great getting to do that with you guys again. Even though my steak was definitely undercooked, I mean, it was still good, but there's no way that was just medium, I gotta say. So, thank you guys. Genuinely. But that's not what literally everyone else watching this is here to see. You want to know what in the actual fuck I meant by anything I said in that presentation. Well, the way I said the things I did was definitely an enigma on the same level of confusion inducing as the letter sent in by the goddamn Zodiac killer, but I feel like the pics themselves don't need much explaining. Imagining a scenario in which any one of these guys appeared on Earth and was hell-bent on killing everyone, I feel like is pretty self-explanatory in how it would make the world smell of sulfur and brimstone. We'd have a genuine chance against some of them if we all united to take them down, but it would be far from easy, and the destruction in the process would be untold. Sort of like that bowl of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I don't want to spend the next 30 minutes explaining every single one of them, as the whole purpose of that presentation was to show them in a fast way that didn't require me to write a whole new DLC expansion the size of Shadow of the Erdtree into the script, so I'm not going to undermine my own efforts. We're already in the non-canon anything goes improv level, so I feel like I don't need to say much. What I will say about my top 3, or Origin Giratina, Hoopa Unbound, and Fused Kyurem is they seem like the ones that just had the clearest path to world destruction. Origin Giratina says it's capable of merging the distortion world with the real world, which also seems to have the teeny tiny side effect of distorting it so much that the world is, destroyed. I'm not sure if it could do that in its normal form, but in its origin form, I'm sure it can, he says as he's not sure if it could or not. Hoopa Unbound also makes sense given that it's literally the Pokemon that could summon other Pokemon and there would be multiple world threats at once, including Giratina. That made me think it would be without a doubt the most dangerous, but I'm not sure if there were other extenuating circumstances for that to be able to happen, or if it would even obey Hoopa's orders if it brought Giratina here. It could easily be the most dangerous one of them all, but I'm not sure, and it doesn't really matter in the end. I'm sick of debating this with myself. I'm just gonna wait for that one dude in the comments to correct me and leave it at the fact that it would be one of, if not the most dangerous. Then the Fused Kyurem forms I'm less sure about. All I know is that in its base form, it says it supposedly even has greater potential than Reshiram or Zekrom, but that's sealed by how cold it is or something. I don't know, this is weird as hell, man. In its fused form though, those restrictions seem to be gone, and since Reshiram and Zekrom are already in level 7, it kinda has to go in level 8, I think. It says it's powerful enough to cover a whole region in ice in its fucking base form, for Christ's sake. I don't know what the hell it's gonna do when it has all the power it could possibly want, but I'm gonna assume it could destroy a large part of the planet and human population. Not 1 billion lions though, I know that for sure. I ordered those 3 in the presentation with Origin Giratina at the top, but in actuality, they're all kinda tied for number 1. Giratina, I just have the least questions about. It seemed the most straightforward in how it would destroy the world, but what the hell do I know? Says the guy who's been talking for over 3 hours on the topic. Wowee, I sure as hell make good decisions. Enough of all that though. There's one more finale on top of the finale you've all been hopefully waiting for. It's like a JRPG, where for some reason they feel the need to put in at least 3 fake final boss fights that are super obviously not the end, and yet every single time the characters are like, this is the final battle, this time for sure, until they finally kill God at the end after you've gone through so many fake bad endings and had to look up a guide to find out the super specific thing you have to do to get the good ending that the game doesn't indicate at all, and you just do it out of obligation, even though you've checked out like 30 hours ago. I was singling out Persona 4 there, but JRPGs are so homogenous and inbred sometimes that I'm pretty sure everything I said there can apply to at least a few hundred of them, word for word. So anyway, yeah, that's basically the end of this video if you couldn't tell. And to follow that tradition as best I can, this final true ending is probably too little too late to save the video, but I'd be remiss if I didn't go on this rant. A rant about a Pokemon and a topic it involves that I know so little about, and it will almost certainly frustrate many of you. The culmination of my exhaustion and paper-thin willpower this exercise in madness has sharpened my will to. Is anything I'm about to say about this Pokemon correct? Probably not. Is it the Pokemon that would do the most damage to Earth's ecosystem if it actually existed? I'm not sure. Do I care anymore? Absolutely not. All I want to talk about now is how Ultra Necrozma makes me lose my goddamn mind. I have a whole script written out for this. I've already recorded this part of the video, just going over it to a T, but, you know, I really felt like I needed to capture some more of my raw energy regarding this Pokemon, because me reading off in that voice I always have read everything off up until this point in, and just with the same music, it really didn't capture how I felt and what Ultra Necrozma made me feel while I was writing this video. So I'm going a little off here, but I feel like I really had to, you know? I didn't have to, but I kinda had to. If you'll remember way back when we were still in level 5, which felt like goddamn ages ago, I said when we got to Necrozma in that part to just skip it. I skipped way over it, I just didn't cover it. I said, well, it'll come back later, kinda, or something vague like that. I don't remember what I said, probably something stupid and smart. So as you can tell now, that's because of this. Whatever is happening now, whatever you even call this, I don't know if this is still in level 8, I don't even know what level this is anymore. This is just me talking, because I have a lot of things to say. Except I don't know what I'm talking about, but I figured this would be a good finale to the list. You know, that whole presentation was great and all, but
I have to get these thoughts off my chest, and I'm not doing any retakes for this. I'm just going for it. So what's the deal with Necrozma as a whole? As I'm sure you ask yourself every goddamn day. I sure as hell have, that means you sure as hell have. Normal Necrozma is just very violent and angry because it's very hungry and it wants you to give it the light. And it's I don't know, what would you even call it? It's not like a dragon, it's good. You know what it's built like? It's built like those Nintendo hand bosses that they love so much. It's always got like the two hands, you know, how in every single game there would always be a hand boss. It's kind of built like that, you know. I don't know what you'd call it, but that's the closest thing I can relate it to. It needs light to sustain itself and eventually go back to its true form, whatever that even means at this point. And it's like some guy told Necrozma to touch grass, so Necrozma just decided to one-up him and touch the literal sun itself. So yeah, base form, not too special. It's exactly just kinda whatever you'd expect out of a generic level 5 Pokemon. It's dangerous, yeah, it can probably shoot lasers or something, I'm willing to bet. What you see is what you get. I don't know what you see, but that's probably what you get. Level 5 seems good enough for it by my generous-ish estimations. But then, of course, in comes this absolute Giga Chad of a form to make my life a million times harder. We've already established at this point in the video that this is kind of just the non-canon stuff, whatever you even would call canon. It breaks the rules, okay? Normally, you would not have a hyper light Necrozma on Earth if it was just normal Necrozma. By the original rules of if it can't get to that form on its own in nature, then it can't get to that form at all, and we're not considering it. It does break that rule. I'm pretty sure. You see, I'm not entirely sure how it gets to this form in lore. I think in game it's just like you have to do like the fusions with Solgaleo or Lunala, I think, and then you use some move or give it an item or something, and then it just it turns into that form, right? You'd think I'd do more research given that this is like the big finale, but whatever. But then in like the dex entries or in the biology section on Bulbapedia, it just says something like it needs overwhelming light energy in order to enter that form, which like, what do we mean by overwhelming? Like, I don't know about you, but I don't know how much overwhelming is in terms of light. Like, that's not exactly a specific number. It should at least have the courtesy to tell me how many dump trucks or mountains worth of light it needs to absorb before it turns into this fucking thing. If that were the case, there'd be no problem, but no, here we are now, and I have no clue what I'm doing, but we're just gonna roll with it. Where it breaks the rules without a doubt, though, is that I think it also somewhere says it needs Z power to undergo the transformation, which I don't think is on Earth. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody who knows about Z power on Earth? Any zeologists? I don't know. That was very stupid. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's no Z power on Earth. Like, I've literally been to Hawaii, and I don't remember seeing any Z power or Alolan forms or anything when I was there, so I don't think Z power exists on Earth. So no matter what stretches of the imagination I cook up, there's no way this would adhere to the original rules of the list. But that's fine, because this is just whatever at this point. We're just riffing over here. Just let it be, okay? Just let me have this. Please. Hell, maybe you could just go to the Luxor lamp in Vegas and just sit in front of that and stare at it for a while until it finally goes into this form and gets enough light from that, because apparently, I looked it up, the Luxor lamp is like the brightest light in the world or something. I don't know. It's Vegas. It's weird. It's some kind of pocket dimension. I don't know. We don't go there, okay? We don't talk about that. But sure, it could probably get enough light on Earth. But yeah, it's not getting Z power, so this ain't happening. But like I just said, we don't care about that. So let's just think, well, what would happen? Oh, what would happen indeed? Well, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to make some very frustrating and very unfounded leaps in logic, just because I don't know any better, and I'm locked in at this point. I can't change fate. Depending on how I interpret this, or hell, maybe even how anyone interprets this, it could either be just maybe a level 6 threat, like not too bad, or just instant death of everything and everyone we've ever known and loved. I don't know what this thing would do with the stuff I'm about to get into, but I know it'd probably be dangerous. So basically, that's the disclaimer I'm giving. I'm not saying this is the #1 Pokemon that we've been searching for this whole time that I'm saying would, without a doubt, destroy the entire world if it somehow existed on Earth. I don't know if it would. I don't know how dangerous it would be. I I really want to talk about this, okay? Because it makes me lose my mind, as I just said. So what level is this? I don't know, but it is the last Pokemon. Not sure what that means, but we'll figure it out. So, Beamy, right? All was well in the kingdom of me going through and ranking all these like 8 months ago or something. All was well, and I was just scrolling through them and looking through some of the alternate forms, and I made a mental note of Ultra Necrozma when I was looking at normal Necrozma, because I was looking back at a lot of the alternate forms even before I had the idea to make the level 8 as a whole, and I just kind of bookmarked Ultra Necrozma to look into later, just for the sake of seeing if it maybe could get to that form somehow under the current rules. I didn't really know, so I was just like, okay, I'm going to remember this and come back to it later, so I can look at it again and judge it. And as I was looking at it, nothing too much stood out about it. It's your normal kill everything Pokemon that is just super powerful and is just like, rock, paper, scissors, black hole, just like kids on the playground, just my Pokemon stronger than yours, ultra light, sunbeam go, all that. It seemed to give that general vibe that we've seen from a couple Pokemon so far. The thing that sent me down this road to insanity, however, was when I saw that its body temperature exceeds 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which, if you didn't know, is the temperature of the fucking sun. Now, to be honest, I don't give a damn about its destructive capabilities or how many claws it can swing or how many times it can just spam its strongest move or whatever. The science of it fascinates me, because I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. I don't know if you've figured this out yet. I'm not very smart, and so when I hear that something is the temperature of the sun that would be on Earth in the form of a dragon, my brain goes places. I'm not much of a thinker. I'm more of a feeler, if you couldn't tell. So I just start imagining the wildest scenarios that made it so this thing would not leave my goddamn brain. So I know very little about this area and am making some wild assumptions. So this is why this is going to be very frustrating for some of you, but just follow my caveman logic for a second here. When thing hot, thing make light. When thing bigger hot, get bigger light. So lizard hot as sun, lizard bright as sun? Yes, that is the only way I could think to express my thoughts regarding this thing. That's how far gone I am. That's how far gone I am. I didn't mean that. That comes off as like one of those Joker memes, like the insane is just the normal to me or whatever, with all those Joker Sigma mailed memes. I don't know, man. But hopefully you follow me, right? I know you don't, but just at least pretend you do. The thing is though, right? This is a sustained temperature that is existing on Earth. This isn't like some other hotter things that have existed on Earth and it's just for like a fraction of a second in like a chemical reaction or whatever. This is a sustained form of a 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit dragon just chilling on the Earth's surface, causing whatever mayhem it would cause. I don't know. What does that mean? What were they cooking? And don't even get my caveman brain started on wondering whether or not that would emit the same levels of like solar radiation as the sun. I don't know, man. It's just, I am started on that now, okay? You got me started. I can't believe you did this. You did this. It's too late now. I'm wondering these things, and I can't stop and help but wonder them, okay? And, luckily for me, the Pokedex, for once, actually kind of says something like that. Kind of. Apparently, the light pouring from its body does have some sort of effect on living beings. I think it specifically says, like, the light from its body affects living things in various ways. I'm not kidding. I'm pretty sure all it says is that it just affects things in various ways. As soon as we get the answer to one question, it opens the door to so many more. What the hell does it mean by various ways? I can't help but have my mind just expand and wonder every possible
various ways that it mentions. Like, does it mean that it just makes people very, you know, kind of happy and tranquil? Like, oh, it's a nice light. It kind of makes me happy, you know, makes the plants grow faster, and it's just good light for you, you know? If it's something like that, or, oh, I don't know, if it's some kind of nuclear death ray that just amalgamizes and crushes every living thing into these horrifying amalgams of pain and suffering. I'm willing to bet it's not that, but it could be, and that's not even the thing I'm wondering about most. I'm most concerned about the light it would emit. The temperature, yeah, that's pretty concerning. The weird radiation light that it emits and just affects things in various ways, yeah, that could also be bad, but just how bright would this thing be? You know, there was a bit of foreshadowing for this earlier with Solgaleo and how it's like as bright as the sun, and I should have gone into that a bit more before, but I'm going into it now to make up for it, I guess. But like, just, would it be as bright as the sun? This isn't me saying it would be. I'm genuinely asking. I've looked into this, and it has just confused me to no end. Because I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to say this. I'm dumb, okay? All I do is write the funnies. I can't understand if a light from a dragon that's 10,000 degrees would make a light as big as the sun. I just have to wonder how much light it would emit when it's that size at that temperature for a sustained amount of time, because the amount of light it emits is a big fucking deal. I certainly don't have the amount of wherewithal, time, or energy it would actually take to fully research and come to a well-developed conclusion on the topic, so I'm just gonna go for it. I would say let me cook, but I can already tell you, this is going to be the most burnt dish of your life. All that culminates into this specific mental image in my head of how I'd imagine this would all go, with all my amusing leaps in logic and everything intact. Oh joy. That vision being of Necrozma, who just stared into the family room lamp for about 2 hours straight, and just suddenly got so much energy and power from the goddamn lamp that its temperature just skyrockets, and the whole area around it just explodes and melts into blazing flame. It's scorching the earth beneath it. I don't know how large of an area it would be, but I'm willing to bet it would look like a goddamn nuclear bomb just went off. The energy released from that would have to be cataclysmic in at least some way, I don't know. Oh yeah, did I also forget to mention the lasers? It's deadass like some other designer on the team started to follow this same train of logic I say, that I'm following right now, and was just like, yeah, fuck it, just give it lasers, why not? And they're not just normal lasers either, because of course they're not. They're lasers that shoot out from every part of its body that can go for specifically 18 miles long. So just everything around it, just everything is in at least an 18-mile radius, just gone, just eviscerated, melted. And its destruction wouldn't just stop there in this one 18-mile area, no. This thing is gonna run around and just kill. It is Mr. Kill, okay? We're assuming it's mad. It looks pretty mad, and it just somehow appeared here. I don't know what's happening. You don't know what's happening. We're dying, though. I know that. We're dying. And given that it is hotter than the surface of the sun, I imagine that the heat and light would just permeate much greater than 18 miles. I don't know how far this light would extend across the globe, but I'm willing to bet it would be pretty goddamn far, okay? And it would just start cooking everyone and everything around it. Like, I don't know if the light and heat would go on for like hundreds of miles or something, not just the number I'm thinking, but I would imagine everything in there, it's just gonna start going up in flames, okay? Because this is where it gets frustrating, right? As if it wasn't already. Because I know it wouldn't be as hot as the sun, or it wouldn't emit as much heat as the sun, or light for that matter. Because the reason why the sun emits so much heat, I'm looking at you right now, sun, yeah, you, is because it's so massive, right? Like, yes, Ultra Necrozma is the same temperature as the sun, but the sun is that temperature across a much wider area. Hence, it is so much more powerful and would emit so much more heat and light so it's not going to be exactly like just having a mini sun on the Earth itself. You see why this is frustrating, right? Because even though I know it wouldn't be like that, it's got to be on a tier like that, right? Like, it's not just gonna cause an entire half of the globe to go up in flames, but a lot is going up in flames. Believe me, I tried to do even the most simple math, logic, and research to actually figure this out when I was looking at this initially. But I'm not kidding when I said just doing even the most initial and basic of research just sent me down a rabbit hole that nothing came out of. I learned nothing, and I got so confused that I just decided to say fuck it. And here we are now. I'm just gonna accept that I don't know the answer and that I'm going to be corrected, and I welcome that. I welcome knowledge and structural critique. I very much welcome that. So I don't know right now, so I'm just gonna go with my gut. And what my gut tells me is that a massive 24-foot tall dragon, well, okay, 24 isn't that tall, I'm getting close there. A dragon of that size, of that temperature, as soon as it transforms into that, nothing is going to be left around it. That is actually just going to be like a nuclear bomb. Because even though we're already bending the rules to get to this scenario, I'm imagining normal Necrozma, as it would be on Earth in the normal rules, but then suddenly, after a little bit, it just transforms. And that amount, because it's going from like this normal creature, right? This normal creature, I don't know how hot normal Necrozma is. I would assume like a normal animal, right? It's not exactly sun temperature, it's just a normal animal's temperature. It goes from that to literally hotter than the surface of the sun in a single instant. It's not a gradual transformation, it just happens, right? That has to emit so much heat and so much light and energy that I don't know what would happen, but it would probably be bad. Think about it. You look up at the sun right now, like I'm looking at that sun. Yeah, that's my sun right there. You look at that, and that's like God knows how many miles away. That's literally 91 million miles away. The sun is, I think, if that research is right. And you look at it when it's that far away, and your eyes start to hurt, and you have to look away, right? So when you look at Necrozma, even though it's not nearly as large and wouldn't be emitting as much light, it's still 91 million miles closer to you, right? So and even though it is like, what did I write here? 0.005% of the size of the sun, looking at that thing from even like 100 miles away, that's gotta just blind you, right? So it's not like we could just shoot it until it's dead, because nobody could even look at it without their eyes melting. Oh, and another thing too, Necrozma would almost certainly be made of plasma, right? Like, what else? It's not like it could just be made of the normal flesh or whatever it's made before. This is just plasma in light in the form of a dragon. So it's not like you could just bomb it or something. That would literally just be fighting fire with fire. Literally. So you can't just do that. It would just eat the bomb or something, and you try to fire something at it. If you somehow get just a gun, you just point a gun at it, shoot it, it's just gonna melt the bullet, and then it's gonna melt you. Like, you can't shoot it, you can't bomb it. What are you gonna do against it? And that's not a leap in logic either. I know that's for certain, because it says like anything that touches it just melts. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what it says, or at least that's the notes I have written down. That could be wrong. I could have just researched that wrong. I don't know. Editing, Andrew, you're gonna have to check that. But so you can't kill it, like, just with anything, because anything that touches it just melts. Like, I don't know, maybe there'd be some other way to kill it, but I don't think that's something that humans would be able to come up with in the blink of an eye to get rid of this. It's a Pokemon that I see no conceivable easy way to kill that could just run around Earth firing lasers in fucking 18 miles around it, just emitting an ungodly amount of light, blinding anybody who looks at it, just melting everything in the vicinity of it. Like, I don't know if that would be level 7 or 8, but it'd be up there. Okay, it's gotta be at least level 7, right? I feel like I can say confident in that, but I don't think it would be the most destructive. But I have to talk about this. I'm not talking about this because I think it would be the number one, as I've said. I've talked about this because I've lost my mind. I also still haven't figured out what it meant by the light emitting from it affects things in various ways. Like, that's a whole other X factor we haven't considered yet. So, at the end of the day, though, I can only see Ultra Necrozma as one thing, which is an unstoppable light dragon that would just rampage across the earth with the literal power of the sun that might be able to melt half the goddamn globe. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't melt half the globe literally, like, but
for all I know, with my pea brain, sure, why not? And we can't just kill it, because literally how? And we just, I think it said something like it just goes to sleep after a while, after it runs out of energy or something. I don't know. If it does go to sleep after a while, you know, maybe a certain amount of time rampaging, it would only need like an hour to cause irreversible damage to a large part of the Earth, to be a blister on the Earth that forever scars it. Whatever happens though, the damage will be done. I know there have been multiple times in this list where I've said something along the lines of, well, that's not how we see it in the games, so therefore the Pokedex must be exaggerating. So, since we clearly see nothing like what I'm describing happening in the games whenever Ultra Necrozma happens, clearly, I must be exaggerating and overthinking, right? Well, you're right about me overthinking things, but not because of that argument. Whenever I said that for past Pokemon, that was more so me just rationalizing otherwise absurd things that could easily be explained by, I don't know, folklore exaggeration or whatever, right? I was just letting those things slide to not get in the way of this list even more than they probably already have, and make sure that things don't get too absurd too fast, and, you know, stay as much on the rails as they can, whatever the rails are going. I don't know where we're going, but this? I'm sorry, I just can't let this go. As soon as some 13-year-old trainer throws out one of the fused Necrozma forms and has it transform into its Ultra form, the entire screen should just go white, and everything, it should just play a cut-off explosion sound effect, and as it fades back in, it should just be desolation, and everyone is skeletons when things fade back, okay? That...
Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention, it's Z-Move. Because, of course, it would get a Z move that's absolutely, completely batshit fucking insane. I want you to watch this, look me in the eyes, and tell me that this thing wouldn't be a level 7 threat.
This is, I think, the one time in the video where I'm not conforming my understanding around what I see happening in the game. Rather, I'm delusional enough to say that the game is wrong by my flawed leaps in logic, which is quite bold of me, if I must say, and by bold I mean stupid, but yeah, that's a pretty fine line. This is the reason why I gave that disclaimer earlier, saying that some of you are going to absolutely hate this conclusion. I am actively disregarding so many of the rules I have placed for this entire list so far, just to go based on my flawed understanding in any leaps in logic that I'm incredibly likely wrong about. I recognize all that, and yet, for some reason, I'm still going through the effort to say all this. Why? Well, for the one most important reason above all else when it comes to making this video and any video, really, because this is just a more entertaining conclusion. Maybe it's entertaining in a so bad it's good way, maybe it's entertaining in an I'm also stupid and I just believe whatever you're saying, Andrew way. I don't know. Whether or not you agree or disagree with my evaluation of what Ultra Necrozma would be like in real life, you certainly have something to say, I'm sure. And that's much better than just ending on, you know, Reshiram and Zekrom, or whatever else, and all those other ones in level 7, who are just, maybe they'd destroy the Earth, they certainly have the potential to, but I don't know if they would. Let me debate the morals of this. You know, that is much less confusing. That's why I did this whole thing about level 8, and now I'm doing this whole rant about level 9 Necrozma. I don't know what level this is, we're off the script at this point. It's all for the reason I do everything on this channel. Just to be entertaining. And I sure as hell hope that whatever you take away from this, however frustrated or, you know, I hope happy with me, I will bet not, but I'm sure you had fun. And as long as I was able to successfully captivate you in one way or another, then I'm happy with this conclusion. And you know, if my terrible understanding of heat and light failed to captivate you, then I'm sure Eric's absolutely impeccable understanding of distance will.
Do you want to? Okay, what do you think? How long it takes to get from Earth's most top surface to its core? So
Oh.
distance from like Mount Everest to core.
How it depends on what you would be traveling in. Or like, what would be, if you were to just walk it?
Distance to core of Earth. Okay, so the Earth's core is about okay, maybe I might just be exaggerating, but honestly, I thought I'm like, don't ask me why. I'm like, yeah, 18 miles would reach the Earth's core.
18 miles? Wait,
My head is not
18 miles.
Yeah,
1/8.
that's what I thought.
Like, like the distance, like shorter than a U.S. state. 18 miles. 18.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
18 miles to feet. 95,000 feet. Yeah, that's. What is? I'm gonna break out the calculator. Let's see. 95,000 divided by 6. It's 15,800 6-foot people. Yeah, that seems about right. To the Earth's core. Uh-huh.
So it's actually 3,959.
Oh yeah, that's a bit more.
Yeah.
It's a bit more than a runner's jog.
I mean, who knows? Who knows?
Why does that matter in the first place? Why?
Honestly, I was gonna say if it could fire a beam to the Earth's core, like if it could reach far enough, Earth go boom.
Okay. I mean, okay. Well, I'm not even gonna touch that statement for now, but I'll keep it. It's 6 for now, but it could be 7.
I'm an interesting creature.
So anyway, thank you for indulging me on this Ultra Necrozma rant. We'll get back to the more composed and scripted Andrew in just a moment. Just wanted to say thank you for putting up with this and watching this far. Just a little bit more to go. I promise this was the last Pokemon. We're finally fucking done. We're done. So anyway, take the lead, scripted voiceover Andrew, because I'm done here. For as crazy as it sounds for me to finally be saying this, that truly does bring us to the end of our journey here. It feels almost surreal to think about the very beginning of it all, when I thought Pidgeot breaking the sound barrier was the most insane thing I've ever heard. Oh, how I yearn for that simplicity after just going through the whole ordeal of attempting to comprehend how a miniature sun dragon would affect the entire world. Would you believe me if I told you that I truly thought, without a shadow of a doubt, that this would only end up being about 20 minutes long? It's absurd to think about that now in retrospect, but that is really how I felt. As of writing this, exactly 45 days ago, I created this cursed Google Doc and set out on this odyssey I thought would be a short walk. And along the way, I went through a little too much character development for my liking. I somehow went from being a casual Pokemon fan to the very thing I made fun of at the beginning of this video. Literally, you can tell if you rewind back to the beginning and listen to the sheer amount of times I made jabs at hardcore Pokemon fans. Then, over the course of the video, I slowly started to phase out jokes like that, literally just because I was becoming that guy I made fun of at the beginning. It's funny to look back on it like that, which makes it the one positive thing about me being such a slowpoke for writing. It makes longer scripts like this read like the layers of a canyon wall, seeing different layers of sediment each build on top of each other to create something new at the very top. I'm getting weirdly poetic at the end here, which is a bit out of character for me, and I usually would go back and rewrite this to be a bit more succinct and a relevant conclusion, but I don't really feel like doing that this time. I think this speaks for itself. Oh, and if you're curious about what the full list looks like, here's the whole thing for you to look at once. Oh, okay, well actually, it's a bit too small for you to really read and look at, but you remember them all, right? I sure as hell do, because how the hell could I ever forget something as ridiculous as this? Thank you for watching.
And that's a wrap. Thank God. This was kind of fun. I'm getting better at this, actually. I didn't really get tired while recording these IRL bits. Maybe I'm getting better at this whole YouTube thing. No, that's ridiculous.